We're only gonna spin twice, okay? First spot is for Stardew. Second spot. Here we go. Ooh, ooh. English Haunting. Okay, so English Haunting feels very much like the excavation of Hobbs Barrow. Okay, one more. And Fruit Boss. How we doing? Ooh, looking like a haunting. Means I should install the game. English Haunting. Oh god, that is not how I spelled a haunting. Espanol. Oh, Dios mío. Oh my god, English. Oh. It's very loud, which is a good problem to have. Thinking of 10 Dead Doves and how soft that was. Oh, very exciting. This should be very cozy and chill. Yes, here we go. London, 1907. Yes. Skelly Man. Thus, with this method, we can determine the time of death within a margin of error of 2 hours. You should ask Cooper. Me? Why not you? Hugh? Cooper? It would be interesting if you share your doubts with the class. Look what you achieved. Ha, coward. Professor Moore, is it true that you and Professor Ward are devoted to hunting ghosts? My, you have been badly informed. We are devoted to studying them, not to hunting them. What? That's nonsense. Ghosts don't exist. Do you have any conclusive evidence that can substantiate that statement, Mr. Cooper? They're a myth. An invention of mankind to scare those of weak mind. Those of weak mind, eh? All right. Let's see. How many of you believe in God? You can raise your hands? I mean, it's 1907. Yeah, everyone. All of you. Well, perhaps you should be studying theology and not forensic medicine. You can lower your hands. I suppose you think the mere belief in him confirms his existence. Is there any supporting evidence? Any photographs? Have any of you seen him taking a stroll in Hyde Park? Has anyone talked to him? The Pope? Okay, let's set that witness aside for the moment. No one in history has been able to prove it. The only proof we have is faith, and that, regrettably, won't do. Look, gentlemen, neither I nor Professor Ward assert that ghosts exist. We're cautious with regard to that matter, even if we have reliable witnesses and there are a large number of cases. Are those arguments enough to accept this as fact? No. We would be falling into the same trap you fell into with respect to God. We investigate those claims with the best tool science has provided us. That is, the scientific method. A method I advise you to use before compulsively raising your hands to defend your beliefs. I don't think my father would agree with all this blasphemy. Your father agrees with the idea that students from poorer classes should never be allowed into a university, as well as agreeing to use child labor in his factories. So with due respect, Mr. Turner, you can take your father's opinion and shove it up your arse. Come in. Sorry to interrupt, Patrick. Quite all right. What do you need? Look, the dean wants to see you. Can't it wait? The lecture is almost over. It's a delicate matter, Patrick. Are you gonna get fired? Is it about Rose? No, it's nothing to do with Rose. Oh, what a relief. I was starting to worry. Talk to him, would you? I'll take care of the lecture. What were you teaching? The scientific method. Apparently these gentlemen don't get it yet. Very well. Talio. Well, gentlemen. The scientific method. One moment. What? F1 for instructions. F1? Oh. Left button, interact, talk, select, inventory, place the cursor to upper edge of the screen, select an object, and use it with the I for a description. Okay. Escape, menu, help screen. Oh, quick save. What? Okay, let's try a quick save and then fuck around. Statue, trophies. Who's this? Tom Lee. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee? Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you. I was admiring the trophies. Did you know the university won the Greco-Roman Wrestling Championship in 89? Do you remember the storm of 87? I did not. We haven't won since. Such a pity. There are more trophies in the hall. Have a nice day. Okay. Oh, I can choose. More trophies in the hall. Why do I always find you in front of this cabinet? They're pretty, don't you think? Oh, I see. Excuse me? The wrestling trophies. Ah, yes. I suppose they are. Such a point of pride for the university, right? Yes, of course. Is the music a little too loud still, or? Because I just realized there's no voice acting, so it's just the music. Can I inquire about your obsession with trophies? I want to win one. I want the university to win one in my discipline. Wrestling. What's preventing you from participating? I understand you're a good wrestler. Manager Taylor. He doesn't want to be embarrassed like in 96. What happened? Oxford humiliated us. They defeated all our wrestlers. Manager Taylor doesn't want to be repeated. And in his view, the most sensible thing to do is not to compete. Makes no sense, right? Especially if they have me. I'm the best wrestler the university's had in years. I might be able to convince him. I'd very much appreciate it. Tell him Oxford won't stand a chance against me. I'm big and relentless and strong. You look strong, yes. Of course I do. The strongest in the university. Do you want to see? Test me. There's no need, I trust you. Bring me a metal rod, I'll bend it for you. I don't have one, don't worry. I'll do what I can to persuade Manager Taylor. Many thanks, Professor. So the manager won't count on you. This is unfair, big and relentless, and strong. Okay, it's the same. Okay. Have a nice day. You too, Professor Moore. Big and strong. Okay, cool. Selection of the many championship sports trophies the university has won. I can see the polo trophy we won against Harvard in '84. I also remember that cup. We won it for cricket, Middlesex. What about this statue? A gift from Raymond Baxter, former pupil and famous sculptor. Certain Celt deity celebrating the winter solstice. The board has threatened to retire this font is hard to read. This pagan figure several times to the pupils' dismay. Every 21st of December, they fill the statue's bowl with whiskey and parade in front of it, paying their respects. Yeah, that's nothing. Okay, statue plaque. Henry Carter, Dean. Oh, so this is where we need to be. What are you doing with Professor Ward's portrait, Mr. Cook? Haven't you heard? Of course not. You've been shut up all day in that lecture room. Get inside and they'll bring you up to date. It's a scandal. A scandal? Wait, who's this though? Mr. Price. Professor Moore. Studying? Yes. Well, no. I'm reading a treatise on medieval churches. And, let me see. My dear Gregory, I am telling you the unvarnished truth. I believe I am now familiar with the extreme limits of terror and revulsion that a man can endure without losing his mind. I'm sorry. Don't worry, Mr. Price. Don't be ashamed of reading M.R. James. He's a national treasure. Continue with your reading. Thank you, Professor Moore. Is it a classic author? Ah, Professor Moore. Good afternoon. I can't... Oh, I accidentally skipped it. Oh, God, and now I don't... Oh... Okay, wait. Who donated the money? So it was a money scandal? Someone could have impersonated him. There are witnesses, and the signature with which the money was withdrawn is undoubtedly his. Lest we forget, his whereabouts are unknown. We believe in presumption of innocence and respected, but in this case, I'm sorry, Professor Moore, this is the unvarnished truth. Who donated the money? We only know it was a group of intellectuals from London society, nothing else. It appears they had no intention of making it public. And, given the circumstances, they preferred to keep it that way. Why would they do that? He do that. That is exactly what we're wondering. How could he withdraw the money? He's just a teacher. He shouldn't be authorized. At one time, he combined his teaching job with the position of deputy treasurer. That was years ago. He resigned. Nevertheless, he was still registered at the Bank of London. We suspect he took advantage of that to commit this. crime. Get to the point, Dean Carter. Yes. I'm sorry to tell you that as a result of this matter, the board is considering eliminating your Metapsychic Investigations Department, the MID. Very mid, if you ask me. It can't be. It is. My predecessor authorized this departure because of the immaculate career of Professor Ward. Sir Archibald Ellsworth would roll over in his grave if he knew of this infamy. Surely you didn't presume to hope we'd keep this nonsense going after what happened, did you? I understand there's discomfort with Professor Ward, but I'm part of the department too. It isn't fair that I should be blamed for acts of which I'm not responsible. We know, Patrick, but... Patrick? You mean Professor Moore? And I would beseech you not to challenge the board. However, as a courtesy to you, we wish your exit from the department to be as... Stop with this rubbish, Dean Carter. You have 72 hours to prove that your ghosts exist. Oh, if you don't present us with material proof by that deadline, forget about your department. 72 hours? That's not time enough to prove that no one has ever proven... That's not enough time to prove what no one has ever proven throughout the entire history of mankind. That's your problem. And express your thanks to Dean Carter. He's the one who proposed it. If it were up to me, I would break up that circus right now with my own hands. Damn it. We're the laughingstock of every university in the United Kingdom. Let them laugh all they want, Vice-Chancellor Williams. They only display their ignorance. Do you want some advice? Forget about these ghost fantasies and focus on your work as a teacher. You are the best teacher of forensic medicine in all London. Focus on your work for God's sake. This is a serious institution. Superstition has no place here, and neither do your progressive ideas. Are you aware that we have received complaints from some students' fathers because of your radical ideas? What's wrong with being progressive? Isn't it part of the university motto? Knowledge, improvement, progress? Oh, he's coming up close now. He's real serious. Don't be a wise arse with me. Remember who you're talking to. 72 hours, Professor Moore. Prepare yourself to say goodbye to a fantasy that never had any place in an institution as respectable as this one. Damn, we're gonna prove him wrong. That's gonna feel so good. Unless we're gonna die in the progress. 72 hours. 72 hours, Henry. It's humiliating. Why didn't they just close the department immediately? I have more bad news to tell you. Really? There's more? Your department has been sealed. You won't be able to use any of the resources inside. Damn it, Henry. Couldn't you... I can't. If someone sees you there, they'll know it was me who conceded. That would put me in an awkward situation. The board is treating this matter very seriously. I don't want my position to be jeopardized. I beg you to understand. I do. I didn't mean to put you in a predicament. I'm sorry. I know the search for the great beyond is your life, but I'm sure adversity will stretch your intellect even further. I don't know how, but try to find proof, please. If it's strong enough, I'll show it to the board, and they'll be forced to keep the department open. Henry Carter. Books. The Jewel of 7 Stars by Bram Stoker. Nice. The Great God Pan by Arthur Machen. In a Glass Darkly by Joseph Sheridan Le Fanu. Williams would be angry if he saw you devoted time to these readings while working. Ah, these books? I just received an order from that new library near the London Archaeological... I always have trouble with that word. Society. Do you know it? No. You should see for yourself. There are some genuine jewels. I'll do that. Globe. I wonder if Professor Ward is still in London. That's the same thing I want to know. Shelf. How many of these have you written? The ones on the first shelf. And part of the second one, too. Ghosts, Reality or Myth by Dr. Henry Carter. Does William know you wrote this one? Oh, yes. He's even read it. Really? Well, actually, only the prologue. Prologue. Then I can't say prologue without making it, my accent makes it weird. Then he gave me a lecture with more words than are in the book. Okay. Should we try and talk with him one more time? What kind of proof do you need? The tangible kind, of course. Something so conclusive that it would convince the ignoramuses on the board to reconsider their beliefs. What a genius, huh? Who? Ah, Williams, yes. You know, he's never agreed with the university being involved in supernatural matters, even if they're studied through science. What happened with Professor Ward was the perfect excuse to close down the department, don't you think? To him, it was like manna from heaven. It's what he's been waiting for since the beginning. I have no doubt about that. Williams is an old school teacher, quite literally. His closed mind belongs to the last century. Was it like 1907? You're talking about 7 years ago. Forget about him and focus... Oh, I'll try and keep him at bay as best I can. Okay. I still can't believe what he did. Indeed, I'm still processing myself, but the evidence is unequivocal, Patrick. I'm stuck without him. Don't underestimate yourself, Patrick. You're an extraordinary researcher. I know time is not in our favor, but perhaps pressure will push your brain to unsuspected limits. I bet on you, my friend. Any ideas? I remember you said you were working on an electromagnetic field booster. Ooh, EMF? Well, it's more complicated than that in truth, but we could call it that. It served to stimulate supernatural activity, right? In theory, yes. You could use it in this rushed investigation. Did you finish it? Does it work? I took it home so I could work on it during sleepless nights. It's only missing a piece and then I could give it a try. So what are you waiting for? Oh, what's that? I'll see what I can find. Time is of the essence. Good luck, Patrick. Oh yeah, and didn't it say, like, my inventory is at the top? I won't be able to prove the great beyond exists in such a short time without the professor's help. I need to find him. Maybe I can discover something that will help me find him at his home on Dorset Street. I'm assuming that's like a goal added to set forth on an adventure. Ah, here we are. Okay, so that's my inventory. I have a big eyeball on the right there. Select an item and click on the eye icon to get a description. Ah, I see. And those are the escape options. Okay. Okay. Let's see then. Oh, a destination was added. Dorset Street. Let's check out his home first, since that was dark. That's it, room number 4. So you're a friend of Professor Ward. Exactly. And he's gone, sadly. And why don't you want to inspect his room? Why do you want to inspect? Are you from Scotland Yard? No, I'm a professor, such as he. I only want to have a look to see if there's anything that might enlighten me to his whereabouts. Ah, that makes sense. When was the last time you saw him? I know he went out last evening. I was in bed, but I heard his footsteps on the stairs. You haven't seen him since then? No, sir. Anything strange about him? Of course I noticed. But not only yesterday, always. He's a right peculiar bloke, though very polite. I wish the rest of my tenants were as courteous as him. Why is the corridor so dark? The electric company talked me into installing this new light system in their house. What they didn't tell me is that the price would double compared to gaslight. That's progress, you know. Progress for the usual suspects. Those in power. I told the tenants not to use the corridor light unless they want my bills to start affecting their rent. Curious that he lived here. I mean, his salary is high enough to afford him a better place than this. A blooming hovel? Is that what you meant? I mean, yeah. Should you say, like, no offense, maybe? I don't mean to offend you, Miss Dawson. There you go. No, you're right. It's a bleeding hovel. Though it's the classiest hovel in all of East End. And with the biggest rooms for 4 blocks. Would you do me the kindest of lending me the key to the room? I don't have it. What? Professor Ward was a bit forgetful. He asked for my spare key in case he lost it. It wouldn't be the first time that happened. So he's got 2 keys. And me none. That's it. How can I get into his room? You can wait for the locksmith to come tomorrow. I'm afraid I don't have that much time. Or you can try to open it yourself somehow. I won't object. Just try not to break it. I'll be downstairs if you need me. It's so dark, though. Rules? Can't read anything. Plant? There's barely any light. I can't discern what kind of plant this is. We need a flashlight or something. Plaque? Can't properly see the number on the plaque, but I'd say it's a 4. closed. Anything? Maybe he hid the key somewhere? Oh, maybe the key's hidden in the plant. But we need like a light to see. I wouldn't be surprised. If he was forgetful and he kept losing keys, he might have a backup hidden somewhere in the hallway. Wait, switch? It's a switch. Oh! One moment. There's something inside the lamp. Is it a key? I can't reach it. Shit. Rules of the house. The rent is paid the first day of each month. That's it. Daisies. That's not Professor Ward's room. Maybe she has like a stepladder? Oh, that's it. Okay. Let's try our house first, but if not at the house, we can maybe ask the guy who was trying to adjust the painting. Maybe he has like a stepladder or something. Lord Blackwood. Oh, Rose! You did not mention there was a family gathering. We came as soon as we heard. We are very disappointed in you, Patrick. Do you have anything to say in your defense? I do not know what you're talking about, Lord Blackwood. Do not take us for fools, my boy. Your nonsense has finally exhausted this family's patience. It wasn't enough to embarrass us with your ghostly fantasies, but you ended up involved in a robbery. And at the university, no less. No one has ever defiled the Blackwood family name until now. I mean, I wasn't involved. One moment. Involved? I just said that. I had nothing to do with it. Silence, miscreant! The only words I will tolerate leaving your lips are an apology. Let's all calm down, shall we? You dare to tell the Blackwood family to calm down? Such nerve. We have decided by unanimous agreement to cut ties with you. As of now, bid farewell to my daughter, to us, and to this house. I live here. In my daughter's house. Therefore, it belongs to the Blackwood family. And it became a tainted house from the moment you came to live here and sin with my daughter, you seductive devil. I cannot believe what I'm hearing. Rose has nothing to say. That is right, Patrick. It would be best for us to go our separate ways. What the fuck, Rose? And there will be no wedding, of course. Is that it? This is how you end 3 years of blissful engagement. Blissful? Ha! Do you think Rose was happy with you? That is not all. As a major shareholder in the bank, I have taken the liberty of pulling some strings to freeze your bank account. What the fuck? You will not be able to withdraw your money until you have proven your innocence of this crime. What? You have no right to do that. I am one of the main shareholders of the bank. Of course I have the right. That is all this family has to say. Hobson, sir, bring that briefcase and return it to Mr. Moore. I do not want that devil's accessory in this house. At once, sir. Damn. Are you going to leave me on the street with just my briefcase? What about the rest of my belongings? Hobson will make sure they reach you as soon as you provide us with a contact address. Dude, even if you proved your innocence, I would not take her back. Fuck this family. You are committing an injustice. Do you think we're wrong about you? Of course. We were wrong once before to accept you as a member of the family, so I very much doubt that this matter can be called a mistake. Damn. They were waiting for any excuse to kick me out of the family. I'm sorry about this situation, Mr. Moore. You do not deserve this. Thank you, Hobson. I appreciate that you are the only sensible person in the Blackwood household. What are they talking about? Hobson, hand him the briefcase and return to your place. Okay. Time to throw hands, yeah. Hobson would escort you to the door, but I believe you know the way. Hold on, Patrick. I want to give you something before you go. Hope it's not the engagement ring. It's pure gold. What do you want, you bees? Take this. It will be rude to receive suitors with your portrait on the table. Oh my god! She's so ready to move on. They heard the news, what, today? Rose, please. Is this truly what you want? You know I defied my family when they opposed our relationship, and you also know how uncomfortable I feel whenever my friends discuss what you do. I'm a professor, Rose. You hunt ghosts, Patrick. I can endure all that for love. But you have been forsaking our relationship for too long. You devote all your attention to the dead and neglect the living. And that, my love, I can't bear. So I'm grateful to my parents for opening my eyes. I know I've been very busy lately working on my prototype, and I'm sorry for what I've put you through. We can fix this, Rose. Look deep into your soul. Listen to your heart. What does it tell you? Damn! Fuck that family, honestly. Jesus. Extra, extra. Suspect in Camden Town murder arrested. His name is Robert Wood. Hey, Timmy. I turned 11 yesterday, so spare the little. I thought the nickname was because you're short. Just Tim, okay? By the way, your father-in-law had a word with me. Proper high and mighty type, you know? Threatened to call the police if I keep selling papers here. Tell him if he's got issues to take it up with the newspaper and stop bothering the working man. A copy as usual, right, Mr. Moore? I have no money on me. Go to your house and get it. I no longer live there. Really? Well, you know, company policy. No money, no news. Can you tell me the news? Sure, why not? What topic are you interested in? Well, sport, I don't care. Entertainment. Politics. Politics? The National Union of the Women's Suffrage Societies has called for a massive march this Thursday. Do you believe women should have the right to vote, Mr. Moore? Of course. That's exactly what my mom says. On the other hand, my dad says, what's next? Children voting? The police have tracked down the patients who escaped from Blackstone Asylum 3 days ago. Ooh. Upon being apprehended, he reported inhumane practices with the patients admitted there. Scary place, that one, eh? I've heard some terrifying stories about that place. Entertainment. Poor John by Ada Jones is the most popular song in England at the moment. Would you like me to sing it? John took me round to see his mother. His mother. John took me round to see his mother. I should charge you extra for this. Society. Rose Blackwood, daughter of financial tycoon Lord Julian Blackwood, seeks a suitor after her breakup with Professor Patrick Moore. Damn, they wasted no time. What on earth? I couldn't help but hear her father's shouts from inside the house. That was not funny. Just messing around, okay? Don't get cheeky, Tim. Sports. The sports section today mainly focuses on the ritual performed by this boxer chap, One Round Jack. Apparently he always walks into the ring with a bunch of violets. Says it's his lucky charm. The geezer who wrote the piece thought it was a laugh and tried to take the mickey out of him. Where's the humor in that? I don't know. And I hope One Round Jack doesn't read the article. If I were the writer, I'd be miles away from London by now. Well, that's good. Thanks. Let's see. Who's this worker dude? London wants its neighborhoods to remain clean, those of wealthy people in particular. A bucket. Can I have it? Filled with soapy water. I don't want to disturb him. I guess I can't take the bucket. Well, time to go then. Kicked out of my house. Oh, I should have a look at my bag. See if there's anything in it of use. I guess I got the prototype on me now. My electromagnetic field prototype. Okay, so I took it out of the bag. Spent many sleepless nights working on it. I hope it works. There's something else inside. The old metaphysic glossary written by the professor. What's that sound? Oh, he's using a flute. There's also a pair of my gloves that... Hold on a minute. There's only one. Where's the other? One glove. Dude, what are you doing? Inventing a new musical genre, Mr. Collins? I would settle for producing a single musical note, Professor Moore. This is a disaster. The Christmas concert is approaching and I can't even play the flute properly. I don't have the strength to blow. I'm out of breath. Are you alright, son? I don't know what's happening to me. Too much exhaustion, I suppose. Exams, thesis, the concert. The more I think about it, the more I feel tightness in my chest. Try to relax, Collins. Yeah, that always helps. Just tell someone to relax. You're far too young to have a heart attack. So, click on the eye and then click on this, or click on this and then bring it to the eye. Okay. Through a complex system of electromagnetic pulses, this artifact could increase paranormal activity. It's practically finished. The only thing left to do is join the two coils together with a wire. Otherwise, it won't work. Okay. Photograph. Tired of carrying it around. I'll get rid of it, but keep my photograph. Oh. Interesting. During courtship, Rose wanted a keepsake of Patrick for when he was away. It was her first Valentine's Day gift. Leather glove with a great grip. Okay. And the glossary. Okay, maybe we shouldn't read this next to a whistling guy. Mr. Cook. For a second I read it as Mr. Cock. Did they order you to remove the portrait? What do you think? I think yes. Exactly. Who ordered it? Who do you think? Williams? Exactly. Do you need help? I see you're finding it hard to remove a portrait. Do you think old Cook isn't smart enough to take down a picture? Of course not. Exactly. Wait a moment. Does that mean I am or I'm not? You're smart enough to take down a portrait. Ah, good. Some genius thought it would be better to attach the painting with glue instead of a pair of hook screws. In his defense, I'll say that not for anything in the world would I have suspected one of these illustrious professors was a filthy thief. You've already been informed, have you? Sadly. Who would have thought, huh? Though it's not like it comes as a total surprise frequenting the places he did. I'll manage to take down this portrait with no tool. The only one needs to know how... One only knows, one only needs... Oh my god, you know what I mean. Pythagoras, give me a place to stand and I shall move the world. That's Archimedes. You don't need to correct me. I'm not one of your pupils. What places did Professor Ward frequent? A pub for one in the East End. Red Lion. Ah, someone of his stature visiting such establishments. How embarrassing. And in the company of a tart. What tart? A courtesan, I guess. They seemed quite close. She's surely his accomplice. How do you know that? Rumors travel as fast as bad news. I need to find that woman. She might know where I can find Professor Ward. If you find her, give her to the police. I already told you she surely has something to do with the money theft. New location. Nice. I was gonna say nice location. You sure you don't need help? Do you want me to help you marking exams? There's no need. Exactly. Carry on. Okay, so I can't get the step ladder. Can I go into the lecture? Ah, the lecture's done. Okay. Can't hear the flute here, so I can read the glossary then. You need to be careful handling these anatomical skeletons because they're very fragile. Oh, I took the hand! Oh, maybe I can do it. Use the hand to reach into the thing. 1-on-1 scale. Okay, glossary. Phenomenon consistent apport. You can't see it, but it says apport. Phenomenon consisting of the spontaneous appearance of objects without logical explanation. Usually objects with a high metallic component such as watches, rings, necklaces, or bracelets. Researcher Hedinger argues that metal is the only element that can materialize with some consistency from the spiritual world. In the photograph, a ring materialized during a spiritism session. Bloomsbury, 1901. Yeah, port. Oh, you still can see ectoplasm. Yeah, those pictures. And the materialization of spiritual energy emanating from a medium's body. Usually appearing as a white vaporous substance, it can take on forms of deceased individuals or objects based on the medium's abilities. In the photograph, French medium Camille Durand expels ectoplasm from her mouth. At other times, the substance emanated from ears or nostrils. Haunting. Phenomena involving object movements without apparent cause, unexplained noises, manifestations defying rational explanation. These occurrences are linked to specific locations, often buildings where past tragedies may have taken place. A ghost! These pictures are amazing. Yeah, she vaping, yeah. An ethereal manifestation of a deceased individual. Much of metaphysic studies focuses on this phenomenon, since the ghost acts as a link between the immaterial world and ours. By understanding the ghost, we can unravel the mysteries of the afterlife. Medium. An individual with exceptional sensitivities who acts as a conduit between our world and the beyond. Depending on their abilities, a medium can establish contact with the deceased and even manifest them. Some famous mediums includes Lizzie Doughton, Ovidio Rabodi, Camille Flammarion, Kate Margaret, and Leah Fox. Oh, these are real people. I think I've heard of Kate Margaret and Leah. Florence Cook and Samuel Tussaud in the photograph. Metaphysics. The study of supernatural phenomena that defy scientific explanation. The scope of study includes telepathy, telekinesis, mediumship, materializations, communication with the deceased, and any phenomena that current science cannot explain. This term was coined by French physician and physiologist Charles Richet in the photograph. Historically accurate? Yeah, seems like it. Poltergeist. A German word meaning goblin or mischievous spirit. I read that today, that's a German word. In the book that I just mentioned, Masters of Death. Yeah. Phenomenon that consists of the movement, displacements, or levitation of objects accompanied by sounds, knocks, or other inexplicable stimuli. These acts are often how'd you say that? Erroneously? That would be my guess. Erroneously, like that? Erroneously. Okay, cool, thank you. Attributed to ghosts, but although there is some correlation between them, it is still unknown what or who generates them. Recent studies suggest that living people with certain spiritual sensitivity may unconsciously provoke them. Possession? An event, the last book I read, Exorcist, an event where one or more entities take control of a person's body. Usually associated with religion, possession can also occur when a deceased spirit or demon is channeled through a medium, taking over their individuality. There have been cases where a spirit not only seized control of the medium's voice and movement, but also managed to alter their features to resemble the deceased. Spiritism, a doctrine that establishes the possibility of communication with spirits through a person endowed with certain gift for it, known as a medium. Such communication can occur through the mere presence of the medium, though it can also be facilitated by certain objects like a pen and paper for automatic writing. I love automatic writing. Spirit takes control of the medium's hand, or a planchette or a talking board, more commonly known as a Ouija board. Yes, let's fucking go! I'm excited. I hope we see all the things. Full of flasks and test tubes. What is a flask of sulfuric acid doing here? Shouldn't be in the lab. Are you taking it? Ooh. Great. Could also maybe use that to burn the lock, but the landlady would not be happy. Time to get rid of the old eraser. Nice. Okay. Queen Victoria's reign was so long and her personage is still so present that no one dares to take down her portrait yet. And they won't for probably present for 100 years. Our King Edward VII crowned 6 years ago. Better late than never, he must have thought. Also very current, isn't it? The one on the top is Atlas of Human Anatomy by Dr. Oswald de Vries. De Vries? That sounds wrong. The one on the bottom is The Empty House and Other Ghost Stories by Algernon Blackwood. I have a book by Algernon Blackwood. I wonder if it's good. Serves me to help me evade them. Because I got it because The Hollow Places by Kingfisher is my favorite book of Kingfisher. And Kingfisher said that The Hollow Places was inspired by a book of Algernon Blackwood. And I was like, oh, maybe I'll give it a shot. And I bought it, but I haven't gotten around to reading it. The first four drawers are full of anatomy prints. The rest are intended for school materials. Frank? Bad news, right? Worse. The board is threatening to close down the Metapsychic Investigations Department if I don't present irrefutable proof within 72 hours. Proof of what? Of the existence of the great beyond. Damn idiots. That's an impossible time frame. How dare they? That despicable Williams will end up getting what he wants. What do you think of Professor Ward? Are you asking me if I believe he's innocent? Is he? What do you think? I think neither of us is answering a single question. I don't know, Patrick. Nelson Ward is famous for being eccentric and impulsive. But that, of course, doesn't make him a miscreant. So do you think he's innocent? The evidence of that crime is unequivocal. Though simultaneously, I believe that if he committed such a misconduct, he must have a good reason. Not just financial. What reason? Cannot begin to fathom. I only hope this makes some sense. Seen any ghosts lately? God willing, this will be easy, right? How long has the Metaphysic Investigations Department been running? 3? 4 years? 4. And they want to solve the great mystery of life after death within 72 hours? They neither want to nor intend to. If I have been given that time frame, it is because Henry interceded. If only you could succeed. I'd like to see the faces of those decrepit geezers when you show them undeniable proof. I think I didn't know Professor Ward enough. We had a very close relationship, but it was purely professional. I don't know a single thing about his life, apart from him being the chief coroner of Scotland Yard before becoming a teacher. If I had taken even a mild interest in him, I might have detected signs of what he would do. Don't punish yourself with that, Patrick. Nelson was very reserved. I doubt anyone in the faculty really got to know him. I don't know how I can face this research against the clock. I don't want to be untactful, but that's an endeavor doomed to fail. I mean, to this day, no one's been able to find any conclusive evidence of the existence of the great beyond. Perhaps in the future we could resolve the matter, but not in that short time. I need to find the professor. I can't do this alone. We were a team. How about asking for help from the British Society of Paranormal Studies? I doubt they would assist. Neither the professor nor I are welcome here. Ah, because of that damned article. What about Richard? He always supported you, and he could be a valuable ally in this quest. Charles? He's not in London at the moment. No? Damn. Any ideas that might help? Now that I think about it, Nelson mentioned having found a place worth investigating. Do you remember where it could be? I think it was located in central London. A house, maybe? There's a lot of houses in central London. I was having a busy day when he told me about it and didn't pay enough attention. Sorry, I'm not helping. Don't worry. Thank you for always supporting me. I know of only 2 people who could prove the existence of the great beyond. One of them is Nelson. You are the other. You shall always have my support in everything you do. Thanks, man. I should get going. If I can do anything for you, I understand, Frank. I appreciate it. Okay, let's try the skeleton hand, shall we? Oh, wait. I didn't check the desks. Okay, nothing. Absolutely nothing. Let's go. Let's try the skeleton hand. That would be very fun if that worked. I also don't know... Okay, wait. Mr. Cook. Is this Nelson? Tom Lee. No, okay. He said someone called Nelson, right? Knew about a house with a haunting. So I have to keep an eye out, maybe. Oh yeah, we also haven't been to the Red Lion. Let's spread our options first. Let's just do reconnaissance, right? The Red Lion. Okay. Can go in there. Doggy. Oh no. I'm not gonna pet a mangy, flea-ridden dog. I might even have rabies. Did we used to have rabies in the UK? Because we don't anymore, right? There's no rabies anymore? Or is it tetanus? One of those is not in the UK anymore. I'm looking for a man. Ha! You got the wrong street, mate. It's only ladies working here. What? Oh, no. I meant... Never mind, forget it. She got her titties out. Jesus, another one of those. There's a jab for it. UK definitely has rabies. There was one thing where it was like, we don't have that anymore in the UK, but I forget what it is. I think it was being bitten by a squirrel. Like people were like, holy shit, dude, you gotta be careful. And then it's like, why? You're lucky I got more patience than Patty. Wait, let me check. Damn, he looks dangerous. By the way. All this old dry wood. Arson. Looks mighty flammable to me. Remind Harvey about it. Damn. Do you think he has any trouble, mate? No, none. Then get out of me way. Sorry. Have a good day. The Red Lion. According to Mr. Cook, the professor used to come to this tavern accompanied by a mysterious woman. Hope they can tell me who she was. Okay, hold on. The United Kingdom is considered rabies-free. Yep. Last case of rabies in the UK in an animal was 1922. I better ask the bartender first. Okay, he must know his clientele better. Good afternoon. Drinks are paid for in advance. I suppose you won't have an issue with that. Who was that guy? What guy? The one who was threatening you. Ah, where are you from? Hyde Park? Berkeley Square? Belgravia. Ah, Belgravia. No idea. Towering buildings made of gold and streets lined with petal carpets. It's no wonder someone like you wouldn't know Paddy's men. Paddy? He a thug? Will you keep your voice down, you fool? Maybe you don't need his services, but in this place he's indispensable. He's more affordable than bribing the police, and he acts faster. I don't suppose you know what I'm talking about, Mr. Belgravia. I'm looking for someone. His name is Nelson Ward. He's a university professor, always well-dressed and a bit eccentric, I'd say. I've been told he frequents this place. I haven't the faintest idea who you're talking about, sir. I haven't a clue. Not even the woman who usually accompanies him. A woman? In the Red Lion? Are you joking? The only women who come in here are those whores who want to be bought a drink. I hate saying that. He usually comes at night. Ah, at night. That's Harvey, the owner of the place, who takes care of that shift. If you come back later, he might be able to help you. I cannot wait that long. In a hurry to get out of East End, eh? Ask some of these drunks, maybe they know something. Don't get your hopes up. They've got enough to do without throwing up on themselves. Never heard of Paddy. Who are they? Where do they operate? It's better if you don't know anything, for your own good. Thank you very much. Excuse me, sir. John took me round to see his mother, his mother. He just singing. Excuse me for bothering you, sir. I'm looking for someone who... Oh, no! Last time I let something slip, I ended up with a broken pinky. I don't want anything to do with anyone. Since you're here, take this. A drink? You look like you're doing well for yourself. So how about buying me a round, eh? Gin, if you please. That greedy rat Bert doesn't allow credit. He's nothing like Harvey. Maybe we can loosen his tongue with a drink? Nope, apparently not. Mugs? You might be used to taking whatever you please, but not at the Red Lion. If you want a drink, pay for it. I'm sorry. You tried, didn't you? Tried what? Bah! That's the song! They must have made it for the game. His mother! That's the song that the little Tim was saying was popular right now. And the guy on the left was singing it. I apologize for interrupting your moment of bliss. Can I ask you a question? Oh, how eloquently you speak. I hope I can keep up. I'm looking for a regular patron of this tavern. Evidence suggests that he usually comes here at night. I'm not around here at those hours. I'm on the night shift at the factory, and they pay the same as the day shift. But I won't bore you with my hardships. You probably think the same as my boss. So your friend is a regular at this dive at night, huh? You should ask Harvey when he comes. The owner? I do not have time to wait for him. One of those trollops out there usually hangs around at night too. She does business with those who haven't spent all their money on booze. I think her name's Kate. You should ask her. Thank you very much. You've been very helpful. You're welcome. Excuse me, sir. Oh, he's sleeping. He's so eepy. Kate? Let's find Kate. Is that Kate? For now, she's just prostitute. Guy, prostitute. He's busy. She's busy. Ma'am? You again? What do you want? Kate, right? No, I'm Ruth. She's Kate. Kate? Kate! What do you want, Ruth? Can't you see I'm busy? Busy? With that one? I didn't say anything because I wanted you to figure it out for yourself. He shaved off his beard, but it still smells like a pig. Hey! Mind your own business. Hold on a minute. I think Ruth's onto something. You're the guy from yesterday who wanted a piece of us. And without paying. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm new in town. Want free sex? Head to the alley behind that fence. No one ever goes through there. Just think of your mother. Damn, lady. What the hell? Don't laugh at me. I just don't like saying the word. I'll beat you both so bad you'll be less recognizable than those Whitechapel ones. Any trouble, mate? None, officer. Sure about that? You bloody ladies. Thank you for reminding these ladies of their trade, Sherlock. Now bugger off. Everything all right here? It is now. Was prostitution legal? Hasn't it been illegal? By the way, you're a week behind on your payment. Oh, I see. Corrupt. We're aware of that. But you're costing us dearly. Maybe we should go with that Irishman. He doesn't ask for much. That Irishman would twist your necks if you were late on payment. With me, you'd just spend a short while behind bars. By the way, I'm Irish too. What do you want, Ruth? This gentleman is asking for you. He's one of those. One of those what? Come closer. Good afternoon. My name's Patrick Moore. The bartender at the tavern mentioned that you know most of his customers. Especially the nighttime ones, yes. Well, I'm looking for Professor Ward, isn't it? Yes. How did you know? Look at you, fish out of water in a place like this. Just like him. I highly doubt you're looking for any stinking drunkard from that dive. I know him, yeah. Very polite chap, one of those few who greets us when they come around here. What do you want with him? I know he's occasionally accompanied by a woman. Yeah. Do you know her? Do I know her? Everyone in London knows her, and she's not the late queen. Who is she? It's been a slow morning, and it seems you have no intention of paying for my services. I'm afraid I'll have to charge you for that information, Mr. Moore. Yeah, I mean, truly sorry, but I have no money at all. Are you serious? That suit you're wearing costs more than I make in a month on the streets. I have money, yes, but I can't access it. It's a long story. You know what? I've had a dry mouth all morning. Usually at night, Harvey, the tavern owner, treats me to a drink. But he's not around now, and that snooty Bert isn't usually up for it either. We don't serve ladies here, let alone buy him a drink. The tavern is to offer anyway. The idiot thinks he's going to inherit Harvey's business. So get me a drink, and I'll tell you anything you want. I usually talk more with a greased gullet. Couldn't afford it. I told you I don't have any money on me. Give it a try. You'll be surprised when you find out who that woman you asked about is. Do you think it's her? Okay, so either I find money. Actually, yeah, maybe we should try our friend's apartment. Maybe he has some change lying around. If we can get to the key in the lamp. Oh, she'll be furious that I left the light on this whole time. Could use the skeleton arm to carefully remove the crystal from the lamp. Damn, it's not long enough. Maybe a little jump will help. What was that? Curses! Is it a key? Oh, you're gonna hide it from her? What was that noise? Do we lie? She's gonna be so mad. What should we do? Save? I can't save in conversation. My monocle fell. For God's sake, what kind of monocle do you wear? Whew. Okay, what's in it? There's a key here. Yes! Pick up the broken crystal. Don't want to give excuses to the landlady. Oh, that's just the glass. You call it crystal. Okay. Where can I hide the criminal evidence? In the vent? I wouldn't put it in the plant. What if someone sticks their fingers in there? Okay, thank God. Nothing to see here. Awesome. Hey, we in, baby. A map. Map of central London, where the professor has marked several places worth investigating. There's a red circle around one of them. And you're not adding it to your map? There's an old oil lamp. Nice. Nice. Nothing else. Okay. Crucifix. Professor is an atheist, so I gather the crucifix was already here when he arrives. I think the professor would rest better under the watchful eyes of Darwin than under Jesus. Doesn't look very comfortable, though the professor wouldn't care. Seen him fall asleep between classes in the most unimaginable places. There's a birdie. Shoo! Rats of the sky. Oh, that's mean. The street is full of tramps and drunkards. The professor felt more comfortable among them than among his colleagues. I thought there's something in the window, but... A notebook on the desk. Can we read it? The House of Benwell Street? It's discouraging to discover that all the places worth investigating were, in the end, either frauds or a waste of time. However, I found a location that, if my inquiries are correct, would afford a unique opportunity to me and my colleague, Professor Moore. It is an old, impressive building located at 34 Benwell Street. Its original owner was Thomas Highmore, a widower philanthropist who lived in the house during the early years of last century. After his death, his heirs rented the house to several tenants. One of them, Frederick Price, reported strange blows coming from the basement to the police. Raps? An officer corroborated the facts, to which he added, as is stated in his report, that several objects in the room started to slowly move without human intervention. A police report that confirms unexplained supernatural phenomena. Contrary to accounts of normal witness, which is always an act of faith to consider believable, this changes everything. No police officer of sound mind would cast doubt on his professionalism by falsely signing a report such as this. So, we can be sure this is an account we can accept, and thus a very valuable one. Terrified, the Prices left the house 2 months later. Their place was taken by Benjamin Jones. By searching through the documents of the estate agent that managed the property, I found a report stating that the tenant abandoned the house 4 weeks later due to constant unspecified occurrences in the basement. In my investigation, I found 2 other cases with that basement as the epicenter of supernatural activity, but I have yet to verify them. I still haven't informed Patrick about this. We could be dealing with another dead end, and if someone has to waste his time with this, I'd rather it be me. My instinct, though, tells me 34 Benwell Street is the place we've been dreaming of all these years. Remember that. 34 Benwell Street. Let me mention it one more time. Dr. Ward. Benwell Street. I feel so accomplished every time I get a location. That junk box stands out. Let's see what's in it. A copper wire. Ooh, yes! I know what we need. Too rusty. Ah, fuck. Can't use it for your thing then? Just what I need to connect the 2 coils, but it's a very delicate device. The rust on the copper wire could cause a malfunction. I don't want to take any risks. Okay, let me put it back then. Nothing on the foreground. I don't need anything else from here. No money though. I was hoping for some change. Documents, notebooks, I should check them. Take me some time. Oh! Oh, it took me an hour! Nothing in them that reveals where the professor is. Damn it! I wasted an hour on that! Fuck! Okay. You wanna look at the map again? Ah, so the red mark is Benwell Street. Okay, cool. Maybe we should turn off the light. Rather keep it lit? Oh, you money waster. Okay, my house that I got kicked out of. University, Benwell Street, Dorset Street, Red Line. Okay, so let's try and find some change somehow. Is there an in-game timer? Well, I didn't think so. Oh, so yes, if any house screams haunted, that's it. What was I gonna say? I don't think we know what time of day it is, but I feel bad about having wasted an hour just now, yeah. Good afternoon. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Patrick Moore, and I'm interested in conducting an investigation in this house. Oh, what? Scientific investigation. Look, I had no bleeding clue what's going on here, but you can't enter the bleeding house. I can't do an English accent to save my life, so bugger off. It's vitally important that I be able to carry out my research. Listen up, mate. I don't give a bloody damn about you or your fancy investigation, so do me a favor and sod off, alright? Where can I find the owner of the house? Can't give you that info. Please help me. I'm a serious individual. I'm a university professor. I possess credentials. Keep them to yourself. Starting to get on my nerves. Okay. Can I enter the house? I told you you can't enter. It ain't safe. Gonna be torn down soon. So that's on the time limit too. When is it scheduled? None of your business. Don't know why I'm even having this conversation. Have you witnessed any strange occurrences? Listen, mate. Clear off and don't want no trouble, alright? What's the reason of the hostility? Ain't you giving up? Leave me alone if you don't want things to get ugly. Am I making myself clear? Do yourself a favor and bugger off. Ain't getting paid to put up with idiots. Excuse me? I will not allow you to talk to me like that. Get bloody hell out of here, for God's sake. Fear gaining access to this house will not be easy. Shoo, shine boy. Bloody idiot, ain't he? Who? That bloke? Ah, yes. Not very friendly. He's looking at us like, what? What do you want to get in there for? I'm a scientist. I understand there's some unusual activity in this house. What? House is haunted, that's all. You say there's a ghost in there? Why do you think it's abandoned? Nobody wants to live there. How do you know there's ghosts? We've always known. This house has a tragic history. Well, that and what happened to old Mortimer. What's the story? My grandma told me that the first tenant, a bloke named Thomas Highmore, hanged himself in the basement of the house. Since then, folks claim his ghost wanders the halls. My grandma also said that no one who's lived here has lasted more than a month. They've all encountered the ghosts. What happened to this Mortimer fellow? Old Mortimer is a tramp who spent his days picking up cigarette butts off the ground. He sleeps on the streets. Except for one night last winter when he decided to huddle in there to escape the cold. He came out screaming in the middle of the night, saying he saw a ghost in the basement. And you know, he went crazy. More than he already was. Why do they want to demolish it? I've heard something about the structure. It's unstable. Like most of the houses on this street, really. Do you know when they plan to demolish it? I don't know. But what I do know is they've hired these blokes to prevent looting. Apparently the house still holds valuable items. And are there more people in the house? There are a couple more inside. I don't think anyone wants to loot anything anyway. Folks steer clear of this place. I would like to enter. I'm investigating strange phenomena, and from what I've gathered, this house is the perfect place. Are you a ghost hunter? I'm not too fond of the term, but you could say so. Fascinating. A ghost hunter. Oh, I got a plan. Then I have a good story to tell my mates. How I helped a real ghost hunter get into a haunted house. You know, I can get that bloke to stop watching the entrance. Is that so? Oh, hang on. Forget it. Because it'd mean having to go back home, and I'm afraid my dad will give me a hiding. Why would your father hate you? He's the shoeshine man, not me. But today he couldn't work. He's got a hangover. Whenever he's like that, he sends me to do the job. But I forget the shoe brush, and that's part of the plan. If I go back home and he finds out, he'll give me a hiding for being irresponsible. Well, you can't exactly clean shoes without the brush, though. I've been unable to work all morning, and I've come to this street so my father won't see me if he decides to get out of bed. Not many people come around here. I'm safe here, for now. If you tell me where you live, I can go get that brush for you. I already told you, if he finds out I forgot it, he'll hit me. I can convince him not to. No, you can't. I won't be the only one getting a hiding. Without the brush, there's no plan, right? I'm afraid so. Let's see. You need a brush to shine shoes. Exactly. Otherwise, you won't be able to carry out your plan. It's a good plan. Listen. I'll convince that bloke that he needs a shoe shine, and when I get him here, you go in the house. But don't do it through the front door. If you go around the house, there's a little window at the ground level that leads to the basement. We're going straight into the basement. It's broken. That's where old Mortimer got in that night. It's a brilliant plan. You're a little evil genius. I'll see what I can do. Do we have the eraser? Oh, that's the closest thing to a brush. Yes, sir. Oh, I am so good today. But it won't do. It's dirty. The idea is to shine that bloke's shoes to distract him, not get them dirty. Maybe if we take it to the bucket of water on the other street. Don't mind me. Nice. Is it clean now? The eraser is clean with no trace of chalk dust. Hell yeah. Try to clean the wire. I don't think you clean rust with just wire. Acid on the wire. Ooh. Oh, right. Oh, you guys are smart. Sulfuric acid. I managed to remove all the rust from the copper thanks to the acid. Oh, you guys are so smart. Keep the empty flask. I might need it later. Nice. Okay. Nice. The machine should work now. Oh, we're so ready. Okay, and then clean brush. Does this work for you? A chalk eraser, but I thought that... Oh, yes, and it's clean. With this, I will finally be able to work. Listen carefully now. While I'm shining the bloke's shoes, he won't be paying attention to the entrance. How do you know he won't be paying attention? Leave that part to me. Go around the house and look for a low window that's broken. If old Mortimer could get through there, so can you. Are you ready? Yes. Give me room and watch. Oi, you! Yes, I'm talking to you. What's your problem, kid? I think the problem is with you. Are you taking a look at your shoes? My what? Mind your own business, tadpole. All right, but don't say I didn't warn you. Warn me about what? If the one who hired you were to pass by and see your shoes, he'd think that he paid for a pigsty caretaker. Don't think you're giving off a very good impression. You bloody little trickster. How much would you charge to shine me shoes? Don't worry about the price. Someone like you can't afford it. I have the most competitive prices in all of London. All right. Oh, he said like you can't afford it. Make it quick, all right, and make them sparkle. When I'm done with them, they'll look like they were just bought at Harrods. And if you want, for the same price, I can sing you a song. Sing very well. I'm part of the church choir. Do you know Poor Johnny? I love Poor Johnny. Now lift your foot and place it here. Yeah, there's the song again. Took me round to see his mother. Well done, boy. Shouldn't you be sneaking? Oh, and we have the light. The odor of dampness in this basement is quite potent. It's almost unsanitary. I mean, if the window's broken, all kinds of animals can get in. I should light it first. Oh, dang it. I don't know. I don't think I can. I don't think I have anything. Can't see a thing. Couldn't conduct an investigation under these conditions. Ah, shit. How do I light it? Yeah, I should save as well. I can't do it yet. There. Where would I go to light the lamp? Maybe someone at the bar has a light? Anyone here smoking? Oh, is a candle here? Don't think this is a good idea, but... dang it. The candle's right there. Can you invite one of the ladies working outside in for a drink? He would not do that. Can you give the lamp to one of the patrons or the bartender? Interesting. He said I should show him something more interesting. Don't want to wake him. Okay. Haven't the slightest. Only money. I'm supposed to drink that. No. One round jack! I love that the stuff that comes up, like, if it exists, we find it. Oh, I can go in here? Oh. Okay, cool. Welcome to Donovan and Fletcher, your press clipping agency. My partner, Mr. Donovan, is not here at the moment. My name is Oscar Fletcher. Wrist is itchy. It's a pleasure to welcome a new client. Do you know what a press clipping agency does, sir? First time coming here. Imagine you need information about specific facts or data collected by the press. We have a team of people dedicated to reading dozens of newspapers every day and cataloging each article. Wow. Therefore, we can offer you any information that has appeared in a newspaper in a matter of minutes. Interesting. Okay, what you got? I see you're looking at our new notice board. We want to support local businesses by offering visibility to neighboring shops. So far, only Mr. Lockley has availed himself of it. Hugh Lockley. Are you struggling with anxiety, stress? Is your body not cooperating? Hugh Lockley, renowned psychologist, can help you. Visit him at Barton Lane. Do you like the usual promotion method? Unusual? It is a revolutionary idea of Mr. Lockley's. Feel free to take one of his business cards from the ad if you like. Oh, do I get the location too? No. These are bound issues from the London News, the Globe, the Observer, and the London Evening News. Damn, dude. Bell. Bing! I'm here, sir. Okay, shelves, so we can go there. I need information. You've come to the right place. What topic? Benwell Street. Could it be number 34? Yes. How did you know? Recently, a client asked us for all the articles related to that particular place. Might your client's name be Nelson Ward? Exactly, Professor Nelson Ward. Do you know him? He's my colleague. I could share with you what we found. I remember that information very well. Excellent. We could only find 2 pieces of news. First one is related to several disappearances of young women during the second decade of the last century. The police questioned the tenant of number 34 Benwell Street, Thomas Highmore, as a suspect. It was a scandal, as the man apparently had nothing to do with those disappearances. He even sued Scotland Yard, and the police had to apologize publicly. Damn. Unfortunately, the pressure he was under got the better of him and he committed suicide in the basement of the house. Second news article dates back to 1824, if I remember correctly. Tenants there complained of strange sounds in their basement. The police certified the fact that could not give any rational explanation. Anything else of interest about the house? We couldn't find any more news related to the matter. I appreciate the information. And for free, too. About what you found. We could only find 2. Oh, that's the same. Okay. Okay. Anything back here? Excuse me, sir. You can't go in there. There are people working. Okie dokie. So I got us some information, but nothing really new. Except that that women disappeared over a lot of years. Okay, so I've tried the Red Lion now. I've tried Dorset Street. Benwell Street. University. Where would we get a light then? Or what else do we do? We have a glass, no drink. Unless there was alcohol in our friend's place. Maybe we don't need to pay for it. Then they put alcohol in the statue. At some point, yeah. I don't know if there's alcohol in there right now, though. But let me check, yeah. Do you think I could just scoop it out? Every 21st of December, they'd fill the statue's bowl with whiskey. Can't quite see it. No. That was a very good idea, though. Notebook, crystal flask, glass flask. We have our device. Damn, what do we do? Oh, this guy was anxious, wasn't he? Oh, yeah. Ah, I've thought about seeing a specialist. What do you mean? You have all the symptoms of an anxiety attack. Here. Oh, sure, if it's a man, he gets to talk to someone, but if it's a woman, she gets put into an asylum. You have told us about Freud. What if he tells me I'm a victim of frustrated sexuality? We're in England, son. The birthplace of sexual frustration. But yours is simply stress from overwork. Trust me and seek the help of a specialist. After the session, you will blow that flute so hard that the string musicians will have to make a superhuman effort just to be heard. I will listen to you, Professor, and I will go. Would you mind holding on to the flute for me? Of course. Here you go. Okay, it's not what I thought I would get out of it, but... Tried to glove for the picture guy already, yeah. I'm okay if someone looks up a guide, though, just because it's like, we're just missing a step, you know? Oh. Katie, thank you. Walkthrough said, look at the left cask outside the bar and use the glove followed by the glass. Oh. Left cask. Okay. Oh, I didn't know I could look at these. It still contains wine. What? And it's just standing outside like that? The spigot is swollen and damp. My hands slip when I try and open it. Okay. Managed to loosen the spigot. If I want access to contents of the cask, I just need to open it gently. Okay. Glass. Nice. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I totally overlooked the cask. I didn't even know it was a thing I could interact with. Wine? I was hoping for something stronger. I'm sorry, it's all I could get. Oh well, if there's nothing else. A big sippy. Damn it. Did it not suit your taste? Are you kidding? It's delicious. Oh. It came from one of the casks at the entrance of the tavern. Good to know. I'll keep the glass. Now I know where to get supplies. All right, Mr. Moore. I'll tell you everything I know about that woman with your friend. She's none other than Beatrice Shaw. Beatrice Shaw, the medium. Exactly. Beatrice Shaw is quite the celebrity. All of London knows her. Except that barman, apparently. Bert. He's an idiot. Doesn't know a thing. Beatrice Shaw? That lady gives me the creeps. She talks to the dead. Did you know that? She's so popular, it's that the late Queen Victoria summoned her to the palace. She wanted to communicate with our father, the Duke of Kent, in the afterlife. These things make my skin crawl. Beatrice Shaw. What was the professor doing with her? He hates all those charlatans. Ask her yourself. She's got a show at the Westmore Theatre. Yes! There we go. I think I'll be on my way then. Thank you very much for your help, Miss Kate. Hope to see you here more often, Mr. Moore. With money, of course. You know what I mean. Certainly. Next time I'll treat you to another drink. Mr. Moore doesn't quite know what I mean. Okay, great. Let's head off. There it is. The theater. Ooh. Let's look at the posters. Statements by supposed scientists supporting Beatrice Shaw's psychic abilities. I don't know any of them. They are probably false names. Beatrice Shaw's phantasmagoria. Witness the incredible. Listen to the afterlife. The scientific community would take supernatural matters seriously if it weren't for these frivolous spectacles. Hello, Dorman. Excuse me. Sir? I would like to see, Miss Shaw? Miss Shaw. I'm afraid that's not possible, sir. The performance is about to end and all tickets for the next show are already sold out. I don't think I have made myself clear. I'm not interested in the show. I want to speak with her. Miss Shaw doesn't talk to the press. I'm not a journalist. An admirer? Not exactly. Doesn't matter who you are. Miss Shaw doesn't speak with anyone. Does she really speak with the dead? Oh, yes, sir. Her psychic powers allow her to communicate with the departed. It's chilling yet fascinating. I need to speak with her. I'll tell you again, sir. She does not speak with anyone, especially not with strangers. She's a private person. Can you tell her that Patrick Moore wants to speak with her? Who is Patrick Moore? You? Yes. Sorry to say, I have no contact with her. I'm only in charge of ensuring that no one tries to enter the theater once the show has started. Is there any way I could speak to her? Can't do anything for you unless Mr. Westmore, the theater owner, instructs me to. Where can I find him? I wasn't serious, sir. I suppose it will be more productive to speak directly with him than to keep going in circles with you. I mean you no offense. No offense taken. If you feel like wasting your time, I can tell you where he is right now. Yes, please. Mr. Westmore usually spends his evenings at the BAS headquarters. British Association of Supernatural Studies. I have here a matchbox from the headquarters. The address of the... Yes. No! I fell in the puddle. Oh my god. The matches are ruined. You can keep the matchbox if you like. I know where the association headquarters are, but thanks for the matchbox. I guess. Good afternoon. The box is so wet, it's falling apart in my pockets. I'll get rid of it. A wet match. Only one match inside and it's wet. God damn it. Well, I was so excited. Let's go to base. Inform the members of the association that I would have gladly remained for the session, Carson. However, I have pressing matters to attend to. Tally-ho. Is there anything else you require, Doctor? That will be all, Carson. Please proceed to the salon. Don't worry about me. Have a pleasant afternoon, Dr. Stone. Until tomorrow, Carson. Professor Moore, Dr. Stone, what is the meaning of this provocation? Are you not ashamed to come here? What? What do you mean? You know perfectly well what I mean. Oh dear. That blasted article, isn't it? You and your colleague, Professor Ward, ridiculed this institution. Oh, I thought it was about, my colleague. The editor of the Gazette of the Society for Psychic Research in London commissioned us to write an article about the role of the BASS. I regret that we prioritized honesty over moderation. The language employed in that article is defamatory. If it is of any consolation, we should not have signed the article. It was not our intention to antagonize you. Excuses. Allow me to cite verbatim. Any purported witness with a minimally coherent tale would pass through the scant filters of the BASS and augment its casuistic archive. Indeed, however, the BASS proudly presents an extensive catalog of visual material which does not substantiate the existence of an afterlife, but rather illuminates the naivety of its members. You've made a mockery of us in the eyes of the public. We have endured enough of deniers of spiritualism and skeptical journalists. Goodness me, you appear to be aligned with them. However, it is of no consequences. You know what? We were contemplating legal recourse against you both for defamation. But after Professor Ward's scandal, I expect it will not be necessary. Credibility of both Nelson Ward and yourself is now in tatters. I am unsure of your purpose in coming here, but I hope you receive the reception you might rightly deserve. That is, to be kicked out of here. Good afternoon. Oh, I thought he was going to kick me out immediately. Okay, bye. Good afternoon, sir. How may I assist you? My name is Patrick Moore. Is Mr. Westmore present? Yes, sir. May I speak with him? He's occupied at the moment. The members of the association will soon begin a seance. Ooh, Westmore is leading it. I would like to speak to him. As I mentioned, he's occupied. The preparations for a seance must be done carefully. Please return later when the session is over. May I enter? Only members of the association are allowed in the salon. Okay, how long will it be? I couldn't say. Some have taken 20 minutes, others 5 hours. 5 hours? Indeed, sir. How can I become a member? Through the recommendation of another member. Ew. Thank you for your help. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to proofread the latest issue of the association's newsletter before it goes to press. It would be troublesome if I missed a typo. Believe me when I say that a typo is the least of the problems in the association's newsletter. Damn, I beg your pardon? Nothing. Okay. What's the book? Copy of the book, Treatise Treatise on primordial fear. Really? It's a myth, an invention. The association displays it as if it were real. Okay, window. From here I can see the Tower Bridge and the bustling port activity of the Thames. Photographs. All the members. A motto. Association's motto. The veracity of the phenomenon is based on the accounts of the witnesses. For this reason, depictions of both a 9th century peasant and the Three Musketeers are included in its catalogue of something. Something in the background? Person? That is not a ghost, not even a human person. It's a scale lithograph of Gustave Doré's St. John. Disgraceful. My reputation here is already bad enough to be accused of theft as well. I was thinking it. I was thinking you could just take an umbrella to the salon. Oh, we're not allowed in. Bell. Huh? Oh. Oh, that got him to leave. Dozens of the number 17 issue of the British newsletter, articles, Aaron's data. What a waste of paper. British Perforated Paper Company could have put it to better use. That's it? Gentlemen, is everything alright, Carson? You called. No one has called for you. I thought I heard. My apologies. Psychic bell! No? The emblem of the BASS. Looks like the Mercedes logo. The Latin phrase would translate as in search of truth. That's cool. I'm going to step into the room for a moment if you don't mind. I already told you that only members are allowed in, sir. I believe I am a member. You are not, sir. I would be aware if you were. Could you call him? No. Okay. Can I sneak in? I knew I couldn't. Sir, only members are allowed. Okie dokie. Well, that's that then, isn't it? Put your portrait on the wall when he's not looking. Oh, I do have my picture. Oh my god, yeah. Go back, go back, go back. Turn this carriage around at once. Again? Go, go, go. I would have to take down the portrait, remove photograph, place mine, and then back on the wall. I don't have enough time. Oh, such a good idea. I have to think of something that doesn't take that long. Apologize, it won't happen again. Yeah, I won't have time. Excuse me, what are your intentions? Me? Nothing. Respect this institution. Yeah. There's a wall here. Numerous framed caricatures of anonymous people. I suppose they must be tavern regulars. Hold on a minute. This one's the professor. Apparently he was more of a regular here than I thought. Oh, shit. What the devil? What's all this ruckus? Sorry, I dropped it. I'm terribly sorry about that. I just wanted a closer look at the picture and... Ah, one of those things. They're done by an old man who spends too much time here. A fellow named Tenniel. Harvey says they're worth a lot, but to me they're just scribbles. You know what? If I hang it back up with the glass broken, Harvey's gonna go ballistic. Pick it up and toss it away. There's plenty of them on the wall. Harvey won't miss this one. Interesting. So now we can combine it with our picture, maybe? I'll place my photograph on top of Professor Ward's caricature. Okay. In a small frame. Do you think that would be enough? Now we can just swap out frames really quickly? Well, let's fool them again. Third time's the charm. Ding-a-ding-a-ding-ding. He already saw me tampering with them and now I'm suddenly a member. Oh my god. Do not interrupt us again. My apologies. Just like that, I'm a member. Admiring the photograph, sir. I was looking for myself. There I am, third row from the left. What? Let me see. Indeed, it is you, Alistair Ainsworth. How peculiar, I could have sworn. I recall your name being Patrick Moore and that you were not a member of this association. Alistair Patrick Ainsworth Moore. That's my full name. And naturally, I'm a member. May I enter the salon now? I suppose. Thank you very much. Okay, I need to drink more. I could see the bridge. I just realized I saw the boat go by and I was like, oh, we're looking out at the water, and now I recognize it. We did it! We became a member just like that. Oh my god, yes! 4 humble mortals gathered in the darkness. We light the path through the veil. Follow the path to the light and make contact with us. Ludwig von Beethoven! Also, it's von Beethoven. Beethoven was deaf, Westmore. Do you think he will hear us from the beyond? Silence! Stay focused. Play your flute. Oh, Ludwig von Beethoven, we beseech you to tear the veil that separates our realities. I hope to hit the right notes of the 5th Symphony. He's gonna do it. Oh! The spirit of von Beethoven has manifested itself, and if his desire is not to be disturbed, so be it. Let us thank him for his kindness and consider his session closed. The light may now be turned on. Carson? A success, gentlemen, isn't it? A success. Certainly, Westmore. The very Beethoven himself. It's a pity he wasn't very receptive. So if it's all right with you, we could take a break and try again later. Sounds good to me. I second that motion. It will be a long wait, but it will be worth it. So be it. Fucking idiots. Didn't even look behind them to see where the sound was coming from. Oh, he has a pipe. Candles. They're scented. These types of candles make spiritual energies manifest more intensely. Who made such a claim? Don't you know? You should read more. Okay. Can I light the lamp here? Excuse me, what are your intentions? To light the oil lamp with the candles. Do not touch those candles. They balance the energy of this room, and we need that to perform another invocation. Damn. See several scientific essays. Although the library is mostly stocked with gothic horror novels. Outdated attire, the appearance of a university professor. I would say you are Professor Moore. But Professor Moore would be too ashamed to come to this institution after what he wrote about us, so you must not be him. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I am Professor Moore. I have come to ask Mr. Westmore a favor. Well, I hope he doesn't grant it. Good afternoon. Jesus, what a prick. A Bundy Elite radiator manufactured by the American Radiator Company. The heat it gives off makes it hard for me to get out into the cold, foggy streets of London. Try to stay away from the summoning circle. It still holds spiritual energy that we will need. Okie dokie. Did you know that if you stare into the mirror for half an hour, your face seems familiar? You're Professor Moore! You should not be here. This salon is for the private use of members. We make exception from time to time, but not for those who seek to denigrate this association. I come in peace. Are you here to admit that your words about this prestigious association were out of line? Oh, yes or no? Yes. I believe I made a mistake, yes. Let's try and be friends. Well, it's a start, but do not think that we will forget this matter so easily. What was that about the mirror? Are you aware of Dr. Frank Carroll's discovery? No. The doctor argues that if you stare into a mirror for 3 to 4 hours, the image it reflects is what you will look like in about a decade. Though I know you will disagree, of course. I would not like to disappoint you, so I would agree with that. With Dr. Frank Carroll? No, with you, when you say I won't agree. I need to speak to Westmore. If you'll excuse me. His gaze is fixed on the mirror. What about this painting? It looks so cool. Infamous Borten Castle of Groldavia, painted by the Dutch artist Vries Brandsma. Never heard of him. Spirit of the necromancer Waldemar Gorabak is said to be held in the painting within the castle. Yeah, sure. Okay. Percy. New member. Excellent. What's your name, young man? Alistair. Can't recall. Just call me Alistair. You may address me as Mr. Walpole. Tadpole. I believe you have tried to invoke Beethoven. That is correct. I think it was a waste of time. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I don't care for his music. I would have preferred to summon Mozart. It's been a pleasure. Likewise. Okay, let's talk to Westmore now. Mr. Westmore? Well, well, I see Carson has lost his watchdog faculties. What brings you here, Professor Moore? I need to enter your theater. Which one? I own theaters all over London. The Westmore Theatre. It's quite simple. Buy a ticket and enter. Is that why you came here? I need to talk to Beatrice Shaw. It's of vital importance. Oh, Beatrice. She is quite the sensation all over London. I did not take you for an admirer of Miss Shaw. Or do you also want to discredit her as you attempted to do with us? It's a personal matter. In that case, wait for her after the second performance tonight. A carriage always awaits her at the rear exit. If you're lucky, you could catch her in a good mood and she might speak with you. I don't have that much time. I think I understand what's going on here. You have come to me so you can access Miss Shaw's dressing room to meet her, and I don't know what you want to discuss with her. And to tell you the truth, I don't care either. Am I correct? Yes. That's why I'm here. You know something, Professor Moore? We've just had a successful seance, so I'm in a good mood. I can give you what you want. I will be very grateful. It won't be that easy, Professor Moore. You'll have to earn it. How about a bet? A bet? Never underestimate a good bet. I owe part of my fortune to them. All right, what's the wager? I'm gonna put a little, first of all, let's set the playing field. A little wrist pad I can put down if I need. You know what I'm putting up. I will grant you access to my theater's dressing rooms for your meeting with Miss Shaw. What's at stake for you? If it's money, forget about money. I'm one of the wealthiest men in England. I would ask you to wager a public apology in a national medium. But I know you're a man of convictions and wouldn't do it. Although I won't say no to something of value. Show me what you're wagering and I'll explain the bet. Oh, the prototype? I doubt he would want the glossary, right? Oh, I can't even do that. How do I close it? Yeah, I have nothing on me except the prototype. Do you consider that to be of value? Keep it to yourself. What? Really? Maybe we should give him some bullshit? Maybe the notebook? Oh, I can't give it. Can you put the wet match on the radiator? Ooh, good idea. I will leave the match on the radiator for a while. Hopefully the moisture in it will evaporate. Nice. Good idea. It looks like a cigarette like that. I think it's ready now. Great. Yay! Awesome. So what do we bet with him? What do you consider something of value? Something material. Okay, but he doesn't want our EMF, and that's the most valuable thing we have, so... Now that we have a match, though, should we try and light it? How do I get in here? Like, how do I go to the back? Oh, God. Okay, there you go. Okay. The moment of truth. We only have one chance. Oh, thank God. Lit. This shit is lit, fam. Yay! There's a table on the back wall. That's a good place to put the lamp. You walk over in darkness? Okay. A bit more light would be welcome. Nice. It's chilly in here. A temperature much lower than one would expect in a place like this. Without a doubt, it is an unmistakable sign of supernatural activity. According to the professor's notebook, the manifestations used to concentrate down here. I should start investigating. Footsteps! Psychic feet. They must belong to the other two guards. Woo! Wait, you going up? You leaving the basement? Oi, there you are. I was thinking we ain't never checked the basement. You fancy taking a peek down there? Go on then, off your trot. Bet you're going solo. Solo? And then? I reckon you got a point. Let's forget about the bloody basement. Smells like a rat died down there. All that stink of damp and... I should call... Wait. Hold on. See, is Sean's home? Babe, do you want to come in and do a British accent for me? Oh, don't want him to fire me because he thinks I'm daft. This house don't sit right with me. If it wasn't for needing the cash, I wouldn't be here. Starting to get a bit twitchy, right? Need to get some bleeding fresh air. I'll tag along. Could do with a break from this dump, even if it's just for a few minutes. Yeah, he would have been great at it. A shadow in the mirror. Interesting. Nevertheless, I shouldn't worry about those fellows. They're too frightened to come down here. I can investigate without problem as long as I don't make too much noise. So let's get on with it. Okay, what's this in the foreground? Picture? Some of the bottles contain a dark liquid. The others are empty. Ventilation grill. Ventilation duct connecting to other rooms could alert me if those chaps return to the house. Anything on the table? Enough space here to leave my research tools. Moldy books, rusted pot, and a stuffed crow. There's nothing I need from the shelf. Table. Nothing there, nothing there. Oh, but there's nothing else here then. Can you put the EMF on the table? I hope it works. Our studies concluded that there is a certain relationship between supernatural manifestations and electromagnetic waves. Shouldn't you have a camera or something ready if you want proof, though? Right now, the machine is agitating those waves to enhance them. Seems to be working. The temperature has dropped considerably. The next step is to make contact with the entities. As far as I know, Thomas Highmore was the first tenant of the house and he hanged himself in this very basement. From then on, strange phenomena began. Dear God, I'm so nervous. Here we go. Is anyone there? This is so cool. My name is Patrick Moore. What's yours? Reveal yourself. Thomas Highmore, I summon you. This could be a bust. Yes, Thomas Highmore? What is that your name? Two-way communication. Thomas Highmore, I have some questions for you. If you want to say yes, knock. Let me get out of here. Did it break? My machine! Whoa! Incredible! A concentration of energy has just materialized out of nowhere. Metal. What is it? Who is trapped in the house? A watch? It can't be. An old rusty clock has materialized in the energy concentration from the ceiling. The supernatural transfer from one place to another is categorized as a port. What I just witnessed was a portal to another dimension. I never thought I'd witness one. There is a date inscribed in the back. 1812! Damn it! Them noises are coming from the basement. Should we go down? Are you daft? There ain't no doubt this house is haunted. Let's tell Tom if he wants to go down, he can. Where is he at? Watching the door. I'll tell him to come running. I think the investigations are over for now. Don't forget your machine. Oh. Where'd he go? That was awesome. And a port. I still can't believe it. Were they looking for proof in the afterlife? Well, damn it, here it is. And this house. I have no words to express such a discovery. It's the Everest of haunted houses. You lot see that, you idiots? I managed to sneak out through the bleeding window. So if you've heard noises in the basement, it's because someone slipped in through here. From now on, I want one of you keeping watch on the basement. Pick straws, but if you hear any more ghost stories, I swear I'll kick your arses. Got it? If only you had a modern camera. Yeah. Well, there were... Yeah, we had ghost photography, the ectoplasm stuff, so... Oh my god, yes.
Did someone call for a British accent?
Please read this for me. I'm struggling so bad.
It went away.
Oh, shit. It auto-scrolls. Tried to locate the owner, but I couldn't. Here.
You swear you haven't been skulking around the bleeding house? Someone's been inside and something tells me there were cahoots with that little boot black.
I hope you're not accusing me of trespassing on private property.
No, I ain't saying that. I think. I don't want to see you wandering around here. Got it? Toodaloo.
Perfect. The whole time I was like, Sean would do such a good job.
I'm doing my generic, like, what do they call them? Like boiler hats?
Yeah, he's just
Hey, if you ever need a job need doing, let me know.
Thank you. That was amazing. It paid off. Okay, let's see. Oh, we lost our device. He left it. So we have our report. An old rusty watch materialized out of nowhere. This phenomenon is called an apport. So we should take that to someone, right? Who should we take it to? Maybe back to the university as proof? He got the portrait empty. Mr. Cook managed to remove it. Let's give him an update. I should save as well. Henry, take a look at this. A rusty watch? It's not just any old watch. It's an apport. A what? It materialized out of thin air. Are you serious? Where did it happen? The basement of 34 Benwell Street. A genuine haunted house, Henry. I experienced a wide range of phenomena. Paraphonies? Manifestation of spectral energy. Bi-directional communication with an entity named Thomas Highmore. Are you serious? Yes, Henry. We have done it. All this... Oh, terrifying. Sorry, I accidentally clicked. Were you scared? Scared? I've spent my entire adult life waiting to witness something like this, Henry. I was ecstatic. In a situation like that, there's no room for fear. I admire your steadfastness. Let me see the apport. Good Lord. I never thought I'd have an apport in my hands. We are privileged, Patrick. I will present it to the board as evidence, of course. Nice. It's engraved with a date, 1812. That could be indicative of... Henry? What's going on? There are so many questions. Where did the watch come from? How many dimensions has it traveled through to appear in the basement of 34 Benwell Street? However, those won't be the questions the skeptics on the board will ask. Is he putting the watch away? Oh no, he grabbed something. Take this necklace. Take a good look at it. Much to my dismay, I will play devil's advocate. If I told you it just materialized in that closet, what would you say? Keep it, by the way. It has been there forever, and it must have belonged to my predecessor. Cool, gold necklace. I know what you mean, and I'm aware that the watch is not conclusive evidence, although you could ask the board to analyze it. That would give us more time, and hopefully the test will reveal something odd about it. Do you agree? I agree, and I will do so. But what about the result you achieved in the basement? Can you repeat the tests? Yes, thanks to my prototype, but it got smashed and I left it there. I had to run out of that basement because... Never mind, it's a long story. Unfortunately, the board won't accept the apport as valid evidence. You must return to that house and come back with a sure thing. It'll be difficult to gain access to it. Not to mention that I would have to rebuild the electromagnetic field prototype to achieve the same results. And that would take time. Let's not be pessimistic. As I said, I will present the apport, I just say apport, but I don't know, to the board, and we'll try to buy you some more time. Try to rebuild the machine, and I'll make sure the entire board is present when you repeat the experiment. Oh, that's what we saw in the trailer. How about this? Is this an acceptable wager? It looks like gold. Ah, I see we speak the same language. Very well, let's play. Your articles seem to suggest you knew everything about the bass, although it only focused on what you considered mistakes. We also have successes. Did you know that last year we made contact with an illustrious Englishman during a seance? It is a well-known fact. The news appeared in a distinguished London newspaper. It was published a couple of days before the winter solstice. Now tell me who it was and you'll win the bet. Is that it? That's all. Well, do you know who it is? Yeah, we don't know. Let me think. I will be lenient and give you time to think about it. You do not need to answer me now. Okay, let's go to the clipping people. Yes. They'll know. Good day, sir. Welcome back. Hi there. I need information. You've come to the right place. What topic? Information about a seance. How long would it take you to provide it? We're quite busy at the moment, so it could take a couple of days. Ah, that's too long. Is there any way to speed up the process? Not unless you provide us with enough data to find the news quickly. It would help if you knew the newspaper where the article was published, day, month, and year. If you provide us with that information, we could locate the news in minutes. Would you like to try? Yes, why not? Do you know in which newspaper the article you're looking for was published? Oh. I would guess the Evening News. Did he say? I think he did say in London, right? Let me see if there's a thing on how to pronounce a port.
A port.
A port. Asked the paper boy. Let's check. I'm gonna go with my Evening News gut. Oh god. Oh, it was before the solstice. 21st? Oh, maybe it was the 19th then. Oh, did he say when? This is this year, so it has to be 1905. Can you imagine if we did it right? There's no way. Couldn't find anything. Sorry. I'm looking for a piece of news. I hope you can help me. It's about the British Association. Last year, they allegedly summoned a spirit at a seance. Does that ring a bell? Actually, I think it does. I know it took up a whole page in the Morning Herald. Okay, the Morning Herald, huh? Do you remember the date? I don't recall the exact date, Mr. Moore. Do you know who they summoned? Not sure quite about that either. Okay. So the seance of the supposed summoning appeared in the Morning Herald. Interesting. Was that an option? This one. That was not an option. Maybe it's only an option when you know it. So maybe we couldn't have guessed it. Maybe it only appears once you talk about it. Let's see. Seance. Morning Herald. Okay, so it was just before the solstice, right? So I'm going to say 19th of December. And then the year before, current year, 1906. Oh, let's see if that's it. Yeah, you wouldn't be able to brute force it if you didn't have the information. Eureka! That was cute. I love that he's so excited to find information. Yes, here you go. Darwin from the Great Beyond. Oh my god. Darwin. The British Association for Supernatural Studies managed to contact Charles Darwin for a seance, for God's sake. I don't know which is worse, the deceit of the bass or the gullibility of the Morning Herald. Nice. Very grateful, Mr. Fletcher. However, there is a problem. You see, I don't have the money right now to pay for the service, but I promise, don't worry about it. The first service is compliments of the house. I'm embarrassed to say this, but you've taken a load off my mind. Subsequent services obviously must be paid for. Of course, certainly. It was a pleasure to help you. Oh, he just likes his job. I mean, the fact that they were trying to summon Beethoven of all people. Okay. They are a joke. This place. Let's stroll on through. Hey there. I think I have the answer. Really, let's hear it. Charles Darwin. Oh, very good. I see you've done your homework. I must admit, this is the first time I've lost a bet. Although I made it easy on purpose. I just wanted to show you that in the BAS we achieve results. Which, by the way, something you and Professor Ward failed to do. Hold on. I need a promise is a promise. Mr. Frodo, I made a promise. Wait here. Charles Darwin. Checkmate, Professor Moore. This will teach you not to question the results. I mean, it teaches me to question the results for sure. Wait a moment. I'm starting to see something in the mirror. Professor Moore. Come here, please. I was starting to pick at my thumb, so I had to show this to Robinson. I had to clip it. I believe he's the one at the door today. He will take you to the dressing rooms. Okay, cool. Oh, and then let me in, to see Shaw. What was her full name again? Something Shaw. Thank you very much, Mr. Westmore. Listen carefully to what I'm about to tell you, Professor. I will soon leave cold England and settle in sunny California. I want my daughter Vivian and Helen to grow up in a different kind of environment, more in keeping with the times. Despite all the technological advances we are experiencing, old England is still stuck in the past. What I mean is that I won't be here to defend the interests of the BAS tooth and nail. Don't be too harsh on us, Professor. We already have enough skeptics who believe these matters are just fantasies. Believe it or not, you and I are in the same boat. Will you keep that in mind, Professor Moore? I'm sorry to say that I will continue to hold the same opinion of this institution. I cannot go against my principles, but I admit that I should be more discreet regarding disassociation in the future. That's good enough for me. I give Miss Shaw my regards. Beatrice Shaw, right. Do you know the movie Dead Silence? That lady, the ventriloquist lady, she's Mary Shaw. I wonder if it's inspired by Beatrice Shaw. Okay. Here you go. Mr. Westmore was kind enough to give me this note. May I? Yes. All right. You can read? The show's not over yet. I'll have Clark escort you to the box seat so you can watch the last few minutes. When it's over, he will take you to Miss Shaw's dressing room. Is that all right with you? More than all right with me. Please go in. I'll inform Clark. Nice. Ooh, look at this. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a great pleasure to share this magical evening with you. You have witnessed the possibility to cross the thin line that separates our plane of existence from the beyond. You have also been witnesses to how the dead still have much to say to those of us who remain in this world. I can only say thank you for... Wait a moment. A young man. He has been wounded. A war. Far from here, on another continent. He is calling for his mother. He knows he's going to die in a few minutes. He's bleeding out. Do not cry, my dear. What is your name? I can't hear you clearly. Warren? Walter. He knows his mother is here. Oh! What is your mother's name, dear? Amelia? Amelia Reinhardt? Anyone in the audience with that name? Oh my God, Walter! Please come up to the stage. Your son wishes to be with you in this delicate moment. Amelia Reinhardt? That's me. Walter, Mom's here. Your son died in the war, didn't he? He died at the Battle of Rorke's Drift in South Africa. fighting against the Zulu Empire. He couldn't bid you farewell, but thanks to the fact that the spirit world's not bound by the same temporal rules as ours, we can remedy that. I want to say goodbye to him. Walter, are you there, Walter? Walter, are you still with us? Yes, here's your mother. Do you want to say something to her, Walter? This charade must end! Who is the fool who dares to interrupt a communication with the other side? Drop the act, Miss Shaw. Your role as a medium is beyond your abilities. Ladies and gentlemen, all the way from across the Atlantic, Mr. Harry Houdini. Houdini? The great escapologist? Round of applause, please. I warn you, if you do not get off the stage immediately, I will lock 1,000 padlocks on that straitjacket of yours and have you thrown into the Thames. Damn, ice cold. Let's see if this time you manage to survive your star act. I see you not only engage in fortune-telling, but also mesmerism. You have everyone hypnotized. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for this interruption, but you must know that this woman is deceiving you. What is happening, Miss Shaw? Ignore him, Mrs. Reinhardt. Miss Shaw is not speaking with Mrs. Reinhardt's son. She's never spoken with the dead. And how do you know my son died in the war? You are Amelia Reinhardt, owner of one of England's most important steel empires. Everyone knows that tragically you lost your son in the war against the Zulu Empire. Are you getting the picture? Many of you are London society figures. Most of the information Miss Shaw has brought to light tonight is public. And what isn't she and her team have thoroughly investigated about you beforehand, digging deep into you and your deceased loved ones to perpetrate this lamentable spectacle. Don't be deceived by the crude tricks of this fraudster. Walter, yes. No, don't leave. I know what you're trying to do, Shaw. Don't go there. Walter says we're not taking him seriously. No, son, please, stay with us. Damn it, Shaw. Walter says he has little energy left to remain in this plane. Mr. Houdini's interruption has hastened the little time he can spend among us. Walter? Walt? Walter is no longer with us. I'm sorry you couldn't say goodbye to him, Mrs. Reinhardt. Damn you, sir. Are you proud of what you've done? Because of you, I couldn't bid farewell to my deceased son. Be rational, Mrs. Reinhardt. Your son has never been in this room. You have no heart, Houdini. How could you do this to a mother? Apologize or we'll make you apologize. The audience is starting to get nervous, Houdini. You still have time to leave the stage. But haven't you seen what just happened? So you used the mother's pain to emotionally manipulate you and... Stop it already, Houdini. These people came to see a show. If you don't leave right now, I'll punch you in the stomach. Oh, but yeah, that's a good one for Houdini. What a show they will have. Do you think she knows that that's how he will die? With your attitude, you're legitimizing these scams. What an ignorant bunch. I'm sorry for what happened, Mrs. Reinhardt. Can't you contact my son again? Unfortunately, it does not work that way. You can return to your seat. That is all, ladies and gentlemen. We have traveled through remote and unexplored worlds without leaving our seats. We have heard everything that the deceased had to say. I hope you've had an evening of unimaginable sensations. And remember, the dead speak to us, we just need to pay attention. Thank you very much for coming. Maybe she does know then, if she knows how he's gonna die. If you would be so kind to wait here, Miss Shaw will attend to you shortly. Thank you very much. Okay, should we look at some stuff? I don't want to get caught in snooping around her clothes. Okay, flowers. Note from Westmore. We're making a fortune, Beatrice. For God's sake, Oliver, didn't you know Houdini was in town? I did. I didn't expect him to attend the show. That scoundrel is determined to disrupt the work of mediums. He's obsessed. It won't happen again, Beatrice. I promise. Don't worry. Luckily, I know how to deal with these kind of people. Hey there. Hello. Patrick Moore. It's about time I finally met you. Do you know who I am, Miss Shaw? Of course. And let's dispense with formalities. Call me Beatrice. Nelson has told me a lot about you. In fact, he never stops talking about you. Let's cut to the chase, Beatrice. Do you know where Professor Ward is? At this hour? At the university, I suppose. You should know better. No, he's not there. Well, where is he then? I was hoping you could tell me. One moment. Have I missed something? Professor Ward has absconded with a significant sum of money from a donation from the university. Nobody knows where he is. Nelson, a thief? Impossible. He doesn't care about money. Why would he do such a thing? I wonder the same. Do you know where I can find him? Ease your tone with me, young man. I don't know what you're insinuating, but I'm as confused by the news as you are. I'm sorry. It's been a very tough day. First, I find out my colleague is a thief. Then the board expresses its desire to shut down the Department of Metaphysical Research if I don't prove the existence of the afterlife in 72 hours. To top it off, my fiancé has broken ties with me, I've been kicked out of my own house, and all my money's been frozen in the bank. I'm a nervous wreck, so permit me some vehemence. Oh, I'm so sorry. But believe me when I say I have no idea where Nelson is. You were seen with him at the Red Lion, and you thought I was his accomplice, did you? Your informant never considered that we were just two old friends having a pint at our usual haunt. The Red Lion is the perfect place for me to go unnoticed. They're too drunk to recognize me. What's your relationship with him? Are you lovers? No. Nelson has never shown interest in romantic relationships. I have no interest in men either. We've been lifelong friends. We grew up together in Whitby. We have hardly been apart ever since. He never spoke of you. We're talking about Nelson, so does it really surprise you? I admit we basically only talked about professional matters. I gave up on him talking about his personal life. Don't blame yourself. I have to be very persuasive to get him to talk about anything other than metaphysics. Nelson lives in his own world. He never wanted to be diagnosed, but I think he has early onset heberophenia? What is that? I suppose that's why he's seen as an eccentric person. That would explain a lot. But he's the most upright and honest person I know, so all this talk of theft and flight has me baffled. Something smells fishy about this. I do not believe you have psychic powers. You are right to think that, because I do not have such powers. It is all a charade, as that buffoon Houdini pointed out. My calling is scientific, Patrick. My dream has always been to pursue science, but they wouldn't let me into university. A place exclusive to men. Everything is exclusive to men in this rotten society. I had to be self-taught, and I have become a good scientist. But damn it, I can't prove it. I find it curious that as a scientist, you have no qualms about what you do. I take money from those who hindered my professional career. I have managed to amass a fortune at their expense. As far as I'm concerned, I have a clear conscience. I'm worried about Nelson. He must have been coerced into doing what he did. It's not like him. I refuse to believe it. Do you have any clues as to where we can find him? No, every lead I've followed regarding his whereabouts has led me to you. Oh. Have you checked if he's in his workshop? No! Where is that? He never told you about it, I see. Does he have a secret workshop? Secret wouldn't be the word. He simply forgot to mention it. You know how he is. Like a box of surprises indeed. Nelson wanted me to have a spare key to the place. I have it stored in that drawer. Cool. Will you come with me? Don't you have a function next? My best friend has gone missing. The last thing I care about is entertaining a bunch of rich folks. So let's go and not waste any time. Ooh, nice. Let's go. Hee hee. You look tired. Why don't you take a nap? I'll let you know when we're about to arrive. All right, not to worry. I won't insist. Window. I hate London. Its streets, its people, its repressive morality. The only good thing about the city is Nelson. Although he's from Whitby. I guess that doesn't count. What's your story, Patrick? Excuse me? Both you and the professor are obsessed with finding out what lies beyond death. An admirable passion. Both of you would give anything to know the truth. So tell me, where does this interest come from? I saw a ghost when I was a child. Ooh, interesting. It was my little brother. He died of polio when I was 9 years old. Oh, I'm so sorry, Patrick. Can't imagine how hard it must have been for you. It was, Beatrice. It was. It happened on the night of his funeral. I heard footsteps in the hallway that startled me. They were heading towards the room Cedric and I shared. At first I thought those steps belonged to one of my parents, but it didn't sound like their walk. It sounded like Cedric's. Polio had deformed his right leg. His gait was distinctive. I jumped out of bed, opened the door to the hallway, and it was him. His face was contorted in a perpetual grimace of agony and pain. He was bumping into walls with violence. He was banging his head against the doorframe as if something was eating him up inside and he was trying to get rid of the pain. It must have been terrible. So horrible that I couldn't bear it and I fainted. I never told my parents. Would they have believed me? I doubt it. Never did I want to cause them any more pain than they were already enduring. But what I saw was real. It was not an hallucination or a dream. There's no one in the world who can convince me otherwise. For years I've been obsessed with not only with the fact that we can see the immaterial world, but also with what is happening to these poor souls. I don't buy into those benevolent stories of ghosts appearing to their loved ones to bid farewell. What I usually do on my show, yes. Pure fantasy, I'm with you. If we go back to ancient times, the figure of the ghost has always caused terror. Ghosts have been feared since the dawn of time. Why are they used in literature as a chilling element? Why does the world itself have that terrifying connotation? They are our loved ones, right? It could be cause for celebration and hope that they visit us after death that we can't contact them. As with visions of angels or virgins. No one was scared of the apparitions at Lourdes in 1858. Exactly. Cedric's appearance was of no different nature. It conveyed anger, pain, aggressiveness. It was the very embodiment of terror. Something happens to us when we pass to the other side. I want to know what it is. I can't bear the thought of my little brother who suffered in life, also suffering in death. He doesn't deserve it. No one deserves to end up like that. Most religions assure us that eternal peace awaits us after death. Rubbish. They're wrong. Do you want to hear my story? Of course. Go ahead. Nelson and I witnessed a similar apparition when we were children. It was at St. Mary's Church in Whitby. There were rumors that strange noises were heard in the church some nights. The parish priest denied it, but everyone knew something was happening there. The village elders talked about the ghost of a former prior who roamed the church at night. We have always been passionate about these issues, and like the good rascals we were, we snuck into the church. Oh, at night, I'm assuming. Childhood fantasies, you know? We sat on one of those benches closest to the exit, just in case. We were there in the dark for over 3 hours with nothing happening. But suddenly we saw the benches near the altar starting to move on their own. A dark silhouette materialized and began pushing the benches with violence while approaching us. We heard its voice, but we couldn't interpret what it was saying. Its tone denoted anger. That scared us more than its mere presence. I don't know how we overcame the fear, but we managed to get out of there. That same night, we promised to dedicate our lives to studying these phenomena. Did you become a researcher? Oh, yes. Most of my life has been dedicated to research with Nelson, but we didn't succeed. Nelson had support as a forensic scientist and later as a professor at the university. He could afford something as basic as living. I needed money. Research in this field was a guarantee of starving to death, and we weren't achieving great results either. So I put aside the investigations and became Beatrice Shaw, the great medium. Nelson didn't take it very well, although he never stopped informing me of all his progress. Last night we met at the Red Lion. He told me he had found an ideal place to investigate. Number 34, Benwell Street. Yes, I've been there. I managed to contact an entity. Are you serious? Nelson was right. We have to go back there and conduct a thorough investigation. Those idiots who want to shut down the department will have no choice but to eat their words. Oh, we're arriving. Hopefully we will find Nelson sleeping soundly in the workshop, unaware of all that's happening. Why do I feel like he's gonna be dead? Are we gonna find his body? Okay, it's empty for now. Professor? There seems to be no one here. Let me try. Nelson, you fool! Open this blasted door. All of London is looking for you. I'll open it. Do we have lights? He's not here. We should search the lab. Maybe there's something that will give us clues about his whereabouts. Good idea. I think the light switch is nearby. Where? Ah, there it is. Oh, nice. Let there be light. Let's turn this place upside down. Okay. Let me, save. Miss Shaw. Looks like a high-powered electric generator. What would the professor need such wattage for? Box is full of technical drawings. Let's take a look. Oh, can't be. Beatrice, what have you found? Come and take a look at this. Is this what I think it is? The box of revelations. Nelson couldn't stop talking about it. High-tech machinery that can reveal the hidden. A real-time viewer of the beyond. A fantasy. We theorized a lot about this device, but we gave up when we assumed it was impossible to build with existing technology. However, from what I see... Move my little wrist thingy. It seems the professor found the key. If we connect... Oh my god! Of course! It could work! Take a close look at this document. Designed by Professor Nelson Ward and Professor Patrick Moore. Yes, the core part of the machine is based on my electromagnetic wave booster. Thanks to it, I've been able to contact Thomas Highmore at the Benwell Street house. There are several names associated with parts of the machine. Let's take a look. One of the pieces would fit into the side spring. Eugene Wood. Does that name ring a bell? He's a renowned photographer specializing in post-mortem images, mourning portraits, photographs of the deceased for their family remembrance. I find it a distasteful practice. I hope they do not photograph me like that when I die. In fact, I have stated in my will that I want to be cremated and emptied down some drain. I hope my last wish is fulfilled. I think that piece is a photographic plate. One of the functions of the box of revelations is to visually record the surroundings. Okay. Figure 1, this is 2. That tube is meant to contain ectoplasm, correct? You're right. Since ectoplasm is the materialization of certain elements from the beyond, we have theorized that if treated and enhanced, it could be a strong conduit for displaying that invisible reality. But Florence Cook? She's an even more fraudulent medium than you, if I may be so bold. Florence Cook could manifest an entity called Katie King through her body. And yes, it was proven to be a fraud. Do you think she's related to Cook the janitor? And the professor knew it. That's why I'm concerned about entrusting the collection of ectoplasm to Cook. This here is a geometric figure. This space is intended for the machine's generator. For the box of revelations to be autonomous, we need significant power. We conducted several tests synthesizing and miniaturizing various generators. We were unsuccessful. It was one of the reasons we couldn't carry out a prototype. However, it seems that Nelson found an alternative. No doubt about it. But I don't know what that figure could be. Professor Silas Bennett. Who are we talking about? Silas Bennett is a reputable yet eccentric archaeologist. He spends much of his time searching for artifacts out of time and space. This has led to a rather dubious reputation. Artifacts out of place and time? Oop arts. Oh, yeah. That's what they call them. Yeah. It's an acronym for out-of-place artifacts. We've heard about that in the visual novel we've played. That Deathmark? Deathmark? What's it called? Deathmark? It can be made. With those 3 missing pieces and relying on the professor's judgment, yes. Do you know what this means, dear friend? Thanks to it, you'll be able to prove to the right skeptics on the board that you are right. What am I saying? To those skeptics. To the whole world. Come with me. This device caught my attention, but I didn't know what it was until I saw the plan for the box of revelations. Yes, indeed. It appears to be a prototype. Let's see what you think of my proposal. I've noticed some missing adjustments and some elements that could be improved. I could take care of that while you get the missing pieces. But what about the professor? Should we suspend our search? We're at a dead end. We can waste time wandering around London, or we can save your department at the university. Why does she care so much? We'll worry about Nelson later. Something tells me he will show up eventually. What do you say? If the machine works, we can try it at Benwell Street. So count on it. Excellent. Let's recap. We need an ectoplasm sample. Nelson pinned his hopes on Florence Cook. I have doubts about this matter. It's well known that Florence Cook was a fraud. It's also well known that Nelson is the most skeptical investigator in all of England. Trust him. Nelson must know something we don't. All right, where can we find Florence Cook nowadays? She's still conducting spiritualist sessions. She has her cabinet on Larkhall Lane. Nice. That ding is so satisfying. I'll head there. Professor Silas Bennett is the key to making the machine autonomous. An archaeologist, not an engineer. I wonder how he can help us. We'll have to ask him. Do you know where we can locate him? Yes, he has an office at the London Archaeological Society. Okay. And last but not least, we have Eugene Wood, a photographer. The machine can photographically record its surroundings, and that compartment in it seems intended for a photographic plate. But not just any photographic plate. If it were, Nelson wouldn't have trouble finding one. I'll pay Bennett a visit and we'll find out. Ho ho ho! This is like a big moment, looks like. Very well, Professor Moore. Pay a visit to those people. Meanwhile, I'll work on the machine adjustments. Bring me the pieces as you acquire them. There's no time to waste. Let's get to it. Anything else? Let her work. Let her cook. If I need a letter, I'll know where to find one. Professor Ward's famous casuistic... What's that word? Casuistic? Archive. He used to have it in his office. Apparently he moved it here recently. I've spent a lot of time reading its files over and over. Hold on a minute. I think he updated it with 4 new cases. They seem interesting, but I'm not sure if it's a good time to read them. The Sheet Ghost, Westminster Abbey, Voices from Beyond, and The Haunted Attic. Oh, okay. Let me take a sip. Okay. Sir Clarence Hoffman, the once famous theatrical author, required my services as he claimed several strange phenomena were happening in his house. The residence is near Piccadilly, and I will omit the street and number by express desire of his wife. Hoffman's tale was that, at midnight several times already, a figure wandered through the corridors of the house. The story was corroborated by his servant, someone called Fritz Meyer. Mrs. Hoffman did not want to talk about it, though. Her husband excused her, explaining that it was hard for her to give any details about the phenomena, as the mere mention of them affected her nerves. Isn't it, though, if they're still married, it's Miss Hoffman? Isn't it Mrs. when you divorce? Half an hour before midnight, I asked the inhabitants of the house to stay away from the area of the apparition's activity, which is the living room. Mrs. is married. Oh, Miss is unmarried. Okay, I mixed them up. 5 minutes before the clock struck 12, I stood in a corner of the main corridor so that I could have a wide view. At 12 o'clock, I could see a dancing shadow on the far side of the corridor. I drew closer, hiding in the shadows, so that I would not draw the attention of the phenomenon, until I realized it was a figure in a sheet with holes for the eyes. I pulled the sheet with outrage and with a bit of curiosity about which member of the household was using such a trite trick to waste my time. Mrs. Hoffman arrived in a rush when she heard me scolding the German servant and told me, with an embarrassment that made me sympathetic, that her husband missed the time when he was a regular in the newspapers. A time which sadly no one even remembered. Seeing that cases of apparitions featured prominently in the press each day, he plotted so that newspapers would draw their attention to him once more. He asked the servant to disguise himself as a ghost so that a well-respected metaphysic investigator, that is, me, would confirm the story to give it a luster of authenticity. What Sir Arthur Hoffman did not count on, however, was the wariness yours truly bears on his back in matters of fraud and deception. I promised that the theatrical author would once again feature in the newspaper, this time in the role of a fraudster. But the insistent pleas of Mrs. Hoffman dissuaded me from taking this story, which she never agreed with, to the press. I am exhausted. Sometimes I wonder if it's all worth it. Westminster Abbey. Take another sip. Every news story I need to take a sip. With great secrecy, I was led to Westminster Abbey by request of Bishop Thomas Stevens. I was told that the great organ built by William Hill in 1848 played each night by itself, without human intervention. The sacristan, Anthony Hoyle, suspected the culprit was the ghost of the old organist, with whom they did not end up on good terms, as he was laid off due to his alcoholism. The new organist, Paul Latham, showed me what a work of art the instrument is. A bulk of tubes and pistons that extend up to the ceiling. Given my ignorance in these matters, I asked him if it was not possible that the air came through the tubes and made the instrument play. He said it would be possible, but not with enough strength to play as loudly as it did in the night. He added that what you could hear was no melody, but a string of distorted notes that made one's skin bristle. The organist offered a small snack in the form of an excellent wine and a delicious Swiss cheese, and asked me to attend his rehearsal, so that I could hear for myself the sound of the enormous instrument, and so that he could brag about his skill with the keyboard, I imagine. When he was finished, he asked me how I liked the piece he just played. I do not know a lot about music, so the only thing I told him was that he had some chunks of cheese in his bushy beard. He left annoyed, and I do not blame him. I am aware that my social abilities leave much to be desired. I miss Patrick. My colleague knows how to connect with his fellow men. In the early hours during my watch, I was sitting in one of the seats closer to the organ when I heard a cacophony emanating from the instrument. They were right. No one was at the keyboard. The acoustics of the place made the sound resonate through the room, making anyone who heard it as anxious to some degree. Thinking I would finally catch a ghost, I drew near to the organ and could see a tiny mouse running along the keys, eating the bits of cheese that laid on them. The organist received an ultimatum. Either he stopped eating cheese before rehearsing, or he shaved off his beard. He opted for the latter. That's a great one. Oh, hold on. Voices from Beyond. Okay. Brian Stewart, a renowned psychiatrist and follower of Jean Martin Charcot, is a busy man, reluctant to waste time writing up his research findings. To streamline this process, he uses a phonograph to record his notes for an assistant to just transcribe them later. He sought my help because strange, distant voices mysteriously appeared on one of the cylinders. Stewart played the recording for me, and after a brief silence of 2 or 3 seconds, I could hear them. They were nonsensical phrases, some whispered. Occasionally a word in Latin would emerge. After a long silence, the voice of the psychiatrist would resume dictation for his assistant. While it's uncommon for indeterminate voices to manifest on a sound recording, this phenomenon is known as EVP, Electronic Voice Phenomenon. They had that term in 1907? Damn. I suggested an experiment to Stewart, leaving the phonograph alone in a room to record ambient sounds in the hope of capturing those voices again. We tried this, but the device picked up nothing. I speculated that the phenomenon might only occur in the psychiatrist's presence, so we repeated the experiment with Stewart speaking directly into the phonograph while I observed from a corner of the room. The esteemed psychiatrist, to avoid wasting another cylinder, used the recording to dictate notes on a case he had been working on for weeks. He spoke continuously for several minutes until he abruptly stood up, pacing the room and whispering random phrases and paraphrasing lines from the book. De Secretis Mulierum, oddly in Latin. I approached him and could see that he was in a semi-catatonic state. Another researcher might have concluded that the man was under possession of an entity from the beyond, but I am a professional. I examined him and confirmed that he exhibited all the symptoms of schizophrenia. I feel sorry for him, but I regret even more not having heard a real EVP. Okay, the haunted attic. Mrs. M is a humble flower seller from Covent Garden, struggling to support her family, including 3 children and a husband unable to find work. Just a week ago, their greedy landlord raised the rent to an unaffordable amount. The family of 5 had to move to a small, dilapidated house on Cavell Street, previously occupied by an elderly couple who passed away a week before Mrs. M arrived. During their first nights in the new place, they heard 3 metallic knocks coming from the attic. Mr. M investigated but couldn't find the source of the sounds. Frightened, they sought my services to explain the strange occurrence. That same night, I went to their home and waited downstairs for the knocks to happen again. As expected, 3 metallic knocks echoed from the attic floor. I went up, accompanied by a terrified Mr. M, but found nothing there. However, 3 large boxes stacked in the corner caught my attention. When I shone my lamp behind them, I was shocked to see a sight that will haunt me forever. A man around 40 years old, emaciated, chained to the wall by his ankles, devoid of tongue, eyes, and ears, surrounded by filth. Despite his condition, he somehow sensed my presence and struck the floor with a plate 3 times. Neighbors later identified this unfortunate soul as the son of the elderly couple, unseen since he was 15. It seems he had been living in that attic in such a deplorable state all those years. The reason for his horrible punishment by his own parents remains a mystery. But there is one thing I know for sure. The living are more to be feared than the dead. Those are great. That was so cool. Shelf is full of tools, but I don't see anything that could help me. Okay. Typical London weather. Fog banks and high concentrations of pollution. I think that's it. So we have a bunch of new locations to go to. Okay, so we have Florence Cook. The workshop is new. I think the Red Lion disappeared. I guess because we got Shaw out of there. That's what we needed. Bennett and Wood. Let's go in the order of the figures. So figure 1 was Eugene. So let's start with Eugene. Ho ho ho! Look at this! I understand the situation, but now's not the right time to go see Patty. What? Listen here, lad. Oh, it's the same guy from the bar. Look at me when I'm talking to you. Oh, yes, I apologize. Are you saying you want to keep Patty waiting? No, I'm not saying that. But understand, I'm in the middle of a photo shoot. The camera's loaded. I just need to touch up the deceased and... Wait, is the guy in the seat dead? Won't be able to pay Patty if I don't do this job. The Perkins sisters pay well, you know. Mate, you'd have to photograph loads of dead bodies to pay off what you owe Patty. This place is getting on my nerves, Brian. Let's sod off. You heard me, mate. Corpse snapper. So shift it. Damn. Who are you? Oi, this geezer looks familiar. I don't know what's going on here, but it seems like you two are in charge. Would you be so kind as to grant me a few minutes with Mr. Wood? Maybe he's a customer. Let me have a word with him. Shut it, Snapper. Yeah, sorry. Request denied. And now, move out of the way. Unless you want us to move you. Good lad. Off you go. Just a moment, please. Now, what the hell's going on? Miss Constance, Adelia. Please stay. It's all a misunderstanding that I'll sort out shortly. Do you want us to call the Bobbies? No, Constance, no. Listen up, ladies. If you plan to call it the Bobbies, let me know. Because if you do, I'll cut out your tongue so you can't. Oh. No Bobbies. Got it? Hey, you. We wasted enough time. Let's scarper. Damn. Tongue or Bobbies? Which will it be? Right. Are you both alright? No! At least we still got our tongues. Who's gonna move the dead body? Oh my god, that's so creepy! I'm deeply sorry for your loss. Thank you very much, sir. Where did they take the photographer? Seen that bold act of thievery, did you? What's the world coming to? King George should kick all those Irish out of our land. Oh, they were Paddy's men, sir. It seems Mr. Wood has done business with the wrong person. Paddy? Who is Paddy? Where can I find them? How would we know? Suggesting we mix with that lot, are you? I was just asking. Paddy usually operates in St. Giles. Word is he runs his business from a tavern there. Okay, cool. How do you even know that? Read it in the papers. Stick to the society papers, sister. You read too much. Anyway, why are you so interested in those people? They're not our kind. They live among us, sister. The Irish, Italians, Poles, Oh, enough! What are you trying to tell me? Now we have to worry about them like we do the poor street children? We worry about the street children? Who do you think the proceeds from the charity market we organize every Christmas go to? That's not good enough, Constance. Excuse my sister, Adelia, sir. Reading those progressive newspapers seems to have altered her conscience. I'm only saying that... Quiet, Adelia. This gentleman is not interested in your utopian fantasies. Damn. I see you're carrying a bouquet of flowers. Violets, my brother's favorite. My wish is that he is photographed with them. Do you want me to place them in your brother's hand? Not yet. I'll do it when he's about to be photographed. Could put them in water if you like. They may be spoiled. Don't insist, sir. I'll place them in Bertram's hands when he's about to be photographed. Okay. What will you do if the photographer doesn't show up? The undertaker himself will come fetch our Bertram in a couple of hours. Hope Mr. Wood's back by then. I wouldn't count on it, sister. You're too pessimistic, Adelia. What do you think? She's a pessimist, isn't she? Okay. Hope the whole matter will get sorted out. Briefcase. Whose is that? Cosmetics. More fitting for a mortician than a conventional photographer. Okay, exits that way. Ooh! Empty eye sockets. We don't wish to remember our brother in such a state. The photographer said he would fix it. They usually close the eyes, right? So that it looks like they're sleeping. Camera stands prepared, loaded for the photograph. Pray tell, you do not intend to photograph poor Bertram in his current state, do you? What state? His eyes are absent. You cannot immortalize him thus. Okay. Shows an infant no more than a year old who appears to be asleep. Alas, he was not. Furniture... switch? The scene needs enough light to be photographed. Better not turn out the lamps. Okay. See nothing of interest in the piece of furniture. Perhaps the drawers hold some aid. Only photo albums. Let me inspect the other one. More photo albums. Okay. There's a door here. Securely locked. Okay. Can't reach it. That's about it then, I think. Bye, ladies. So that was Eugene. He was taken to St. Giles. Should we go look at Florence? Florence Cook herself, for example. She was studied by several researchers. Those who certified her as a fraud belonged to the London intellectual elite. Several of them affiliated with the Conservative Party. Believe me, Mr. Taylor, when I say that our leaders are not interested in us being aware of the truth. I'm not saying it is a conspiracy, but it is a conspiracy. Well, hello there. Oh, good afternoon. You're part of the group, I assume. Excuse me? The advertisement. Beg your pardon? Place an advertisement in the British Association of Supernatural Study. Badass. Newsletter is seeking people to join at Miss Cook's session. Only Mr. Morton and Mr. Taylor responded. Tell me, did you also come because of the advertisement? Yeah, of course. Ah, I'm glad. I'm Joseph Brown. Patrick Moore. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Moore. You don't have to worry about money. As I mentioned in the advertisement itself, it's all paid for. Appreciate that. I hope you don't think Katie King is a fraud, as they have tried to make us believe. I suppose we'll find out. Yes, of course. That's the idea. That her? Gentlemen. Miss Cook informs me she's ready. Okay, it is not her assistant. Remember to remain silent throughout the session. It's of utmost importance that no matter what happens and no matter what you see, you do not leave your seat. Will we see Katie King? I cannot ensure that, but it seems that this evening the medium's spiritual energies are in full swing. So your wish will probably come true. Fascinating. If you would be kind enough to join me. Do we have that empty bottle still? Maybe we could put ectoplasm in it. Are you nervous? Oh yes, shaking all over. I can offer you an opiate to calm your nerves. No, thank you. Isn't that highly addictive? I usually carry some with me for medicinal purposes. I promise you won't tell anyone. That won't be necessary. Shall we go in? Ah, yes, of course. I suppose my niece has informed you of the guidelines to follow during the session. Know that communication with the spirit world is very delicate. Any unexpected event could result in the loss of connection with the beyond. Therefore, allow me to remind you of what you must not forget while the medium is in a trance. You cannot rise from your seat once the session has begun. If Katie King were to manifest, do not speak to her. She cannot see or hear you. She will only communicate through me. She is quite sensitive to what happens in this world, so try not to make any sudden moves. She could get scared and disappear. If you wish to convey a message to her, address it to me. Even while in a trance, I will be able to hear you and transmit your words. Has anyone understood? Everyone? Any questions or doubts before we begin? Do we have to put our hands on the table during the session? Do you have any psychic powers, Mr. Brown? Me? No. I don't have any. Then let the medium be the one to place our hands on the table to channel psychic energies, all right? Yes, of course. Let's begin. So wait, she's an... Okay. Daughter John... What was her name again? I thought we were looking for Katie King, but that's the other name. You who left... She was a famous medium, right? You have been living in the shadows ever since. I summon you, O wandering spirit. Let us witness your presence in this world to which unfortunately you no longer belong. Leave the darkness and join the living. It's just a lady in a dress, isn't it? Florence? Is that you, Florence? Oh, amazing. The sound of my voice will guide you to me. Join us. The researchers were right. The manifestation emanated the scent of flowers. I feel life in this place. You are not alone. No, dear. I am accompanied by people who have come to see you. Who are they? I cannot see them. Only feel them. Mr. Brown is with me on my right. Opposite me sit Mr. Morden and Mr. Taylor. And finally, Mr. Moore on my left. Nice to meet you, gentlemen. Katie says she's pleased to meet you. We can hear her. Unbelievable. Katie King must be using all her energy to communicate with this reality. Katie? Yes, Florence? My guests inform me that they can hear your voice. That is wonderful. Can I convey a message to them? Of course, dear. You are blessed to live in the world that, while not perfect, is full of wonders. Where I come from, there is nothing. Everything is dark. It is a lonely place. He is dead. Do not waste your lives on conflicts. Avoid problems. Live your lives as if each day was the last. Those are very beautiful words, dear. Does anyone wish to ask Katie King a question? Okay. That seemed very fake to me. Gentlemen, Katie King exists. This session has been a success. We should celebrate. I know an exquisite restaurant not far from here. What do you think about going to the Regent Street Smokers Club instead? Good option, Mr. Morton. I know a brothel that... Mr. Taylor's option? You've heard Katie King? We must live life. Let's get moving, gentlemen. Oh my god. So gullible. Oh, Florence Cook, that was the name, yeah. Session is over, Mr. Moore. Do you need anything else? You were Katie King, weren't you? I do not know what you're talking about. You just had to change clothes and appear from the shadows. My good sir, I don't know what you're aiming at, but I beg you to leave. Forgive me, but my intention is not to cause trouble. My name is Patrick Moore. I'm a university professor. I am involved in metaphysic research along with my colleague, Nelson Ward. Oh no, not again! I hoped I would never hear that name again in my life. I'm confused. Did you have trouble with my colleague? I will tell you the same thing I told Professor Ward. You will not get the ectoplasm sample at the expense of my aunt's life. So you can... Enough, Charlotte! There she is. But Aunt Florence, I said enough. I've made a decision. If you'd be so kind as to step aside, I need to speak with this gentleman. So you work with Professor Ward? That is correct. Where is he? Fugitive from justice. No idea where he is. He couldn't come. I'm speaking on his behalf. Very well. If it's alright with you, let's get this conversation in order. My colleague left a note saying you could provide an ectoplasm sample. That is correct. I do not mean to be rude, but I believe he made a mistake in thinking you'd be the right person for the job. Your reputation is questionable, Miss Cook. And what I saw in there confirms it. Forget what you have seen. Anyone except the group you came with would know it's a crude setup, but Professor Nelson has a memory. It is something that is sadly lacking in all those who hear the name Florence Cook for the first time. What do you mean? I have not always been a fraud, Mr. Moore. When I was just a teenager, I contacted an entity who called himself Sergeant Hughes. I managed to materialize ectoplasm through my body, and this entity used it to communicate with me. I thought it was a good way to make a living. And it was, for the first few weeks. But with each session, Sergeant Hughes gained more strength to the point of possessing my body. He became more and more violent. His intention was to invade this reality, a reality to which he did not belong. I managed to sever the link, but his last words were a threat. A death threat. It was then that I created Katie King. A contrivance, of course, but safer without risking my life. People didn't care. They were still amazed by the sessions. Since then, there have been several Katie Kings. I was the first, but logically, I had to stay young. The latest Katie King, as you have seen, is my niece, Charlotte. Do you understand now, Mr. Moore? My aunt can't do what you're asking. She could die if she invoked Sergeant Hughes. I'm sorry, I was unaware of all this. It's not my intention to put you in danger. That doesn't matter now. I am sick, Mr. Moore. Very sick. I have been given up on. Doctors have diagnosed that I have no more than 2 months left to live. I want to do it. I don't want to leave this world without the world knowing that I was never a fraud. So you're in luck. You will have your ectoplasm sample. I believe your niece is right. Invoking that entity could... It is my will, and you must respect it. I want that sample more than anything in this world, but I'm also concerned about your safety. And I would like to have a clear conscience. You will. As I said, this is what I want. Mind you, I'm not going to summon the bastard without the presence of William Crooks. Crooks? The scientist who discovered the element thallium. Among other things, yes. When my name and Katie King's became famous, several researchers wanted to verify the authenticity of the phenomenon. One of them was a promising scientist and a member of the Royal Society. He validated the phenomenon. He knew it was all a hoax, but he didn't want to discredit me in society's eyes. He was criticized and almost discredited as a scientist. I'd like to have him at the session. I have a lot to say to him. He was an important person in my life. Although I doubt he'll accept the invitation if my niece or I reach out to him. Tell me, Mr. Moore, can you get Mr. Crooks to come? Know that I won't lift a finger without his attendance. I'll try. He resides at Berkeley Square. Ask any coachman nearby and they'll tell you where to find him. Cool. Bring Mr. Crooks here and we can start the session. In the meantime, I'll begin the preparations. Ooh, that's exciting. Maybe we can end the stream with the seance. Do you know that your selfishness will make my aunt die? Forget it. I'm outnumbered. I cannot fight against your greed and my aunt's stubbornness. May God's will be done. Table! These flowers smell very nice. What kind are they? Lobelias. Okay. Never heard of that. 1873 portrait of Katie King. She looks very young. Flowers give off an intoxicating aroma. African lilies. Why is it so important for you to obtain that sample? We're creating a machine with which we can see the beyond. At the cost of a life? Is it worth it? Let the dead rest and let the living live. Furniture. There are several business cards on the tray. You can take one if you wish. Thank you. That might be handy. These are some of the scientists who investigated the phenomena of Katie King. Mr. Crooks is in the middle one. Ah, okay. Painting reminds me of The Hill of Dreams by Arthur Machen. Well, I think that's it. Oops. Okay. There is William Crooks. Hello? I will inform Mr. Crooks. What did you say your name was? Moore. Patrick Moore. Let's have a look around. While she gets him. Mr. Crooks? A gentleman named Patrick Moore wishes to see you. Oh. I guess we're not giving any time. He will attend to you right away. Thank you. I guess I was gonna say, I guess I can go straight in, but... Yes, what do you want? My name's Patrick Moore. I'm a university professor. What field? Medicine. Nice to meet you. Although I come to you as a metaphysic researcher. An interesting pseudoscience. Certainly interesting, but unproductive, if I may express my opinion. Mr. Moore, I am aware that I am known for having been involved in these matters in former times, but all that belongs to the past. I don't know how I could help you. I do not want to bore you with details, so I'll be brief. I am completing a machine that will be a breakthrough in the field of metaphysics. You have my attention. Continue. But I need several elements to carry it out. One of them is a sample of ectoplasm that the medium Florence Cook could provide me. Florence. Did you say Florence Cook? Yes. I will save you some time, Mr. Moore. Florence Cook is a fraud. I also doubt her mediumistic abilities, although I have my reasons to give her the benefit of the doubt. That is your choice. Don't say nobody warned you. She asked me to beg you to attend the session. She won't do it if you're not present. No. I know that. I am not getting involved in this, sir. I have been nominated for the Nobel Prize several times, and I was recently knighted. The last thing I need is to be associated with these matters again. I'm sorry. I can't help you. Aren't you curious if she isn't a fraud after all? I thoroughly investigated Florence Cook, Mr. Moore, and believe me, that woman has no extraordinary powers. However, your conclusion about her was quite the opposite. It's very complicated. You wouldn't understand. I didn't want to be too harsh on her because it was, let's just say, it was a dishonest act that jeopardized my credibility as a scientist. Do it in the name of science, Mr. Crooks. Metaphysics is not a science. Chemistry and physics, those are sciences. It won't take much of your time. I've already given you my refusal, Mr. Moore. Please don't insist. I could bring you blueprints of the machine I'm building. Yes, you've already told me about it. It runs on ectoplasm. Yes, well, not exactly. Spare me the details, Mr. Moore. Remember, you are talking to a scientist. You said you were interested in the world of metaphysics. I also told you it was completely unproductive. May I give you some advice? Don't waste your time investigating these matters. You are young. Do you want to end up like those nutcases from BASS, believing they've summoned? Who's on it this month? Cleopatra? St. John the Baptist? Ludwig von Beethoven, actually. Oh, of course. Beethoven. I've had contact with an entity. Are you running out of arguments to try and convince me, Mr. Moore? As I've already told you, I cannot help you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to review the speech I'll be giving at the headquarters of the British Confederation of Scientific Societies. I only have a short time before the coachman picks me up. Good luck to you, Mr. Moore. Florence Cook is dying! What's wrong with her? She didn't specify what illness, but her life expectancy is months, weeks. She wants to see you before she dies. Is this emotional racketeering? Is that your final desperate argument to try and convince me? Oh no, I already exhausted all my resources trying to unsuccessfully convince you a moment ago. I'm just conveying Miss Cook's words to you. I'll be frank with you, Mr. Moore. My mind is split in two halves. One is controlled by reason, and to it I owe becoming a respected scientist. Spirituality, consumes the other half. That's why I became interested in the afterlife. I wanted answers, and that led me to investigate Florence Cook's case. At that time, she was considered the most authentic medium in London. The investigation lasted longer than necessary because we realized we enjoyed each other's company. We fell in love, Mr. Moore. I concluded that Florence's powers were nothing but a hoax. It was obvious that Katie King was her, although no one realized it. But even so, I was so in love with Florence that I wanted to cover for her and admit that everything was real. Those claims shook my credibility. Even my career was at risk. Florence didn't want everything to end like that, so in an act of what I now see as bravery, she ended our relationship. She broke my heart. I haven't seen her since. And if what you say about her illness is true, it is, believe me. In that case, my heart would break again if I were to see her in that state. I want to hold on to the memory I have of Florence, full of life, full of light. Do you understand me? But she... Please respect my decision. And please apologize to Florence for me. I've taken a liking to you, Mr. Moore. You'll be welcome in this house anytime, even if I'm absent. Oh, that's very nice. Feel free to consult my library whenever you want. Do you know... How do you say that? The chain? The chain? I have several first editions on the second shelf. You'll find them interesting. Good afternoon, Mr. Moore. It's been a pleasure meeting you. Plant. Petunias. Mirror. Fatigue is starting to take its toll on me. The dark circles under my eyes are becoming more and more evident. Nothing in there? Tray. Sealed envelope inside. It's for the coachman. Oh, okay. It contains a card with the address where Mr. Crooks will give his speech. Ooh. Don't lay a hand on it, if you please. A bit of warmth is appreciated after spending the whole day walking the cold streets of London. No longer need to watch the clock for the university board to decide whether or not to close the Department of Metapsychic Research. Beatrice is right. If we manage to make the Box of Revelations work, we will prove to everyone the existence of the spectral world. Vase? Daisies. I feel like there has to be some significance to every time we see flowers, they really point out like which type it is. Oh, didn't he say we could read some of these books? Volumes that would be a dream to any. Didn't he see like some of these books are to your... You can read them whenever you like. Excuse me. Yes. Couldn't you convince Mr. Crooks? That would be meddling in Mr. Crooks' affairs. It would exceed my duties. I need Mr. Crooks to accompany me to that session. I understand, but I'm sorry I can't help you. Nothing you can do for me? I'm just a simple maid, sir. Where are they expecting him? He has to give a speech at the British Confederate of Scientific Societies. The coachman should be arriving soon. Okay, carry on. Thank you, sir. Should we leave this for now? We have a ton of locations. I'm struggling to remember. Florence Cook. So she was the one for the ectoplasm. Shaw wants this guy to come to the session. Ward's workshop, that's where we left. Oh no, that's where we left Shaw, right? Beatrice Shaw, yeah. Benwell Street's the haunted house. Silas Bennett, we haven't been to yet. The photo studio, that guy got kidnapped and taken to St. Giles. Maybe we should check there. Oh, this is a shady neighborhood for sure, bud. There's so much going on. It's so impressive. Okay, exit is there. Posters? An old Brooks soaps and covering... an ad covering a Carbosal soda one. There's a coin on top of the barrel. Strange that nobody noticed it until now. Ooh, money. Nice. It's a penny. Guy. Are you lost, mate? No, I know exactly where I'm going. That's so. What's the sign say? Most of the letters are missing. It's completely illegible. On the other hand, ideal for a criminal front. This is an honest establishment, mate. Windows? Surprisingly, they're dirtier than those at the Red Lion. Factory. The Industrial Revolution has brought great technological advancements, and a sky clouded with ash and toxic elements for our climate. Damn, that's a bit aware for 1907, don't you think? Oi, oi, stop! Where do you think you're going? None of your business. Have a pint. Warm up, it's freezing out here. Clap or stomp your feet. That'll warm you up. Got it? It's a tavern, isn't it? Can I come in? I repeat, what do you want to come in for? Shouldn't we just be honest? Have a pint? Only strong drinks are served here. You don't look like you can handle even a glass of milk. So tell me, what brings you here? None of your business. Believe me, it is. Where do you think you're going? I need to see Patty. And does Patty want to see you? I don't think he will wait for me, but I must speak with him urgently. You don't seem like the kind of person who needs Patty's help. Actually, it's Eugene Wood who needs help. Eugene. Ah, yes, the photographer. He's dead. What? Or he should be by now. That bloke has let Patty down, you know? And the boss does not take kindly to that kind of betrayal. Let me talk to him, please. I need him alive. Are you a copper? Who? Me? No. Press? No, just a simple university professor. Ha! A professor. That'll be fun. Go on, tell Killian? Is that how you say it? You can see Patty. Thank you very much. A professor from a university. Oh, this music. What the? Hey, you! Come closer. How did you get in here? The guy at the door gave me permission. Declan's been letting in a lot of riffraff lately. I told him I needed to see Patty urgently and that... Kieran? Would allow me to see him. Kieran? Who the hell is that? You don't mean Killian? Ah, yes, Killian. Sorry, I'm Sean would be very disappointed. All them names sound the same to you, eh? Bloody English. Dutch, actually. Killian is that guy at the door. Oh, yes, I see. One moment. Larry Foley sending you. Who? Foley, the Catholic. I do not know who that is. The Taylor brothers. I am not acquainted with them. The Bowery boys? I do not know any of the people you mentioned, sir. You don't know them, eh? Patty has many enemies, so I hope you don't try anything you'll regret. That clear? Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm not here to stir up trouble. That's the way I like it. There's Gillian for you. And remember, if you try anything foolish, I won't be walking out of here alive, I suppose. A spittoon. Cigarette butts. Trying to get them to toss their butts in there instead of on the floor. Place is still a pigsty, but I don't want it to look like one. Catch my drift? Oh, yes. Leave Fergal alone. He's not having a good day today. Didn't mean to bother him. Good. Otherwise, you'd find out why they call him the Butcher. Damn. The Butcher. Resume. Is that better? They're talking to each other. I shouldn't interrupt. Bread! Freshly baked. Smells delicious. Yeah, doesn't it? Looks appetizing. Irish bread. Bloody hell, when I was a prisoner in Majuba, they fed us the same food as the pigs, and it still tasted better than English food. May I have a piece? Keep your hands off the bread. It's for the boys. What's in the jars? Pickling. Oh, how disgusting. One of the jars is filled with rotten eggs floating in a viscous liquid. What the devil? What are you on about? This jar of boiled eggs, it's in bad condition. Are you sure? The eggs are green, sir. Are you suggesting I'm serving rotten eggs to these gents knowing they're gone bad? I'm not saying that. Think I'd give Patty's men food poisoning out of negligence? No, maybe you just didn't realize the jar was bad? You don't like seeing that on the counter, eh? It's certainly unpleasant. Fine, take the jar if you don't want to see it on the counter. What? Take it. Alright, no need to be testy. I got a jar of eggs. The contents are so rotten I can't even open the lid due to corrosion. That's your problem now. Damn. I thought they were just green eggs, but... Okay, bread, drinks, chalkboard. A list of names and amounts of money. I suppose that... Hey, none of your business. Got it? Apologies. Curiosity killed the cat, you know. Authentic Irish liquor. Not the watery crap you lot are used to drinking. Okay. I think that might be it. So let's talk to him. What you want? I need to see Patty. The chap at the door said to talk to you. So the door bloke, eh? Hold on a moment. What are you looking at? Come with me. Stay put, Percival. Behave yourself. We got a visitor. Here by my side, and ye, come closer. Damn, this looks serious. I know this lad, Patty. He was in the photographer's studio. I reckon he was also poking around the Red Lion. Well, well, seems you know us, but we don't know you. Could you do us a favor of introducing yourself, sir? My name is Patrick Moore, university professor. Ah, a professor. Are you here to give us private lessons, Mr. Moore? Why is everything so dark? I'm not here to cause trouble. From what Liam says, seems so. Your men commented that he has seen me at the Red Lion and at Eugene Wood's studio. Believe me when I tell you that the places I've been and what has brought me to talk to you has been purely by chance. I believe you, Mr. Moore. You don't fit the bill of my enemy. And if you were, I fear you wouldn't leave here alive. Eh, lads? Damn. Why is it so dark in here? Does it intimidate you, Mr. Moore? I felt intimidated from the moment I walked through the door. The darkness. That chained dog that looks like he hasn't eaten in weeks. Not to mention that machete on the table. Everything in this room intimidates me. I have what they call a touch of photophobia, hence the darkness. As for Percival, he's just overly enthusiastic. Vampire! Regarding the machete, indeed, it's there to intimidate. I'm not here for private lessons. Relax, Mr. Moore. It was but a jest. Get to the point. What is it you'd be wanting from me now? I would like to be able to talk to Eugene Wood, if it's alright with you, of course. Ah, I reckon there's a bit of a problem. By now he should be pushing up daisies. Or maybe he's still kicking. Who knows for sure? You know what, Mr. Moore? Mr. Wood came to me because his business was going downhill, and I ain't surprised one bit. Who in their right mind wants a photograph of a dead loved one? Can you picture it, Mr. Moore? Take a gander at me photo album, Mrs. Parker. Here's me Uncle James in his officer's uniform, and here's me niece Violet. Ah, and there's a snap of me young 4-year-old daughter's corpse. Repulsive. So I lent him a tidy sum to save his business. I respect a business vision, no matter how grim. One of me mottos is, if you want to make it in life, find something to sell it, and sell it. But time went by, and he couldn't settle his debt. I gave him several chances before today. It ain't personal, but I have a business. I gotta keep a business running. I'll be honest with you, Mr. Moore. Amongst me ventures are smuggling, prostitution, and extortion. I know this info would be gold for Scotland Yard as a confession. But we know Mr. Moore here won't spill a word. Ain't that right, Liam? Ah, it wouldn't be in his best interest. In other ventures, I tend to turn a blind eye. A woman forgets to pay me? A couple of smacks and it's sorted. Damn, some poor sod resisting extortion. A little scare and it's settled. But borrowing money from my pocket and not paying it back? Oh, Mr. Moore, that's a sin. And it's paid for with death. Like I said, it ain't personal. I got nothing against Eugene Wood. He's a fine photographer. I'd even ask him to snap photos at me daughter's wedding. But I gotta send these kinds of messages to those who want to take me for a ride, you know? And nobody takes me for a ride. Got it? You've made that quite clear. I'm curious, what's your interest in that corpse photographer? He owes me money too. Interested in one of his photographic plates. I think honesty will work best. Do you fancy photography, Mr. Moore? Part of my job. But my interest in that plate is of a scientific nature. I have no idea what you're talking about, and frankly, I couldn't care less. But I think you won't get anything out of that photographer. Is there nothing I can do? Is there still time for me to repay his debt? That's a lofty offer. That came straight... Oh, it was a desperate move. Yes, in fact, yes. However, I do not have the funds at the moment, but I'd be willing to get that money. Thought you were a man of means. They don't pay you much at that university, do they? You should do business with me. It would be more lucrative. I prefer to stay on the right side of the law. A man of principles, Patty. It's £1,000, Mr. Moore. Interest included. That's the amount Mr. Wood owes me. £1,000! I still believe I can raise that much. I must do it. This is a life we're talking about. Who's taking care of Mr. Wood? Brian. Brian, the limp one? No, the other. May God have mercy on that poor bastard. Means he's been taken to the farm, eh? That place is far away. Ideal spot for screams not to be heard. Brian likes to take his time, doesn't he? Indeed. Before getting down to business, he likes to fill his belly and have a nap. I reckon it might be your lucky day, Mr. Moore. Killian? Yes? Mr. Moore here is going to make us happy by gathering £1,000 in a nice envelope. Tell me, who's at the door? Declan. Go tell Declan to get one of his lads. To run like the devil to that farm and tell Brian not to do anything until further notice. With any luck, Brian won't have started his job. Right away, Paddy. That photographic plate must be very valuable to you for you to get mixed up in this mess, Mr. Moore. It's a crucial part of a technology project I'm working on. Still, damn it, I'd do anything to save a life. Oh, we're dealing with an idealist. That's honorable, Mr. Moore. But take a look around you. Life in this city is worth nothing. £1,000 in Mr. Wood's case. Touché. Done, Paddy. Right. Mr. Moore, I reckon this situation's nothing but an act of faith. You ain't sure if Mr. Wood's still breathing, and I ain't sure if you can't come up with all that money. I hope you understand. I do. Alright, if there's ain't nothing more to add, Killian, see Mr. Moore out, will you? He's got a job to do. How are we gonna get that money? Shaw? Are we gonna borrow it? You heard the boss, so hurry up. Oh, and the bills in an envelope. Don't be daft enough to go flaunting the money out in these streets. What in the blazes have you done? Let me see if I've got this right. Paddy gives you £300 to bet on one round Jack, the champion, the unbeatable, the one they call run round because he knocks out his opponents in the first round. And you bet on Walter Black. Why? I don't know. Those blokes told me I wouldn't have the guts to bet on him. They wouldn't be proud, you know? Oh, for the love of God. What are you, 5 years old? Remember when I told you someday your pride would land you in hot water? Well, that day has come. What do I do now? The only thing I can think of is for you to beat yourself up till you disfigure your face. Paddy catches you, tell him you are the slow cousin from Belfast. Disappear? Oh, aye. Because when Paddy finds out, he'll move heaven and earth to find you. Damn it. Curses. I guess you're right. I reckon I'll hide, and I don't want to know, you fool. I suppose this is no use to me now. I guess this is goodbye. Be off with you, Michael. Is that his betting thing? Damn idiot. What was it? Paper dropped by one of Paddy's men. A betting slip for a boxing match. 1 round Jack versus Walter Black. The bet is in favor of the latter. Do you know where the 1 round Jack versus Walter Black fight is taking place? If you know... Oh, do you know? Why? You gonna place a bet? I don't know. I've never bet on any game. For God's sake. Fight happens down at the docks. There's a warehouse near the old Whooperton factory. They fixed up for boxing matches. Location. Okay, thank you. Bye. Right. The docks. Where are they? There we go. Let's have a look. Give him the green eggs. Make him sick. Hoblin Henry. He's come to see the champ in his lethal left hook, eh? Seagull. Hi, buddy. Door. There he is, the champion. Excuse me. 1 round. He's in there. Are you an admirer, or did you come to bring the lucky charm? Lucky charm? What? Bah! Okay, lucky charm. Can go in there. Are you here to see the fight? Yes, why not? Then you'll be pissed, it's full up. Can't squeeze in another soul. Bets are closed, mate. Is the nickname One Round Jack true? You bet it is, mate. His opponents get knocked out in the first round. If they got to the second, they have to call him 2 Round Jack, wouldn't they? There's logic to it. Why would people gamble if he's unbeatable? I mean, who in their right mind would bet against him? 1 round could have a bad day, don't you think? Oh. Has he ever had a bad day? Not in a million years. Another possibility is that his opponent might be better than him. Is Walter Black better? Black? Are you kidding? I don't think he'll last half a round. How much would I win if I bet on Walter Black? Let me think. 70 people have bet on 1 round. If we take away the commission, it's... a clean £1,000. How convenient. £1,000. What a coincidence. Coincidence of what? Oh, nothing. I'm just thinking aloud. I have to go now. Bye. Excuse me, may I inform you that these waters are too contaminated for fishing? So what? Whatever you catch could not be very healthy. Excuse me for not being able to afford some fancy fish at Very's. Mind your own damn business and let this old man fish in peace. This man is frightening him. I wonder what's going on here. Poster. Is that Patty's men? I do not know what's going on here, but that man is giving the kid a hard time. Got a problem? None. But it seems the kid does. Damn right he does. This is between him and me. What the hell do you want? May I inquire what happened? Thinks I nicked a penny, sir. Is that true? No, sir, it's not. I have a penny. Maybe we can give it. Perhaps there's been a misunderstanding. There's been no misunderstanding. Saw him pick the penny off the ground. It was a bottle cap, sir. You would not be lying to this gentleman, would you? I don't know if you noticed, but he is one of Patty's men. You have to be careful with these people. I know, that's why I wouldn't dare lie to him. I was playing marbles when I saw something shiny on the ground. Thought it was a coin, but it was a bottle cap. And I was glad it was. Old Griffiths pays 3 pennies for 100 of them, and I already have 70. Damn. No, caps. Oh, I see. You heard the lad. I don't think he's lying to you. These snots would kill their mother for a penny. Damn. You're going too far. It's my penny. I'll do whatever it takes to get it back in my pocket. Does that include extorting a kid? Look at him. He's on the verge of tears. I don't care. You know what? I've been chatting with Paddy. One of his men is about to off a photographer for £1,000 debt. What are you getting at? That Paddy aims higher. What would he say if he saw this situation? While his other men are dealing with bigger issues, you're wasting time scolding a street kid over a measly penny. Do you understand what I'm saying? You should be dealing with more important matters that benefit Paddy. Paddy knows nothing about this. As far as I know, Paddy knows everything. Shite. I'm out of here. Not a word of this, mate. You haven't seen or heard anything. And you, kid, I hope I don't see you around these docks again. You won't, I promise. Bah. Bah, humbug. Many thanks for your help, sir. Tell me something, lad. Did you take that man's coin? Of course I did. Penny means a lot to me. You should have admitted it. Would have been the sensible thing to do. That bloke wouldn't have settled for just getting his coin back. He'd have given me a hiding for picking it up. That's why I'm thanking you again. And as a token of my gratitude, I'll give you this pair of marbles. Oh, no, you don't have to. Take them. They're new. For your kids. I don't have kids. Then for you. Got more in my bag. Maybe that's the lucky charm. And now I must be off. Gotta spend this penny on sweets. By the way, what's your name? Patrick Moore. Fred, pleased to meet you. You're a hero. I don't think that's a good idea. Don't be modest. Don't do it. You're gonna get me into trouble. There he is. Poster barely mentions the opponent, Black. Seems like One Round Jack is the star. The undefeated. The one who knocks out his opponents in the first round. Okay. Let's try... audience seems nervous. Let's try this again. Lucky charm. Yes, here it is. Let me see it. What do you think? The eggs? The marbles? I think the marbles. The penny? Penny or marbles, right? The kid who sells newspapers? Oh, do you think he knows? Where do I live again? Here. Tim is a well of information. You are well informed about everything happening in London. That's my job. Trying to read the most attention-grabbing stories in each edition so I can shout them at the top of my lungs. Not just from the London news I'm selling, but from the competition too. You're quite a professional. What's today's news? Don't get used to it. What do you want to know? Oh, we already did these. Okay, so it's not that. I think we just have to guess, maybe. Although, we haven't been to Silas yet, right? Number 5, here it is. London Archaeological Society. I hope Professor Silas Bennett can tell me something about one of the pieces from the Box of Revelations. I can't talk to that guy. What's this? Horror books! Oh my god, dream come true. An entire store for horror books? Shouldn't waste time. This type of literature is one of my passions. It will only take a moment. Wow, welcome to my house. Come freely, go safely. Unleash something of the happiness you bring. Dracula. Aha, I see you're one of us. One of whom? You know. Excuse me? An aficionado of fantastical and horror literature. Yes, I am. Well, you have come to the right place. Feel free to peruse the store. We have it all. Poe, Wells, Verne, Blackwood, Machen, Bierce, Benson. You can also find the latest works by budding authors on the shelf behind me. I added them myself, you know. And or if you prefer, test your knowledge by answering my queries on the subject. Oh, thank you. Good afternoon. Do you have Anna Karenina? Anna Karenina? Yes, by Leo Tolstoy. Tolstoy? How dare you come to this establishment to assault me? Excuse me? Here we only sell the good Tolstoy, Alexei. Who? The author of The Family of the Vordalak, you ignorant fool. Go to one of those bookstores that shun this genre, and you will surely find that what you seek there. I was just asking for close the door on your way out. You're insane. Anna Karenina. Some titles I recognize, such as Carmilla by Joseph Sheridan Le Fanu. Have you perused it? Stoker didn't introduce anything novel. Portraits. Lewis, Edgar Allan Poe, Le Fanu again. Upper floor. Can I get there? See, there are books on the upper floor. I would like to take a look at them, but I have things to do. I shouldn't even be here. Novelties. Ooh! Okay, the Ouija board. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 books. Oh, here we go. Report from April 3rd, 1903 is featured in The Observer. The police investigation into the gruesome murder that occurred last Tuesday in Berkeley Square continues. Scotland Yard's handling of the case is facing fierce criticism from the Baron's family, who are pressing for the culprit to be found. Rumors abound that even the victim's identification presented serious difficulties. Algernon Thynne's head had been described as a mass of bruised flesh and broken bones, purportedly bludgeoned with one of his own canes found in pieces next to the corpse. However, what perplexes the police most are the abundant signs of murky and fetid sludge found both at the crime scene and on the victim's body. The Baron was last seen alive in the early hours of Monday near the Thames, close to the opium den at Southwark Bridge during the morning stroll with distinguished members of the Rifle Association. Witnesses claimed that a drug addict brandishing a filthy bag of coins had the audacity to approach them seeking alms. The Baron responded with shoves and insults, accusing the man of robbing honest folk before snatching his purse and sending him into the river with a blow from his cane, shouting, "Wretched scum!" No one lifted a finger to save the unfortunate soul from the fermenting sewer many know as the Stygian Pond. Instead, the Baron was met with a chorus of applause. All refuse ends up in the river, after all. This location appears crucial in the investigation, as the trail of brown mud led Scotland Yard's agents to the foot of the Iron Bridge. However, as the tracks vanish into the river, it seems the case has hit a dead end. Several patrons of the Chinese opium den claim to have seen a noisome thing crawling to the Thames bank and disappearing into its dark waters. They have emphasized the stench. Oh, I get an achievement for that. A guttural moan, and above all, the metallic clinking of a bundle carried by the abomination. Authorities have chosen to dismiss this account as a mere collective hallucination induced by opiate consumption. Ooh. The Loveless Baby. Lovelace? I know the stir continues over my sudden resignation upon showing up in a state of at Ealing Police Station last weekend. I also know there are certain rumors swirling about what I saw at the Lovelace household. I'm penning these words under a potent painkiller I've self-prescribed, but I swear by God that the facts I'm about to relate are true and not in any way influenced by the drug coursing through my veins at this moment. I, Dr. Maximilian Price, state that the following is all I have to say on the matter of the Lovelaces. Lovelaces? I don't know how to say it. It will be the one and only statement I make or write on this subject. Upon seeing the ulcerated bosom of the corpse on the table, I dared to presume, without the need for tumor markers, that what had killed Lady Frances Lovelace was Paget's disease? Paget? I would have issued the certificate on the spot, if not for a small detail that stayed my hand. Before delving into that, I must clarify that this was the second autopsy I had performed on the Lovelace in a month. The Lovelaces had a 9-month-old baby named Enoch. Lady Frances, of course, adamantly refused to nurse the child, claiming that was something for animals. It is understandable that a woman of her standing would recoil from breastfeeding, but unfortunately, Lady Frances had no tolerance for wet nurses either. She became hysterical when anyone touched Enoch. I suppose it was desperation that led the old-fashioned Lady Frances to confer her troubles to science, but she resorted to a feeding bottle, one of those nursing bottles that have become so fashionable. Unfortunately, the same dignity that prevented the lady from nursing her firstborn also hindered her in matters of cleanliness and hygiene. The Lovelace baby was found dead a few days later, with a bruised, swollen body due to a bacterial infection from the rubber bottle tube. I myself signed the certificate with Mrs. Lovelace in attendance. This occurred a couple weeks ago. Yeah, wasn't it a thing? I think this is based on a real thing. I think I remember something about, like, the milk feeding bottles weren't kept clean, so babies died from it. You gotta boil those bottles even today. Yeah, there was like a lack of hygiene back then. I hark back to this unpleasant memory to make you understand why a certain detail in the purple pustule on Lady Frances' chest perturbed me greatly, to make you understand why I felt compelled to exhume the corpse of little Enoch well into the night. Doubts and paranoia overwhelmed me, even though I knew it was impossible. I cursed my curiosity for driving me to compare the teeth of that wretch with the chorus of small marks encircling that infected breast. Why did I have to do it? Creepy! The soot stains. It was an open secret. Arthur Black beat his wife. The Blacks were a working-class couple living in one of Glasgow's dirtiest neighborhoods. They lacked access to clean water and lighting, and their combined wages barely covered their needs. Bessie found it hard to recognize? Maybe they're missing an eye? Her husband in the blackened figure that returned home at night. He seemed like a shadow of himself in every way. In addition to being tough labor, chimney sweeping paid poorly. Every coin that fell into Arthur's hands bounced off the pub bar, and when Gin couldn't ease his troubles, he tried his luck with his wife. He would always deny it, but the soot marks on Bessie's bruises held an undeniable confession. It was said that Bessie was a good mourner because she vented her own pain at funerals. It was also rumored that she dressed in black not as a sign of dedication to her profession, but to conceal the stains on her clothes. Around the neighborhood, we speculated about what would finish off Arthur Black first, the alcohol in his liver or the soot in his lungs. What we all got right was the imminence of his death. To no one's surprise, Bessie shed not a single tear at his funeral. Widowhood seemed to promise a better life for Bessie, but nothing could be further from the truth. The night after Arthur's funeral, I approached her house, driven by the screams. I found her crouched in a corner, pointing at the wall with her trembling finger. She claimed her husband had returned, but all I could see were soot stains. The screams repeated night after night, but I became more concerned about the sudden silence. The Bobbies found her unconscious on the bed. She had attempted suicide by strangling herself with her own hands, judging by the marks on her neck. Bessie was admitted to Claybury for her own good. The doctors restrained her to the bed by the legs and arms to prevent her from harming herself in a fit of hysteria, but it was futile. They couldn't explain the sooty trail of footprints in Bessie's cell the day they found her suffocated, tongue out, and even less the black marks that reappeared on her neck. Ooh. Allingham House? I usually keep a file of newspaper clippings of events that catch my attention, but none can rival the strangeness of the enigmatic case of Allingham House. Here's the clipping I preserved. The fire at Allingham House, bordering Cleveland Bay, has prompted communal recollection of the mysterious death of its owner, Helen Allingham, before the property was bequeathed to Helen's granddaughter and her husband. As later revealed, a thorough examination of Mrs. Allingham's body revealed greenish marks on her gums and under her tongue, ruling out cholera as the cause of death, as had been incorrectly diagnosed. Weeks before her corpse was found in the armchair of the reading room where she held her literary gatherings, the elderly woman had stopped receiving visitors due to a rare indisposition shared by the usual attendees. Testimonies confirmed that Mrs. Allingham had become obsessed with her new floral tapestries in Shield Green, the shade once popularized by the Swede Carl Willem, which is currently facing devaluation in the market due to controversy over the toxicity of its arsenic components. She boasted about the luster of her walls, one of her acquaintances stated. As if that were not sufficient, she varnished the paper with lead to achieve more vibrant green tones, ignoring our advice. She accused us of envy. It is presumed that the dampness of the jetty decomposed the arsenic in the upholstery, causing vomiting and diarrhea among guests and Mrs. Allingham's death due to prolonged exposure. The police investigation will determine whether the fire is deliberate or the result of the tapestry's flammability, but regardless of the result, it puts an end to the Allingham couple's well-aired domestic crises? Yeah. That cursed armchair. I scrubbed and scrubbed, but the green stain wouldn't budge. It lingered there, glowing in the darkness every night, changing positions. Elizabeth Allingham declared, just before her husband dragged her away from journalists, citing post-traumatic stress. Yeah, of course, it's always stress, isn't it? Last one, the Ouija board. We could have been 3 bored old ladies at another dull tea gathering. Heaven forbid. Lillian had invited Margaret to her garden as a gesture of apology after mocking her amethyst necklace. Margaret had always been a bit resentful, so at Lillian's request, I agreed to accompany them both to help smooth things over. I brought scones and sandwiches, and Margaret brought important green tea from Benares? I was about to kick off the evening with the latest gossip when our hostess surprised us with one of those alphabet boards to communicate with spirits. She had pilfered it from Charles Cabinet, who was involved in the Golden Dawn. Quite audacious, that Lillian. What noble lady rummages through her husband's belongings? Oh well. Since she couldn't find the planchette, she tipped a teacup onto the wood and placed a finger on it. She had seen that little act 1,000 times in Charles' sessions. Lillian urged the ghosts to manifest themselves. We went along with the joke and she began to slide the cup back and forth, but after a while I noticed something odd was happening. The cup hopped over the letters, repeating 3 words incessantly. Danger, cup, death. Lillian jerked her finger off the cup like a spring. Her skin looked pale, even under her rouge. Margaret poured her some tea to calm her down. I had a bad feeling, but couldn't shape it until it was too late. Lillian started foaming at the mouth, her eyes glazed over, and her head slumped into her chest. Margaret laughed like a devil. She didn't resist when the police took her away. They would find belladonna in the tea or some other poison. It was only a matter of time. If I hadn't been so skeptical, I might have suspected that the Ouija was referring to Margaret's teacup, not the one Lillian was using as a planchette. Before they urged me to leave the crime scene, curiosity led me to place my finger on the board's cup and ask a simple question. Who are you? When the cup started moving and the letters spelled out a name, I knew I should have should have bitten my tongue. Lillian. This time it was me who burst into laughter. That was definitely impossible. I mean, how could someone communicate with themselves from beyond to try to avert their own death? Ooh. I think that was all. That was great. Who's that? Mary Shelley. Ah, it all started with her. I do not entirely agree with such a statement. There exist authors predating Shelley who delved into the realm of horror literature. Yes, of course, but Frankenstein is considered a turning point in the genre. Its success led to... Your discourse lacks precision. I would advise against spreading inaccuracies with such levity. The annals of horror literature cannot be rewritten by a single erroneous, right? Fact. I think I remember. Whatever you say. Cash register. If there is a greater passion than fantasy literature for me, it is money. Hence, I implore you to steer clear of the cash register. You mentioned I could test my knowledge. Indeed, about fantastical and horror literature. I will ask you questions on the subject, and you must answer correctly. What do I win if I answer all the questions correctly? An achievement. Of a what? An achievement for you if you answer them correctly. No one has aced them all. Ah. Anything else? My respect and admiration. Oh. Let's test my knowledge. Let's go. Ready? Yes. In which European river is the setting of Alden Blackwood's The Willows? Oh, I know the book, but not the contents. The Rhine is a German/Dutch one. The Thames is British. The Seine is European mainland. The Danube, I don't know. Quick, Google it. The Danube? Correct. I've never heard of it. What does the raven say to the protagonist in Edgar Allan Poe's poem of the same name? Nevermore, right? Caw caw. I think it's Nevermore. Correct. That was an easy one. It was. Which of these vampire novels was written first? Dracula, the Vampire, Carmilla, Varney the Vampire. I know Dracula is based on a different novel. It might be The Vampire? Carmilla? Oh, you guys know. That's a lot of people. No! Written in 1872. Simple one to relax the nerves. Who's called Frankenstein? I think it was The Vampire. Yeah. Wait, what was the question? Creature? I didn't read the question. What can be seen in the picture in Mr. James' story, The Mezzotint? I have never heard of that. Portrait of a priest, a house, a forest, a cliff. House? Correct. Damn. What material is the golem made of in Gustav Meyring's novel? Golems are made of stone, right? Clay, maybe? Yeah. What are the names of the children in Henry James's novel, The Return of the Screw? I've never heard of that. Miles and Flora? Wow, you guys! So knowledgeable. Which ship brought Count Dracula from his homeland to London? The Demeter. Yeah! I finally knew one. Who wrote the horror story The Signal Man? I don't think it's Lovecraft, is it? Dickens? Yeah! I didn't know he did horror. What did lottery number 249 contain in Arthur Conan Doyle's story? I would guess gold coins because it's a bit more grounded, isn't it? But... Mummy? Wow, guys. In Arthur Macken's The Great God Pan, what is the name of the girl who participated in Dr. Raymond's experiments? The name of the girl. Alice, Catherine, Mary, or Agnes? They all sound like classic names to me. Mary? Ooh. Let's get to know the authors a bit. Oh my god, there's so many questions. What was the occupation of Edward Frederick Benson's father? Google your heart out, people, because I don't think we are supposed to know all of these. Archbishop. At what age did Edgar Allan Poe die? Oh, pretty young. I would say 36. 40? I was 4 years off. Okay. To whom was John William Polidori, the author of The Vampire, a physician? Queen Victoria. He wasn't a physician. Percy Shelley or Bram Stoker? This sounds like a trick question, but Percy Shelley, Byron, Lord Byron. What? Percy Shelley? No idea. The husband of Mary Shelley, the author who conceived Frankenstein. Well, the three of them were together at Villa Diodati during... Bah. Correct answer. Right, let us now turn to the tough questions. The previous ones were the easy ones. Which story does not belong to the horror genre? Count Magnus, The Burial of the Rats, The Telltale Heart, and The Case of Lady Sannox. So which one is not horror? Burial of Rats? By Bram Stoker, correct. Oh. Although the character undergoes a terrifying experience, it cannot be considered a horror story. Ah. In Oscar Wilde's novel, who does Dorian Gray blackmail? Oh. Oh god. Maybe the Lord? I don't know. Campbell? Good memory. Good memory, chat. Not me. How many more years of life does the devil grant the protagonist in Charles Maturin's Melmoth the Wanderer? How many more years? 5. I would say 150 maybe, but that's just purely guessing. Correct. What inspired E.T.A. Hoffman to write The Devil's Elixirs? The Monk? Oh, so he was inspired by a book. So hard. I know. I have no idea. I'm afraid. Right. The penultimate question. One of these horror stories does not belong to Rudyard Kipling. The Mark of the Beast, They, The City of Dreadful Night, and The Thing in the Hall. So which one is not from that author? The Thing in the Hall? E.F. Benson. Oh. Last question. Okay. Oh my god. I've been ready for a while. What is the name of the doctor who narrates events in the story of the baby Lovelace? Oh! We just read that. Oh shit. No, well, not Giggles. Price? Maybe? Yeah. Oh my god. Tough luck. You did not answer all questions correctly. Some were quite challenging. That's why the thrill lies. If you wish to try your luck again, I'll gladly ask you the questions once more. I kind of want to get them all correct. Can we... Do you have a good memory? Should we do one more time? I think this is vampire. So it was not Carmilla. I think it's the vampire. Okay, I was right. Thank you. Redemption. Oh, Frankenstein. So that is the creator, right? Indeed. Okay. What is the name of the doctor who narrates it? Dr. Price. Achievement! Yay! We did it. Truly a scholar in this field. We gather with friends on full moon nights to answer such questions. Would you like to join us sometime? Quite busy on full moons. If you would like to answer my questions again, just let me know. No, thank you. I'm good. But that was awesome. I think we're done here. Whew, my brain is steaming. Okay, let's go in here. Ooh. The receptionist informed me that Professor Bennett's office is on this floor. It must be one of those two doors. Okay. Silas Bennett. Here he is. Not well versed in Mayan culture, but I would swear this is the temple of Kukulkan. a moai from Easter Island. Still unknown what these statues represent or what purpose they served. The Great Sphinx of Giza. The mysteries surrounding ancient Egypt have always fascinated society. Knowing this and capitalizing on the popularity of archaeology, many professionals delve into both tomb raiding and patrons' pockets. Information panel. The text attempts to justify the looting of the exhibited pieces from the colonialism of the British Empire. I like that they're on that they caught on, the creators of the games. According to the plaques, these are archaeological pieces found near the Amber Fort in the state of Rajasthan. Thomas Lester, restorer. Depiction of the eruption of Mount Vesuvius that buried the city of Pompeii in ash. The framed newspaper clipping next to the painting announces an imminent excavation at the site by prominent members of the London Archaeological Society. I know where the lost city of Z is. P. Fawcett. Okay, let's go see our main dude first. This is the door. Professor Bennett? Yoo-hoo! Anyone there? Oh, it's locked. Hey there, sir. Yes? Are you looking for Professor Bennett? Yes, I would like to inquire about certain matters. I regret to inform you that I haven't seen him around here for days. Do you know where I could find him? I believe he embarked on one of those dubious expeditions that cast doubt on our profession. Out-of-place artifacts. Bah! I think Professor Bennett made a mistake in pursuing this profession. Or worse, he has lost his mind. Do you know when he will return? I haven't the slightest. Ask Oscar. Who? His assistant. A very promising young German who unfortunately shares Professor Bennett's delusions. Do you know where I can find him? I've called the office, but no one answered. He'll be back, don't worry. If there's no other choice, I will come back later. Thank you for the information, Mr. Lester. Thomas Lester. Maybe we should talk to Thomas? Nothing in the plant or the vent. Okay. Maybe we can say hi. Come in. Wow, cool. They're archaeological pieces. They look new. Have they been restored? Indeed. Aren't archaeological remains usually displayed in the state they are found? Of course. But in the case of the pieces you're seeing, several similar ones were found in the excavations. There's real interest from both professionals and the public to know what they were really like. Ah. I sense some skepticism in you. Do you think we are altering history? I didn't say that. Understand that they are restored only after extensive research. We don't paint them with the first colors that come to mind. Document. The British Museum grants Thomas Lester the authority to restore those archaeological elements that he deems fit, recognizing his great knowledge for the benefit of the pieces found in any excavation. Damn, okay. Chemical components. Despite being labeled, I don't know any of them. They must be used during the restoration process of the pieces. Paint can. Paint is blue. Scheme. It's a restoration scheme for the vessel Mr. Lester is working on. Ah. Ahem. Oh, it's you. Have you been able to speak with Oscar? Not yet. As I mentioned, he won't be long. Well, what can I do for you? What's your opinion on Professor Silas Bennett? He was an excellent archaeologist with an impeccable reputation, until he became obsessed with the idea that certain objects found in excavations did not belong to those eras or belonged to supposed civilizations unknown to history. Atlanteans, Hyperboreans. Ah, sometimes I think he's pulling our leg. His theories make no sense. Does the guild accept these theories? Of course not. Bennett only retains his position here due to his past achievements. No one dares to expel him from this society, and I believe it won't be necessary. He's digging his own grave. What can you tell me about Oscar Koenig? A promising young man. He worked in Germany with Müller and Braun. He has the potential to become one of the great archaeologists of this century, but his association with Professor Bennett won't help his career. Could he be right, though? Are you kidding? Who can believe that beings from other planets left artifacts on Earth? That's what he thinks. It's one of his theories, and the least absurd of them. Okay, let him do his job. Thank you for your time. Okay. So this is a bit of a dead end. He's just not here. Unless we run into the dude outside, maybe? There was a guy in front of the bookshop. Shop window. The names of the most prominent horror story writers are displayed at the shop as a lure. In this one I see Bram Stoker, Machen. I've never heard of Machen. What did he write? Edgar Allan Poe, Hodgson, Blackwood. I really need to read some Blackwood and H.G. Wells. Exit. What's he known for? Oh, a ticket booth. Oh, what's this? Ticket costs a penny. I have a penny. You can enter and exit the premises as many times as you like, so long as you keep your ticket. Great. 1 ticket, please. That'll be a penny. Here you go. Many thanks. Enjoy the movie, sir. Ooh. Are we actually watching a movie? Wait, there were movies in 1907? Wasn't it like 1914 or 20? Was it that early? I mean, it must be. Excited to binge watch the YouTube video. Thank you. Thank you, Bori. Yeah, it's gonna be like a 7-8 hour video, so. Oh, wow. Look at that. Cool. Universal have been in business since 1912. Yeah. First screening was 1895. Oh. That's impressive then. This must be like early days. I guess maybe you would see like a really short movie. Not exactly movies, but more like little skits like that. Is that it? Okay, so we can't... Wonderful! So we can't actually look around. Melise is a genius. Méliès? Méliès? Summoning the spirits. Funny. Oh, it's an alley. And see anything? Oh, we just leave. Okay. So what do we do? Florence Cook really wants this guy to come over, and we haven't been able to convince him. The photo dude is being held here. We need £1,000, so we need the lucky charm for the boxer. Bennett is gone. No idea where he is. University for the boxing guy. Ooh, maybe he can give something away about the good... Well, that was a wrestling guy, dude. Though. But, good idea. Or talk to Tim, maybe, about the sports. Okay, so this is not going to give us anything. Okay, let's try Tim then. Little Tim. What's today's news? Sports. Mainly focuses on the ritual performed by this boxer chap. Apparently he always walks into the ring with a bunch of violets. That's why the flowers, says this lucky charm. The geezer who wrote the piece thought it was a laugh and tried to take the mickey out of him. And where's the humor in that? I don't know. I hope Run Round Jack doesn't read the article. If I were the writer, I'd be miles away from London by now. Violets, that's why we saw... Oh my god, we have been in so many locations where they had different flowers. Where have we seen violets? Maybe at Florence's place? African lilies. Lobelias. Okay, so that's not it. Okay, bye. Now what I want. The dead guy? Oh, at the photography place? Ladies? Violets. Do you want me to place them in your brother's hands? Not yet. Yeah, she... Okay, wait. So that means we won't get the violets. Wait, but that's out of order then. We won't get them until the guy comes back. Oh, may I borrow them? What for? They could be of use to me. Flowers belong to Bertram, sir. If you want violets like these, go to a florist. You need the eyes first. Do you think we can put the pickled... Oh, maybe the marbles. Bertram would look downright eerie with those white eyes. Oh! Oh! There was paint! In the guy's office. Oh my god. Are we gonna paint Iris? That's gonna look so stupid. Oh my god. Let's go. What are you gonna do? I want to paint these marbles. Let me see them. They're marble. They remind me of blank eyes. I have an idea. Give me some space. Is he doing it for me? Here you go. Wow, they're very realistic. I'll take that as a compliment. Dude, thank you. Okay, bye. That's crazy. Okay, well, let's pop them into the dead guy. I'll just leave through this alleyway here. Don't mind me, ladies. He looks better now. Excuse me, but... Yes? I appreciate the intention, but Bertram had green eyes. Don't worry about that, Miss Perkins. As you know, the photograph is in black and white. You would hardly notice the difference. Trust me. Yes, I will. You seem to know what you're doing. Can I get those flowers now? Not yet. When he gets photographed. So we need a photographic plate. Your brother could be photographed with another type of flowers. What does the camera need? Everything is set for your brother to be immortalized. One moment. Oh! Here you are, dear brother. These were your favorites. That's so creepy. Proceed. Very well. Here we go. Good heavens! Bertram! What is happening? Composure, ladies. It is nothing more than the sign of Lazarus. What does that signify? Among other phenomena, involuntary muscular movements post-mortem. Your brother remains in repose, if such was your concern. Very well. Let us attempt once more. Done. All that's left is to develop it, but I can't help you with that. Oh, do not worry. Presumably Mr. Wood shall eminently grace us with his presence. The crucial aspect is the photographs captured, thus enabling us to inter our dear Bertram in serenity. We extend our sincerest gratitude for your kindness, sir. It's been a pleasure. Now give me them damn flowers. Do you mind if I keep the bouquet? Our desire was to lay him to rest with them. No, that was your wish. You may keep them, sir. Thank you. Okay, awesome. Now bye. Good luck with that. I don't know if I would like holding flowers that were in a dead person's hands. Okay. Let me save. There we go. Yes, here it is. The violets. They arrived at last. You just saved our lives. Come in. It's fortunate that you've come. Excuse me. There were rumors that Walter Black's manager had paid off the owner of the Wild Orchid to stop supplying bouquets of violets to the champion. And as you know, if one round doesn't enter the ring with that bouquet, he wouldn't be fit to fight. In that case, the fight would be declared in favor of Black. Really? Damn it. Beg your pardon? It would be a disgrace if Black were declared the winner because the flowers weren't delivered. Oh, indeed, certainly. You can leave them on that crate by the lantern. Why is the bouquet of violets so important to One Round? His mother gave him a bouquet of her favorite flowers on the day of his first fight. That very night before he entered the ring, he learned of her passing. Oh, shit. When he was declared the winner of the fight, he believed it was his mother's flowers that acted as a lucky charm. It's as simple as that. If he doesn't enter the ring with the bouquet, he believes he'll lose. And that's never been the case, isn't that right, champ? He's focused. Well, as I mentioned, you've saved our skins. Until the match begins, you can stay here and admire the champion if you wish. Come on, champ. Give the bag a good wallop. Okay, so we just helped him win. From last year, advertised the fight between One Round Jack and Samuel Cribb. Tray with food. Should we put the eggs in? A mix of mashed potatoes with beans, cabbage, and bacon. That's for the champ. He'll devour everything on that tray before stepping into the ring. Are you telling me he's going to wolf down all that food before the fight? Won't he feel heavy? Don't know much about boxing, but I think that would be counterproductive. Are you kidding? One Round is a stomach of steel. Oh, we'll be the judge of that. I can't open this jar. The mold on the lid has solidified so much that I don't have the strength to open it. Shit. What are we gonna do? How do we open it? Maybe he can open it for us. I was wondering if One Round could open this jar for me. I don't have enough strength to do it. One Round could blow on the jar from 3 meters away and it would open as if by magic. But he can't do it right now. He's training. If you want to wait until the fight is over, he could do it then. Okay. Well, how's our friend Tony doing? Who? Tony, the owner of the shop. Your boss. Oh, fine. He's fine. You're new there, aren't you? I like you more than Tony's previous employee. What was that idiot's name? I don't know. Ah, yes, David. Complete idiot. What ingredients are in your champion's food? A special recipe I prepare to give him the strength before stepping into the ring. Basically, cabbage salad with bacon bits, chicken, eggs, pepper, onion, and celery. You should eat a similar meal. You look a bit thin. Has he ever lost? You're joking, right? He hasn't lost a single one of his 65 fights he's had. All won in the first round. Does Walter Black have a chance of winning? Let's say between 0 and none. Black is no match for the champ. What the hell? No one is. Although there is one fool who believes otherwise. Some poor sod has bet on Black. Can you believe it? I'm gonna watch him train. Okay, we have access there. How would we get the thing open? It advertised the fight between One Round Jack and Samuel Cribb. Strong boy at uni? Maybe, yeah. Let's try that. Because the fact that we can have this guy try and open it makes me think that we are on the right track. Mr. Lee, you're quite strong, aren't you? The strongest in the university. Would you like to test it? I'd love to. Can you open this jar? Sometimes they're tough to open, right? But not for me. Oh, it's gonna be so stinky, though. Oh, he did it. Easy peasy. Oh my god. Thank you for your strength. It's been a pleasure, Professor. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll continue admiring this lovely collection of trophies. Look at it! My god. That must reek. Well. Bon appetit, One Round. Champ, get ready. I think it's time. Oh my god, I feel so bad. Is the fight starting? Yes, although he needs to eat something first. Would you like to watch the fight with me? Yes, I think it will be interesting. It'll be epic. We're betting, yeah, against him. But, to be fair, it is to save someone's life. Not a bugger in the crowd could bloody believe it. Oh, it already happened. One round must have shat himself with that kilo of grub before getting in the ring. Did you see how he kept grabbing his gut from the get-go? Black obviously saw that and went straight for his bloody stomach with a solid hook. Knocked him on his arse right quick. One round couldn't get back up. This might be the start of one round Black, isn't it? I reckon I'll have to think twice before betting on the champ again. Couldn't agree more. I wasted all my wages on this bet. Fancy a swig at the dive later? I'll be there. I guess I will collect my winnings. The fight's over. Seems like some bloke bet on Walter Black. Some are just born lucky. That would be me. I'm here to collect this. Let me see. Well, well. So you're the fool who bet on Walter Black, eh? Tell me, did you know something we didn't? Beg your pardon? Who would bet against one round Jack if they didn't know he was gonna lose? What are you implying? I ain't implying nothing. Just thinking out loud. We're the ones who rigged the fights, and believe me, this one wasn't. You won the bet fair and square. I'll fetch your money. Lucky bastard. Here's your money. £1,000. Just what I need. Who doesn't need a grant these days? In an envelope. Perfect. Okay, now let's get the hell out of here. I would hate to have this much money on me. Holy shit. And in 1907, that was like 10k. If not more. Back to St. Giles. Well, hello there. Don't mind me. Let's give him the money. Got the money? Yes. Let's see, Patty. Although, isn't it with how these kind of criminals, like, what's it called? Loan sharks? Isn't the thing that, like, if they see that you can cough up a £1,000 this quickly, they would be like, if he can do this, he can do more. And then they would start blackmailing you. £1,000. You can count it. I reckon you understand you shouldn't be messing with me, so I'll take your word for it, Mr. Moore. And let me say, I'm pleasantly surprised. Did you see that? Take a lesson from him. Damn it. I ought to fire you lot and keep Mr. Moore for myself. He's got the makings of a collector. You kept your word. Now I'll be keeping mine. It'll please you to know Mr. Wood's still alive and hardly scratched. You're lucky Brian takes his time. It's been good for you, but I ain't sure if it's been good for me. Have Mr. Wood released. Right away, Patty. It was a pleasure doing business with you, Mr. Moore. By the way, you can keep the envelope. Empty, of course. Okay. Can I help you with anything else? Mr. Wood's release is enough. Alright, it's been a pleasure. And now go see Mr. Wood and give him my regards. Tell him all is forgotten. For now. Yeah, for the moment. Yeah. I knew it. So Wood is the guy we want to get the photographic plate from. Hello? Mr. Wood? Ah, welcome. Your face looks familiar. Do I know you? Ah, you were here before when... Yes, when Patty's men took you away. I'm also the one who saved your skin. You paid off the debt? Indeed. Good heavens, you saved my life. I don't know how to thank you. Ask for anything you want. Except money. May I ask you a question? Of course. Do you know Professor Ward? Yes, I went to see him at the university where he works. He said he'd get in touch with me, but he hasn't shown up here. Did you talk about a certain photographic plate? Yes. How do you know about that? I'm his colleague. Professor Ward is absent. Did he mention my case to you? No, I hope you'll fill me in on this matter. You see, this job is not as profitable as it was a few years ago. Having a photographic memento of loved ones is no longer socially acceptable. Some even consider it in poor taste. I don't blame them. I'm aware of the controversy surrounding my work. When the clientele started to dry up, I had to optimize resources. I got photographic plates at a very good price through a contact. It was surplus from Romania. But as soon as I used them for my photographs... Wait a moment, I'll show them to you. Ghosts? Are there ghosts on the pictures? Haunted plates? Ah, here. Take a look at these. They were taken with the plates I'm talking about. Because that's exactly what we need. Oh, that's an ugly baby. Look at those spots around the child. At first I thought they were dust specks near the lens. Sometimes it happens. Turn to the next one, please. Do you see? They're not dust specks. Orbs. Excuse me? That's what this phenomenon is called. Once it's been ruled out that there are particles in suspension on dirt on the lens, after the previous photo, I made sure to thoroughly clean the lens and keep the studio even cleaner. Tell me, what are these things? There are several hypotheses, but the most common one is that they are sources of energy. What kind of energy? Energy of a supernatural nature. Oh, turn to the next page. Ooh, metaphysic energy, undoubtedly. Do you see these shapes during the photo shoots? No, there's nothing there. Nor did I see them through the lens. Are you aware that you've captured a ghost on film, Mr. Wood? You don't say. Turn to the last page. Ooh, it's a ghost, isn't it? Definitely, it's a corporeal manifestation. There's no doubt about it. This is wonderful. Wonderful, you say? This is eerie, sir. Are you saying there are ghosts in my studio? In your studio, in your neighbors' homes, and even in the private quarter of Pope Pius X in the Vatican? The immaterial world, that world we don't see, may be as populated as our own plane of existence. It's one of the hypotheses I work with. And I'm sorry to say, but if there's a place that attracts these poor souls, it's your studio. Remember, you photographed death. Damn it. Don't worry. These manifestations only occur with those photographic plates you told me about, right? Yes, only those. What else can you tell me about them? Origin? Whom did they belong to? Only what I told you. A contact imported them from Romania, but I don't know anything else. He might have more information. Do you want me to call him? It won't be necessary. What is important is that for some specific reason, these plates are sensitive to the material world. That's why Professor Ward was interested in them as key piece for the Box of Revelations. Beg your pardon? Oh, I was just talking to myself. I was quite frightened when I went to see your colleague looking for an explanation. I also told him I intended to burn the only one I had left because I was terrified to have it in the studio. He said not to touch anything until he showed up here. I suppose you want it, right? If you'd be so kind as to offer it to me, I will gladly accept it. Of course I'll give it to you. I never want to see it again. In fact, keep that album as well. I do not want to hear any more about it. I'm very grateful. Wait here, I'll bring you that plate right now. Maybe the album would be evidence? Maybe we can go back to the university? I thought he was doing that. He was like, yes! Here you go. Yay, we did it! Thank you very much for your help, Mr. Wood. Nothing compared to what you've done for me. I have work to do, so I bid you good afternoon. Sir. Yes? Are you sure I don't have to fear anything from this ghost matter? You shouldn't fear the dead, Mr. Wood. Fear the living. Specifically, guys like Patty. Stay away from them, all right? So little locations left. Bennett can't be found. Haunted house is for later. Nelson Ward, maybe we should show the plate. Can we give her the plate? I have Eugene Wood's photographic plate. Wonderful. Why was it so special to Nelson? It photographs ghosts. Simple. Have you been able to prove it? I have an album with photographs by Eugene Wood taken with several plates from the same series. The one I got was the last one. If we discard the frauds and take the ghost photographs as authentic, they all have something in common. They're products of chance, indeed. Spectres have always been captured to the photographer's surprise. A family photo with a floating face, for example. The figure of a lady in a window when photographing a building. Do you remember Campbell's photograph? Yes, the figure seated beside his wife in one of the empty seats on a train heading to Edinburgh. Exactly, and whenever there's been an intentional effort to photograph a ghost, it's been a failure. What peculiarities might this plate have? Perhaps a chemical process that enhances the recording of the beyond? Before assembling the piece, I'd like to subject it to several tests. Good idea. If we can figure out the unique qualities of the plate, we could enhance its effect in the box. You've read my mind, Patrick. Here you go. We have yet to find Florence Cook's ectoplasm sample and whatever Professor Bennett has in his possession. I'm on it. Okay. Love the creepy music. Yeah, it's very good, isn't it? Okay, so what do we do next? Florence's card in the envelope. Maybe with a picture from the album? Let me see. Can I take a picture out of this? No, I don't think so. I can maybe shove it under the door. Oh no, I can't. I can't move it. I can only look at it. Business card. Envelope. Okay. How is that going to convince him, though? Okay, so I can't put it under the door. But I did put it in the envelope. He gives it to the carriage. Oh, yeah, on the plate. The time is now. Ah. Cool. I think I heard a horse carriage. Coachman must be waiting at the door. Oh, Mr. Moore, I see you're still here. How'd you find my little library? Very interesting. I could spend all day perusing each and every volume, but I must be off. Thank you for your hospitality. It's been a pleasure meeting you, Mr. Moore. We may see each other again one of these days. Sooner than you think. Good afternoon. Bye. Should we head back now to her then, if he's heading out? Now, where did I leave that envelope with the address? On the tray. Okay, that was his address gone as well, so... hopefully that did it. That would be so rude, though. Like, he's planning a speech and everything. We just stole him away from it. This isn't the headquarters. Are you Mr. William Crooks? Indeed. Do we know each other? Mr. Moore, what are you doing here? Florence! It's a pleasure to see you again, William. You're the one behind this setup. You must have switched the envelope intended for my coachman. Am I correct, Mr. Moore? Leave Mr. Moore alone, William. I don't know what methods he used to bring you here, but he was just fulfilling my wish. I won't deny that I'm pleased to see you again, but Katie King, the manifestations, all that is now behind me. It belongs to the past. Today I don't want to get involved in such matters. I am a respected scientist. I wouldn't have required your presence if it weren't. Yes, Mr. Moore has informed me of everything. I'm sorry about your illness, but that is not... Oh my god! I'm very angry about the situation, but let me look at you more closely. You're still as beautiful as ever. Oh! I'm not the young woman you once knew, Will. I'm old. Nor am I the handsome gentleman. Gray hair looks good on you. My eyes find you even more attractive than back then. Gentlemen, miss, I must thank you for this unexpected gathering. It has made me feel 30 years younger. As long as I get to spend more time with Miss Cook, I will do as she asks. Come with me, William. I'll explain everything to you. Oh, old love. This is frustrating. I thought Mr. Crooks could talk some sense into her. Nope. I hope my aunt doesn't have any problem. If anything happens to her, I will hold you responsible. As long as I get the ectoplasm. Hope everything goes well. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Sergeant Hughes used to possess me when the ectoplasm had just formed. I didn't see the word. I tried to contain the emanation and prevent it from taking its final form long enough for you to take a sample. Do you have a container on you, Mr. Moore? Yes. As soon as you've taken the sample, I'll cut the connection. Are you all clear? Yes. Be quick. I don't want to give that bastard a chance to fulfill his threat. There's a lot of light in here. Do you need us to turn off the lights and close the curtains? Darkness, candles, all that paraphernalia are just for ambience and to influence the gullible. I could summon that bastard in the middle of Trafalgar Square. Aunt Florence, you still have time. Please, this has gone too far. I am aware of the danger, then. The decision is made. Whatever happens, I want you to know that I love you. As for you, William, I regret all the harm I caused you. It never mattered to me, Florence. I managed to restore my reputation through my scientific discoveries. I'm not talking about that. I pushed you away when we could have had a nice life together. We still have time. Everything will be fine. I'll focus. I'll let you know when I'm ready. Take your time. Oh, oops. Okay, we have the crystal flask. Mr. Crooks, do you think this will work? Do you have any doubts? If there's a medium with a bad reputation, it's Florence Cook. But she seems very convinced. Florence never told me about Sergeant Hughes, but she was afraid when I asked about her first mediumistic experiences. We'll find out in a moment. Be quick about taking the sample, will you? I'll do that. Okay. Well, we shouldn't disturb her, should we? She's focused. Do not disturb her. Yeah. It was a cage with a bird. A raven. Florence has always been accompanied by one. It's said that ravens anticipate the strange. When I investigated Florence, I asked her about it. She told me the raven was her particular alarm. Huh. She was always on alert in case of Sergeant Hughes reappeared. So if we hear the raven caw, it means the entity is about to manifest. Okay. Well. There's no one hiding behind the screen if that's what you suspect. Professional habit. Mr. Moore, I'm ready. I am too. As soon as the ectoplasm materializes, I'll take a sample. Exactly. Ectoplasm is just a reflection of the entity, a business card. It's not the entity itself. It is only an announcement that his soul is about to enter our reality. If you're quick enough in taking the sample, I will have enough time to close all the doors to Sergeant Hughes. Shall we begin? At your convenience. I'm ready. Gideon Hughes, can you hear my voice? Gideon Hughes, I'm talking to you. What's the matter, Gideon? Have you become shy over the years? You disappoint me. You used to manifest yourself without being asked. What's the problem now? I intimidate you, don't I? I know what's happening here. You had no problem scaring a poor girl, but now that I'm an adult, you're not so brave, are you? She's provoking him. You wanted to kill me, remember? It was the last thing you said to a scared little girl. Go on, you coward. Keep your promise. Or are you a liar, after all? You used to call yourself Sergeant Hughes. I don't think you were even an officer. You were probably just an ordinary private. Oh, there's the raven. Go, go, go! Can't believe what I'm seeing. Good Lord. Florence was always right. Stop being amazed. We need to act now. Ah! Get it, get it, get it! I got it. Cut the connection. Now, Aunt Flores, cut the connection. She did it. It's all over now. Right, Miss Cook? Oh no, is it gonna go wrong? I think I remember this from the trailer. Are you well? Uh-oh. The raven is getting agitated. I have a bad feeling. Oh! Florence? Aunt Florence?
Ooh. Hello, Florence.
Oh no!
Miss me? I always keep my promises.
Whoa! Did her neck get broken? Good Lord. Oh damn. She is dead. Oh no. Are you happy now, Mr. Moore? I'm sorry, Shut up. Listen to me, please. No, you are the one who has to listen to me. Ever since you walked into this damn house, you have not listened to me. I begged you to give up your endeavor, and look what you've done. You've got your damn sample. Now get out of this house before I do something crazy. It should not have ended like this. But your aunt. I said leave. Oh my god. Well, she did want to do it because she knew she only had a little bit of time left. Aunt Flores. Damn. Well, let's take it to the workshop. Holy shit. Don't drop it. I managed to speak with Florence Cook, and I've obtained this. By all the branches of modern science, is that what I think it is? A sample of ectoplasm, indeed. Can't believe it. Florence Cook was not a fraud. Oh, Patrick, do you realize what this means? We could offer the world solid proof that the beyond exists. I think you're being overly optimistic, Beatrice. Look at the sample. It's nothing but luminous, amorphous gas. Skeptics will settle for any simple explanation. You're right. They need to see a ghost with their own eyes. But that's what we'll give them. But for now, I'm bursting with happiness. Give it to me. I'll start assembling the sample in the box of revelations. Well, we have the photographic plate and the ectoplasm sample. What about Professor Bennett? I have been to the London Archaeological Society, but Professor Bennett isn't there. His assistant could provide the key to the matter, but he's absent. Oh? Someone's coming to us? Who knows we're here? No one. You may come in. It is open. Who is this? Good afternoon. Arthur Conan Doyle! What? You must be Professor Moore. What the fuck? Conan Doyle, the writer? I'm afraid so. I'm a great admirer of yours. An admirer of me or Sherlock Holmes? Should we suspend the search? I found the Utah episode more interesting than the detective investigation. I prefer your macabre tales like The Parasite or Lottery Number 249, The Mummy. I know now. You should foster that genre more. That was my wish, but that damned detective, a violin-playing drug addict, held me hostage for many years. I've had such an overdose of Sherlock Holmes that I feel the same way about him as I do about the foie gras pâté I overate some time ago. Overate. Just hearing his name is enough to make me feel queasy. I hate to interrupt this book club, gentlemen, but what the hell are you doing here, Mr. Doyle? The reason for my visit is that I saw a light from the street, and I hope to find Professor Nelson Ward here. Do you know him? I've always followed his investigations with interest. We had a meeting with your colleague. The Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn and I ended up funding the box of revelation. Oh, he paid for it. In fact, yesterday we donated a large amount specifically to Professor Bennett's excavation in Peru. But our friend Nelson Ward insists this time it should be deposited in the university's name. Then why did he take it? Wait a moment. Do you mean that money belongs to the professor and not the university? Exactly. The professor hasn't stolen anything, Beatrice. So it seems. If this whole affair smelled fishy to me before, it smells even worse now. I see that you're aware of the unfortunate incident with the professor and that you're unaware of his whereabouts. We know nothing. We came here in search of a clue that might shed light on where we could find him, but we've had no luck. I believe you. I see that despite the professor's absence, the manufacturing of the box of revelations continues. Are you working on it? Yes. We've managed to obtain the ectoplasm sample and Eugene Wood's photographic plate. Are you serious? That's fantastic. I suggest you lower your expectations, Mr. Doyle. I can assemble all the pieces and even modify part of the machine, but I fear it cannot be completed without Nelson's help. There are certain connections not stipulated in the blueprints, and frankly, I'm out of ideas. In fact, we have yet to find Professor Bennett and have him enlighten us with the missing piece. So, 2 obstacles stand in the way of showing the public the existence of the beyond. I believe you can resolve this issue with Professor Bennett. In fact, you've managed to obtain the remaining pieces, which was Professor Ward's main concern. So I trust in your abilities. As for finding Professor Ward, what about you? Don't you solve mysteries in your novels? Seems you're good at it. My dear, I began writing my Sherlock Holmes stories knowing at all times what had happened. I'm a writer, not a detective. But if I'm honest, I believe it's time to put my deductive skills into practice and compete with my most successful creation in intelligence. I have contacts all over the city and some suspicion of what might have happened to our friend. They're just conjectures, but if I take the right approach, yes, that's what I'll do. You, Professor Moore, try to locate Professor Bennett. The great dame of phantasmagoria, whom I deeply admire and who seems to have revealed herself as a great scientist, will continue working on the machine. As for me, I will scour London in search of the missing professor. Is that all right with you? Thank you for your help, Mr. Doyle. You can call me Arthur. We're a team now. We're not quite there yet. Let's settle for something in between. How about Sir Arthur? Well, if you wish. I'll get going. I hope to bring good news. Tell me something, Sir Arthur. What interest does the Golden Dawn have in the Box of Revelations? We're very curious about the beyond, perhaps more than the average person. Although our desire was not to share that information if the machine bore fruit. Knowledge is power, isn't it? You are correct, Miss Shaw. But Professor Ward insists on it. He wants to share the result with the world. There is a dispute about this in the Order. But as far as I'm concerned, I am with Professor Ward. You choose well. I'll return to the London Archaeological Society to see if Oscar Koenig has arrived. Good luck to both of you. See you shortly. Go look for Nelson. You're quite a character. I like it. Wow, only 2 locations left. What? Okay, let's look at the office again then. I haven't been going long at all, though. I feel like there's probably like another whole act after this. He in here yet? Oh, Oscar Koenig? Who's that dude in front? Oh, come in, the door's open. Hey! My name is Patrick Moore, and Professor Moore, Professor Ward's colleague. I've been eager to meet you. May I ask you some questions? Of course. Where can I find Professor Bennett? He's out of London. No! Professor Ward come to see you. We had a conversation a couple days ago. The discussion was so fruitful that he became our benefactor. What do you mean benefactor? He will finance our excavation in Peru? Is he in Peru right now? He should have been back by now. I'm so concerned about his absence that I was about to set out and look for him. According to my colleague's notes, Professor Bennett is involved with a... Excuse for not being very precise in my description, but it seems to be a precious stone, a jewel. The Scarlet Stone, yes. As colleagues, didn't he inform you about this? There are too many things he didn't inform me about, so I hope you can enlighten me. A week ago, after thorough research, we published an article where we announced that we had located the whereabouts of the Scarlet Stone. We omitted details, of course. We didn't want that area swarming with treasure hunters benefiting from our discovery. Professor Ward read that article and came to propose an arrangement with us. What is this Scarlet Stone? An artifact. Its construction dates back to the dawn of time. We believe it was made by the Hirbans. What arrangement? I'll be honest with you. We struggle to find funding for our excavations. Those close-minded idiots think we're chasing fantasies. They wouldn't fund us even for a train ticket to Birmingham. On the other hand, Professor Ward mentioned having a significant sum from a donation and offered to finance our excavation in Peru in exchange for using the Scarlet Stone in one of his experiments. We need that money, Professor. My mentor's reputation has declined in recent years. We're outcasts within the Archaeological Guild. The deal seemed fair and beneficial to both parties. What does the artifact do? The Scarlet Stone generates continual high-voltage energy on its own, without any external assistance. A potent and inexhaustible source of energy. Interesting. It's also the source of legends. What kind of legends? Nothing relevant. Fantasies and superstitions. It is said that its creators were frightened by what it could do. They decided to hide it so that no human could misuse it. As I said, I intend to set out to search for Professor Bennett. I fear something may have happened to him. He might have found the artifact and had an unfortunate accident. Or perhaps he hasn't found it yet. Although if that were the case, he would have informed me via telegram. The train leaves tonight, bound for Eriswell, Scotland. That's where the Scarlet Stone is located. Would you like to accompany me? We're going to Scotland? I would like to, but I'm having trouble obtaining the appropriate attire for such an endeavor. Don't worry about it. I see you are the same size as me and I can lend you clothes for my suitcase. We're going to Scotland? It will be my pleasure, although I need to inform my colleague Beatrice that I will be absent for a few days. Wait, we don't have a few days. The train departs from King's Cross at 10. I'll be waiting for you. Germans and Britons share the same sense of punctuality, so let's honor that. I'll be there. What? Oh my god, we're going. We will soon arrive in Scotland. Don't get too excited, Professor Moore. How the fuck do we go to Scotland and back in 72 hours? There are still several transfers to go, and we will have to rent a horse carriage. There's nothing in Areswell. It's a desolate place. The only remnant of civilization there is an old lighthouse, I see, which I don't know is even still in operation. Let's hope Professor Bennett is safe and sound. Yes, let's hope. And that by finding the professor, we will find the Scarlet Stone. I sense you don't have much faith in this venture, am I right? Why do you say that? I can see it in your eyes. You have the same look as the skeptics I face every day in my work. I beg your pardon, but I'm trying to come to terms with the fact that we've embarked on a search for an artifact of advanced technology manufactured when man still lived in caves. The Herbans populated the world before that time. I've never heard of Herbans. I have my doubts. There's no historical evidence of it. And this is coming from someone who firmly believes in the existence of ghosts. Let me explain to you what my job entails. Imagine that the world as we know it suffers a cataclysm of such magnitude that our civilization is wiped from the map. Cities are buried and only a small handful of people survive. All knowledge acquired before then would be lost, as subsequent generations would be more concerned with seeking shelter from the elements, or essentially starting over. Follow me so far? Yeah? Right. Let's fast forward tens of thousands of years. Humanity has managed to recover from that cataclysm, and the world has been repopulated, giving rise to new civilizations. Some wonder about their ancestors. Who were they? How did they live? So they begin to establish archaeological sites, and based on what they find in these excavations, they conclude that humans emerged after that cataclysm we discussed earlier. There's nothing further back because they haven't found any archaeological remains suggesting otherwise. A logical thought, but not entirely accurate. However, not all knowledge was lost in that cataclysm. Thanks to oral tradition, fragments of that era survived and were reflected in scrolls or books. Several of them talk about, let's say, an artifact called the Voice of the Dead. Several archaeologists decide to search for it. It's impossible for that to exist, say the most conservative ones. It's a fantasy. The only things we've found are sticks and stones, says the most skeptical one. Have you dug deeper or explored certain uncharted latitudes? Asks rebellious archaeologists. The response from the closed-minded group would be indifference or rejection. So that archaeologist starts digging on his own. And what does he find? A gramophone. A damn gramophone with Poor Johnny record. Poor Johnny again? An object out of its time. An artifact that is impossible for humans whose greatest technological achievement was a spear to hunt animals and feed themselves. Yet for the civilization that perished in that cataclysm, it was just an entertainment device that could be manufactured anywhere in the world. Well, that's what the Scarlet Stone is. It's not a magical stone or a fantasy. Perhaps for the Herbans, it was equivalent of a car engine to us. I understand what you're saying. By the way, you mentioned that its creators were frightened by what it could do. Yes, that is documented in the Manures Nostri by Celso the Rodas. Tempus quod numquam fuit. I don't know what I just read. Would you like my opinion? Sure. Let's say one of our armies creates a projectile capable of wiping out an entire regiment. They decide to use it in a war, but this projectile is so powerful that it destroys the entire city. If my faith in humanity coincides with that of the military, they would be frightened by what that artifact was capable of, and they would agree never to use it again. That could be what the Scarlet Stone represents, a source of energy that the Herbans couldn't control. This has been very interesting. Call me Oscar. But today's been a very hectic day, and my body can't take any more. Do you mind if I take a nap? Oh, don't worry about me. Rest if this rattling English sheep train allows it. Thank you very much. Good night. Gute Nacht, Professor Moore. I did not expect us to go to Scotland. Damn it. Stop tormenting yourself, Oscar. Stop? All my gear was in those trunks. Those incompetent station workers were just supposed to take our luggage to the hotel in Edinburgh. Maps, tools, clothes, flashlights, all lost. What's that glinting in the back? I know, but there's nothing we can do now. Maybe we can find something around here that will help us. Look around you. This is a desolate wasteland. There's nothing for miles, just rocks. Not to worry, we'll get through this. Let's search for Professor Bennett before it gets dark. We'll have plenty of time to lament later. You're right. I apologize for letting you witness my frustration. Let's get moving. Oscar, come here. Have you noticed those glints? They're not signals, if that's what you're thinking. The glints are very irregular. Maybe it's a small stream catching the last rays of the sun. You sure about that? That's my belief. It's near dusk. We should hurry and search the area before we can no longer see anything. Okay, exit. Professor, wait. I want you to have this. Oh, a map. One copy of the topographic map of the area was lost with the trunks. I borrowed this piece of map from the inn where we stayed. I'll mark the places where Professor Bennett might be. Alright, let's use this area as our starting point. Nearby is a what? A cromlech? Oh, one of those stone thingies. I say, okay. Ancient Druid stone circle. The Scarlet Stone was venerated there. Oh. It is said that the artifact we seek lies buried at the center. If the professor dug there, he has probably achieved his goal. And if we see no signs of excavation, it would mean he never made it to Eriswell. Exactly. There's a lighthouse a few kilometers downstream. On our way here, we saw that it's still operational. That means there's a lookout. We might have seen Professor Bennett's wandering around the area. Ooh, oh, the lighthouse guy might have seen him. Okay, ready to go? Let's go. Should probably save. There. So that's our starting point. I would say let's go to the lighthouse first. Hee hee, doggy in the background. I also should probably make that tea now. That was the coffee. Done. From Eriswell. What is he saying? Excuse me. What? Why should we leave Eriswell? Oh, he said we should leave. This place is nay for you. Damn it, I shouldn't even be here. And why don't you leave this place? The coasts are treacherous. They have claimed the lives of hundreds of sailors. That was afore they built the lighthouse, and someone has to take care of it. Although you won't see me venturing into those moors, no sir. Eriswell is full of dangers, did you know? What kind of dangers? The cliffs. You have to be careful if you don't want to plunge off them. You'd be surprised at the human remains that can be found among the rocks. And the wind. It seems harmless, right? But this wind is relentless. Could drive even the sanest person mad. And I won't mention those damn mushrooms from hell. But above all... Yes? Nay. Forget it and get out of Eriswell. Mushrooms? Those purple things sticking out of the ground. Ooh, those are valuable in Stardew. You have to be careful not to step on them. And they're everywhere. What are you doing with those stones? I crushed them to turn them into gravel. Oh, what do you do with it? I spread it along the path to the door of my home. The stranger probably caught their attention. I want to be alert in case they approach while I sleep. If they step on the gravel, I'll hear them coming. Who are they? Those who play the trumpets. I heard them once. It had been centuries since anyone heard them. What trumpets? The ones of the apocalypse. Professor Moore, come here. Dude's fucking nuts. This man is delusional. He's not the first lookout to lose his mind in the solitude among natural elements. Any ideas? Let me think. Nope. Not at all. Let me ask some more questions. Still hanging around here? Can you tell me about them? I think I've said enough. Get out of here. You are not aware of the dangers you are in. Tell me about the stranger you've seen around. Could he be an archaeologist? We're looking for him. There was a fellow carrying strange instruments. I suppose he was an archaeologist by the way he was dressed. Did you talk to him? No, he didn't come around here. I didn't go near him either. He used to sleep in one of the caves in the northern cliff. He lit a fire in it at night, and that catches the eye. Maybe that's why the trumpet sounded for the first time in years. Where is that cave? To the north, there's cliffs. The cave is on a ledge. Thank you! Can we enter the lighthouse? From above, we could have a full view of the terrain. You are not authorized to enter the lighthouse. Only I am. But we could... I said, only I am authorized to enter the lighthouse. Is that clear? Okay. What's the dog's name? What the dog doing? Dog? You mean that scrawny rat? He doesn't have a name. How do you call it then? With a whistle. Looks like a quiet dog. Too quiet. It's as if it came out of the taxidermist warehouse. And on top of that, it's a coward. It gets scared of its own reflection in the water. And when that happens, you have to calm it down so it doesn't have a heart attack. Some companion. Thank you for your time. Get out of there as well. Can I pet the dog? Can I pet that dog? Can I pet that dog? Oh, he's blocking it. Rope. We don't need a rope, Mr. Moore. Not that we know of yet. Well, we'll know where to find one if we need it. I don't understand your habit of keeping every object you come across. All right. Okay, well, in that case, let's go. Okay, so that's the cave. Let's check the cromlech. Oh, it has been digging here. Or someone's been digging here. Curses. This is not the cromlech where the Scarlet Stone is supposed to be buried. You sure about that? Udemo? How do I say that name? Each stone should bear a spiral rune. Oh. Rune. What was the Order of the Eternal Wind? Oh! It seems the professor was here after all. I misclicked. He has excavated the area, there's no doubt about it, but he mustn't have found anything. This is frustrating. What was the Order of the Eternal Wind? The Scarlet Stone survived the cataclysm that ended its creators. It passed through various hands until it reached a druid sect who called themselves that. They possessed great knowledge of past eras. Many of their rituals came from lost civilizations. When they obtained the Scarlet Stone, they studied it and understood its power. They agreed to hide it to prevent it from falling into the wrong hands. The trail of the artifact we seek ends there, with the Order of the Eternal Wind. Could others have obtained the Scarlet Stone after this sect? No. Why not? Because it's impossible. How can you be so sure? Because we've done our job. There is no record of it being anywhere else. Don't be impertinent with your questions, and believe me when I tell you that I'm sure of it. Alright? Sorry. Does this mean the Scarlet Stone is not in Aerswell? It is in Aerswell. Verdammt nochmal. Why on earth shouldn't it be? I won't abide your pessimism, Professor. All right, Oscar, don't get so upset. We have spent years investigating its whereabouts. We couldn't have made any mistakes. Calm down. Don't tell me to calm down. What do we do now? I don't know. Listen to me, Oscar. Try to relax. Your attitude won't help us. I apologize for not possessing the famous British phlegm. I just ask you to try and calm down. I'm sorry. Without Professor Bennett, I'm lost. I won't find the artifact without him. And without the artifact, your colleague won't fund our excavation. Regarding that, I'm sorry I haven't been honest with you, but Professor Ward is missing. What do you mean? There was an incident, and he decided to go into hiding. I have no idea where he might be. But will he come back? I don't know. I assume there will be news of him sooner or later, but damn it. Why didn't you mention this before we set off? I don't really know. I want that artifact as much as you do, and I decided to join you on this quest. But don't worry, I'm a professor at a very important university. I could pull strings that connect you to patrons willing to fund you if this venture succeeds. That better be true, Professor Moore. Otherwise, I will consider you a hindrance. Okay. Could there be another cromlech? I have faith in the writings. It's possible, yes. Okay. I understand the frustration of my colleague upon finding nothing here. Maybe we should dig deeper. Didn't you hear what I said before? This is not the cromlech we're looking for. This is not the cromlech you're looking for. Anything there? Look at him squatting. There's nothing here. I see something sticking out of the ground. Ooh. Ooh! What's that? What have you found? A mirror. Could it be an object out of its time? Don't joke around. It belongs to Professor Bennett. Why would he need a mirror? It reflects sunlight to shine directly into the hole being excavated. An additional light source alongside the lamps and lanterns. Cool. You mentioned that each menhir should bear a spiral rune. Yes. Could it be that the elements eroded those runes until they vanished? No. Throughout Europe, remnants of the settlements of the Order of the Eternal Wind can be found. Such stone-carved runes have been discovered in Spain, France, and in my homeland. Several of them much older than this one. But are they close to the ocean too? Because you shouldn't underestimate how like salty wind can, what's the word? Erode things? I would say it's perfectly possible for these things to not be on the stone anymore. Let's look at the cave. Ooh. Oh, you can see the lighthouse in the back. Why would I have to wait outside? Professor? Professor Bennett? Is he dead? Professor? Damn it. Nothing? He's not here. I don't trust him now. Why did he check and not us? And now he's like, he's not here. He spent several nights in this cave. Are there any signs of his belongings? I don't know. It's very dark. And I couldn't see anything. I should go in as well. Go ahead if you wish. But as I mentioned, you won't see anything. You didn't bring anything? Oh, the purple mushrooms. Oh, I plucked one. Be cautious. That's an Amanita involutus. If crushed, it will release spores that could render you unconscious for a while. Oh, that'll be good to know. I hope Professor Bennett didn't have an accident on the cliff. Beg your pardon? Nothing. Can we use the mirror to shine a light? Maybe not. Could use the mirror to direct the light into the cave, but the lighthouse intervals are so fast that I could barely have time to see anything. I would still try it. Cave is too dark. Can't see anything. Well then. You're right. Didn't see anything. I guess because they lost our lights. I think we should investigate those glints. Trust me, it's not Professor Bennett's signaling, if that's what you're implying. Besides, that area is far beyond my colleague's reach. We should go check it out. Do you want to waste several hours going there just to find out it's nothing but a stream, as I've already told you? Trust me. I don't trust him now. As he said, trust me. I have field experience and I assure you those glints are natural. Are you in a hurry to return to London, Professor Moore? No, let's keep going. Okay. Use the mushrooms to the lookout. I guess we could take out the dude, but do we want to get in the lighthouse that desperately? Keep that away from me. How dare you carry that around? I don't want to use it on the dog. Do you want to see yourself in the mirror, doggy? Oh, poor little guy. What the hell is wrong with you? Do you want to calm down? Do it. Have you calmed down? That's the way I like it. Now he's gonna knock himself out. Accursed mutt. What the? Are you alright? Yeah, not really. Just a bit. I think I need to sit down. Okay. We shouldn't tie him to the chair, right? Okay, this must be his wife or his daughter. I recognize the coast of Airswell in this old photograph. A diary on the table doesn't reveal more than we've already gleaned from the lighthouse keeper, though there are several notes regarding them. However, it doesn't specify who they are. Spectacular view of the North Sea stretching to the coast of Denmark. Seems this lever controls the direction of the lighthouse beam. Ooh. Oh, God. Automatic north. Okay, which way were the cliffs? West? That you shouldn't gently pull the lever without forcing it. Sure. Maybe if we go up, we can see which direction it's in. Is there something down there? Trapdoor? Trapdoor with a padlock preventing access to the upper floor. Shit. Several bottles, kitchen utensils, and a couple of novels. Yes. There's a trapdoor there. Empty. North, according to the map. Okay. Now let's hurry over to the cave. At least he's just snoozing it off, so that's not too bad. That looks good. Oscar? Yes. Stand against that wall. Yeah. This okay? What are your intentions? Hold this mirror. Ah, I see what you have in mind. Raise this slightly and aim it towards the interior of the cave. Cool. Thank you. Is that a backpack? Remnants of a fire here. What else do you see? A bag. All right, check it. It might contain his diary. That will help us track his movements. Just take the entire backpack. Ooh. A telescope. Nothing else? No, just that. Can I lower the mirror? My arms are starting to get tired. Of course, there's nothing more to see here. How strange. It's as if the earth swallowed them up. Where are you, Professor? I'm running out of ideas. I was hoping he would be in the cave. Should we fix the lighthouse? Can I take it? We won't need it. Use telescope on the glint. Ah, yeah. Okay, let me just put this back on automatic because I'm worried that we're gonna get in trouble otherwise. Play too much Nancy. Okay. That's a good idea though, looking at the glint. Look at it. What is it? Oh. Ooh, it's a tent. A camp with a single tent. Could it be Professor Bennett's? Let me see. No, it's not his. Though I can affirm this is the typical camp of an archaeologist. Shall we investigate? This is not an archaeological site, at least not for conventional archaeologists. I'm intrigued by others excavating here. Do you think they are also after the stone? We were cautious not to reveal the specific location in our article. We were very careful about that. Let's go speak with them. They may have had contact with the professor recently. He might even be there with them. Maybe Professor Ward is there. Maybe he's hiding. Nice. Let's go. Let's go have a look. Another mirror? Looters. Excuse me? Parasites who feed off the work of others. They probably followed Professor Bennett's movements and stole the Scarlet Stone. If that's the case, where's the professor? Where are they? They might be getting rid of him right now. I beg your pardon, but aren't you being a bit paranoid? You don't know this profession. These looters are ruthless. They may simply be archaeologists, just like you. Look at this box. That's a huge lock. What archaeologist so jealously guards a simple box? I bet the Scarlet Stone is inside. Or his work tools. We must be alert. These people are dangerous. Okay. Couple of books. An old lamp as well. Would have been useful in the cave. I only see a sleeping bag. Just the one. If I were you, I wouldn't trust it. They usually don't work alone. This is the source of the glints I saw from afar. Oh, yeah. Still smoldering. They can't be far. A thick chain and a lock prevent the box from being opened. I have a feeling about this. Scarlet Stone is in there. I don't understand why you believe that. Honestly, he says he's Koenig, but what if it's someone posing as him, trying to get to the stone? I don't know if we can trust him, actually. You're careful not to give any clues in the article you wrote, right? Indeed. I don't know how it could have happened, but these looters know. How do we... I can't open it with our bare hands, but we must open it. My inventory is super empty. Hammer at the lighthouse? Were there tools here? Oh, right. He's sleeping with the hammer in his hand. Not very proud of what I've done, although he is just sleeping. I'll borrow the mallet. Yes. Run! The dog's sitting there like, what? What's going on? Tea time? I should, yeah. I'm just so into it. I keep going. That's it. Break that lock. Hey! Is that Bennett? What are you doing? What does that box contain? Excavation material. He's lying. If that's the case, why do you keep it under lock and key? So people like you don't steal from me. Who are you? No, who are you? I am John Price. Wait, Dr. Price from the story? Please excuse my companion. He can be a bit impulsive. Just a bit? My name is Patrick Moore, and this gentleman is Oscar Koenig. We are looking for Professor Silas Bennett. Oscar! You're Professor Bennett's assistant. Do you know him? Do you know where he is? This smells fishy, Mr. Moore. What have you done with him, Price? Me? Nothing. We collaborated in the search of the Scarlet Stone. Collaborated? Mr. Moore? Don't believe a word this man says. The professor would not collaborate with a looter. I am not a looter. Please calm down, Mr. Koenig. I met your mentor here, in Airswell. His search for the artifact was fruitless. He wasn't digging in the right place. I have precise data on where the Scarlet Stone might be, and he agreed to share the discovery with me. That's all. How do you know the Scarlet Stone is in Airswell? Well, no matter how hard you tried to conceal it in the article, the references were very obvious. The professor admitted that an expert reading that article could have located the place with no problem, as it was in my case. Where is the professor? Your friend believed the artifact was buried in the cromlech on the coast. That's because he hadn't read the Marleys and her chronicles. The text does not mention Airswell, but rather that hidden cromlech of the Black Forest. When I finally read your article, I could pinpoint the exact location. That's why I'm here. Is the professor in that cromlech? He set off yesterday to locate it. I told him to wait, but he wouldn't listen. Come with me. See that mountain? On its slope lies what Marleys called the Black Forest. When the Order of the Eternal Wind was persecuted by the Presbyterian Church, they decided to hide in that place. They erased all traces of themselves, hence the coastal cromlech doesn't show their characteristic runes. According to the chronicles, they erected a new cromlech to hide the artifact and dedicate their lives to its protection. Professor and I decided to locate that cromlech, but the Black Forest is a labyrinthine place, and these days there's a lot of fog there. I told him to wait a few days until it cleared, but he ignored me. Did he go alone? Yeah, yesterday. He hasn't returned. I fear something may have happened to him. And you haven't gone to look for him? That's my intention. But as I mentioned, the fog condensation in that place is high. I'd practically be going blind, just like Professor Bennett. I think we should go look for him. What do you think, Oscar? Haven't you been listening? Unless the fog clears, your search will be in vain. Why not wait until tomorrow? The fog is slowly dissipating. Perhaps after tonight, the weather will be more suitable to search for the professor. We cannot wait that long. He's been lost there for a day, probably disoriented and showing signs of hypothermia. I don't know what else to say to dissuade you from venturing into that forest. Do as you wish. I'll stay here. I may have to rescue you tomorrow as well. And be very careful. Yesterday afternoon, I heard looters. I don't know how to explain this. You'll think I'm crazy. What did you hear? It happened a few hours after the professor ventured into the forest. I could say it was a sound produced by the elements. You know, the wind. But no, my workplace is nature. There is no sound in it that resembles what I heard. And until you appeared, there was no human in Airswell apart from that grumpy lookout. Forget it. Maybe my concern for Professor Bennett played tricks on my mind. I don't think this man is in his right mind. Or maybe it's difficult for him to describe what he heard without us thinking he's crazy, as you're doing. Do you trust this man? He hasn't given us any reason not to. He's been cooperative, his account is solid, and he seems concerned about our friend the professor. Don't be so naive, Mr. Moore. Man, he's so distrusting. Are you sure? I say as I was like, I don't trust him. It would be reckless of me and of you. Take care, will you? We will do so. Is he gonna walk off? Oh, okay. Let me save into the Black Forest. To the forest! Ooh. Enter the Black Forest, the Mist Labyrinth. Anything to look at? Nope. I always make tea so fast. We have a cooker. So it's like one of those taps that if you double click it, you'd have boiling water from the tap. That's my secret. Okay, right or down? Let me say right. Uh-oh. Anything? We lost our way, haven't we? So it seems. And the fog is getting thicker. Path. Okay. This looks good. Oh. Are we not? Oh, I thought we split up for a second. Ooh, what's that? I think... Oh no, did we lose Oscar? Oh no. Oscar? Damn it. A spiral. Oscar mentioned that the Order of the Eternal Wind was using the symbol. I suppose the cromlech we are looking for is not far off. Okay, let's have a look here. Oh, there's another one. So maybe I'm on the right track. More rocks with spirals. I think I'm getting closer. Is that the sound that he heard? Damn! What was that? I have no idea. Oh my god! Is that Bennett? Oh my god! Professor Bennett, what happened? Run! Run away from here! I've come to rescue you. That's what I'm going to do. I'm already dead. Price, John Price. He betrayed me. He left me at the mercy of them. Don't let... Oh no. Someone is coming. Hide. Oh, cult. Ooh.
He's died, my lord. It doesn't matter. We know he couldn't have stolen the key from the stars. We must find his accomplices. The old man from the lighthouse might know something. Make him talk, brother. Aye, my lord. Brothers! We have been trusting in the task entrusted to us centuries ago. We underestimated the pagans, but dinna worry. The key of the stars will return to our hands, and those who have stolen it will pay with most painful of deaths. Search every corner of this forest, scour the coast, find what belongs to us and shed the blood of the looters. Go, brothers, show nae mercy.
So they're guarding the stone that we want? They're calling it the key to the stars, but it's the Scarlet Stone. Uh-oh. Does he have anything on him? Should we check his body? Damn it. Must find Oscar and get out of this place. None of this is worth finding that cursed artifact. I guess not, actually. Okay, but where do we go? What do we do? Can you hide and stuff? If something comes? Oh no! Trying to save, but I can't! The fog here is less dense. I must be near the forest exit. Okay, I saved. Holy shit! Oscar! Oh no! Run! Run! Damn. Yes! I recognize this path. This is the way out of the forest. Oh no. What are we gonna do? Oh shit. We were never here. Maybe hide in the tent? Think we can open it? You deceitful scoundrel. The Scarlet Stone has been here this whole time. Oh, we got it. That's the last thing we needed. Okay, save, save, save. I have to get out of this cursed place. Not so fast, Mr. Moore. Is he covered in blood? Oh no, it's a scarf. Please leave it where you found it. I think you owe me more than an explanation, Mr. Price. What do you expect me to say? That I'm surprised to see you alive? You sent us to the Black Forest knowing that the Order of the Eternal Wind was there. You wanted to get rid of us. I was about to leave this place when you showed up. This is a competitive business, Mr. Moore. I didn't want to leave loose ends. You're nothing but a looter. Oscar was right. Oh, yes, your partner. He's dead. Well, that was the idea. You're insane. I'm just a businessman. What did you do to Bennett? His last words were an accusation against you. He said you betrayed him. We unearthed the Scarlet Stone from the cromlech in the forest. At that moment, the Order of the Eternal Wind appeared to hunt us down. I wanted to buy some time, so I snatched the artifact and smashed the old man's leg to delay our pursuers. That way I managed to escape unscathed from the hellish place. I know what you're thinking, Mr. Moore, and let me tell you that, no, I feel no remorse. There is an esoteric order that will pay me enough for that artifact to clear my conscience. Excuse me for not telling you their name. You have been so lucky in escaping those descendants of the Druids that perhaps fortune will continue to smile on you and allow you to escape from me as well. Although I very much doubt that will happen. This artifact doesn't belong to you. You obtained it by getting blood on your hands. You're right. But the end justified the means. Give it to me. I'm going to meet the same fate as the professor, aren't I? I have no choice, Mr. Moore. You know too much, and I cannot risk compromising me. I won't make it easy for you, you know. Oh, come on. Don't take this the wrong way, but you are nothing but a flimsy bookworm. That fencing and boxing you practiced as a student won't save you from me.
I've been in a few wars and was a mercenary before getting into this lucrative business. Do me a favor and hand over the artifact. It will be a dignified death, not the humiliating one you seem determined to have. Let's end this once and for all. Give me the damned artifact! You'll have to pry it from my... Ooh! Do not resist, Mr. Moore. If you resist, it will be more painful. Oh, God. Do you want the artifact? Yes, damn it. I have something else for you, you damned maniac. Get the Scarlet Stone. Did it work? Ah, McQuarrie. Back already, are you? And then? Nothing, sir. We scoured the entire coast and the places pointed out by Mr. Moore. There's not a trace of a camp, nor did we find a thing in that cave. But, let's recap, Mr. Moore. According to your story, you killed a man named Price, yeah? In self-defense, yes. All that after escaping from a druid cult thought to be extinct. This cult allegedly murdered an archaeologist and his assistant. I know how it sounds, but... And the leader of this cult wore a deer skull upon his shoulders. You don't believe me, do you? Would I incriminate myself in a crime for sheer pleasure? I'm telling you the truth. You can ask the lighthouse keeper. I talked to him. He's aware of that cult. Them, that's what he called them. The old Brody. He's not a very reliable witness, if you ask me. He once called us because he found a mermaid on the coast. When we got to the lighthouse, there was not a sign of it. He said he returned it to the sea. The loneliness and lack of contact with civilization makes him seek attention that way. Any other witness to your story besides solitary old madman, Mr. Moore? What about the cromlech in the forest? Have you been there? Listen carefully, Mr. Moore. As far as I'm concerned, you have two options. The first benefits us both. If you indeed killed this Price, well done. McQuarrie and the lads found no evidence. So, there's no case. Just go back to London and enjoy your perfect crime. The second option is not in your favor. Because I think you're not but a fanciful tourist wasting our time. I've just mobilized all my forces for nothing. I believe you're mocking the Scottish police. And that, my friend, could land you a nice stint behind bars. So I'll be kind and give you the choice to take a train and head back to England. If I see you here again, I'll lock you up until you rot. How does that sound? Listen, sir. I do not want to hear another word from you. McQuarrie, accompany Mr. Moore to the exit. It won't be necessary. Well, at least we're keeping the artifact. Know that you're making a mistake. Oh, just get out of here already, damn it. Bloody English. A murdering cult in Airswell. And he said it with full conviction. Forget it, Sarge. That fella likely also believes in ghosts. He sure does. Oh no. Where'd they go? No one seems to be here and it's quite dark. Turn on the lights. Box of Revelations is nearly complete. Oh, there they are. It's been a delightful evening. Your success is to be celebrated, Sir Arthur. How'd you find Bertolini's specialty? Excellent. Although I believe he may have been a bit heavy-handed with the pepper. They just had a nice dinner. I shall convey your feedback to Bertolini. I am full. Where I've been, they've served only soup, and I suspect it was made with mop water. Professor? Patrick, you've returned. Oh, Patrick, it's a pleasure to see you. Did you find the artifact? What? You've returned? Found the artifact? Is that the extent of your greeting? Damn it, I was worried about you. Oh, that's Ward? Where on earth have you been? Ah, yes, that. It's a long story. For God's sake, are you gonna share it? If you insist. However, I believe Mr. Conan Doyle might do a better job at storytelling than I. He has a knack for it. Did you know he writes stories? Yes, I'm aware. He's the author of Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock who? If I may, Professor. What? I believe Mr. Moore deserves to know your whereabouts during this time. Ah, yes.
He's quite an inquisitive young man. As you may recall, I took it upon myself to investigate the professor's whereabouts while you were off in Scotland. Allow me to recount the events. It seemed like the earth had swallowed up our friend. All I knew for certain was that his disappearance was connected to the money my order provided for the machine's construction. So the logical thing to do was to get to the root of the problem by starting from the beginning. I knew who to talk to and where to go. I couldn't get lost. I think I'm lost. Oh, I have to control him. Student, door, drinking fountain. Locked. Too late for classes. Biology. Okay. I'm not thirsty. Excuse me, lad. Can you tell me where I can find the dean? Do you think I'm his secretary? What a temper. Okay. I'm not going to give that information to a stranger. Well, I'm not exactly a stranger. I'm Arthur Conan Doyle. Pleasure to meet you. What's your name? Well, I don't know, but if you're Arthur Conan Doyle, I must be Oscar Wilde. Pleasure, Mr. Wilde. Oh dear. Can I keep going? I need to find the dean first and talk about the money. This is the key to the whole affair. Okay, well, the students aren't giving anything, then where do we go? Oh. Yes. Can you tell me where I can find the dean? Yes, of course. He should be in the common room right now. The end of the hallway and... Oh, look, here he comes. Thank you very much. Ah, okay, third time's a charm. Good evening, sir. Henry Carter, a pleasure. Delighted. My name is... Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, I know. I attended one of your lectures last September. Mediums, Contact with the Beyond. It was a very interesting evening. Ah, you're a believer. Of course. I've even written some books on the subject. Fascinating. What brings you to this university, Mr. Conan Doyle? Well, I'm trying to solve a mystery about a mutual friend, Nelson Ward. I know it's common knowledge that what the professor has done, but I'm afraid I must keep that information to myself at the express wish of the rector. And I'm afraid you should share that information since I'm part of this whole affair. What do you mean? That money that Professor Ward supposedly misappropriated belongs to me. Well, more precisely, it belongs to my order, the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. But it was an anonymous donation. Exactly. My order is characterized, among other things, by discretion. And I would go even further. That money was intended solely and exclusively for Professor Ward's personal use. However, he insisted that the amount be deposited into university's account. He only wanted a portion of it to be allocated to his metaphysical research department. And as far as I'm concerned, I have every right to know all the details of this matter. As for the professor, it was his money. No one can accuse him of stealing anything. If that's the case, I suppose you're right. Well then, may I ask you a few questions? Yes, of course. Did he have any enemies? Not aware of any. He may have had some disagreement with other members of the university staff, like the rector, but that does not make them his enemies. Shall we rule out the rector, then? Yes, please. I shouldn't have mentioned him at all. Rector is no adversary in this sorry game. Has the theft been reported to the authorities? No. What's the reason for that? We don't want a scandal over the issue. Unfortunately, word has already spread. But if we'd filed a report, I bet anything the newspapers would have picked it up. And that would be a disgrace for the university. A professor stealing money from donations. As I said, it would be a scandal. Did the professor have any debts? Debts? Like what? I'm thinking that money could have been used to pay off a debt. His disappearance could be linked to this fact. I suppose he made deals he shouldn't have. Maybe his creditor collected more than just the money owed. Do you understand what I'm saying? Ah, yes. Nelson was a very austere person. He made a good living as a professor at this university. If he had any debt, he could pay it off with his own money. So he was very austere. Very austere. He hardly valued money. So it surprises me greatly that he committed this crime.
I remind you that the money belonged to the professor. Yes, you already mentioned that. In any case, I was telling how little importance he gave to money. For example, he could live in any neighborhood in the city. His financial situation allowed it. But he chose to rent a humble room at number 14 Dorset Street. He's a person who has never needed luxuries. Interesting. Okay. Do you have any idea where he might be? I wish I did. Nelson's my friend, Sir Arthur. What I want most in the world right now is for him to reappear and clarify this whole matter, especially as rumors are already beginning to spread that are not to my liking. What kind of rumors? It's said that he used the money to run away with the medium Beatrice Shaw and start a new life together. Beatrice Shaw's his friend. She's also looking for him, by the way, if you say so. But Miss Shaw doesn't have a good reputation. She's a fake. She deceives people with her supposed contact with the dead. Believe me when I tell you that Miss Shaw has nothing to do with Professor Ward's disappearance. I would stake my life on it. I don't know. She may have an ace up her sleeve. I believe that's all the questions I have for you, Dean Carter. It's been a pleasure conversing with you, even if it's about such an unpleasant matter. Pleasure is mine, sir. Good night. Okay, so now we have a new location. Oh! The conversation with Dean Henry Carter was quite fruitful. Among other things, it reminded me of a logical place to continue investigating, his residence. I knew, Mr. Moore, that you had already searched your mentor's room. But as the saying goes, 4 eyes see more than 2. I also found it striking that Professor Ward's alleged theft of the money had not been reported to avoid a scandal. But what caught my attention the most is that you, his closest associates, had not reported his disappearance to the police. Take no offense, but there is a better chance of success relying on them than only a university professor, a medium, and a writer. I had a good relationship with Scotland Yard, so it seemed like a good place to continue my investigation. I guess Dorset Street first. The beggar. A shilling for this poor tramp? Sorry, I don't have any change. Only bills. Well, ain't that much better? I don't have anything to give him. Hello? Who the hell's calling at this ungodly hour? People live here, damn it! And I'm paid to keep things quiet. Sorry to disturb you at these hours, ma'am. Let me introduce myself. I'm Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Oh, sir. Ain't that fancy? You want a room, Sir Arthur? This ain't no Savoy, but it'll keep you from freezing your arse off in the lousy night. I appreciate it, but I'm not looking for accommodation. I just wanted to ask you a few questions. Ah, questions. Can you spare a couple of minutes? Would have preferred you took a damn room, but fine. Shoot. I'm trying to locate one of your tenants, Professor Nelson Ward. Still ain't turned up? I'm afraid so. Can I search his room? Been done already. This morning, by some fancy lad. Mr. Patrick Moore, I work with him. Really? Then tell him he owes me for a lamp. I will. As for my question, can I search Professor Ward's room? Perhaps I can find something my colleague overlooked. Now? Impossible. All the tenants are asleep. If they ain't already been woken up by your damn knocking, I will not disturb them. I'll be as quiet as if I were in the London Library. No, come back tomorrow. It's a matter of great importance, ma'am. Important as my tenants sleep. I've told you as much. Come back tomorrow. Did Professor Ward receive any visitors? None in all his years here. Did you see him interact with anyone? In what way? With a woman? Or with a man? With a man? Ain't that indecent. What? No, don't misunderstand me. I meant if you saw him with suspicious company. Till this morning, when his pal came, figured he was a loner. How long since last you saw him? Last night, heard him go downstairs. I was in bed, but his footsteps are unmistakable. Went out to the street and ain't seen him since. So you were the last person to see him. Ain't seen him. Heard him. But if anyone saw him that night, it was Rupert. Who? The beggar to your left. Always there, day and night. I know he does it to put pressure on me. Pressures me to let him sleep here, you know. But this is a business. Heard me, Rupert? A business. I hear voices. So Rupert might be the last person to see Professor Ward. Exactly. Unless he was passed out or drunk. Or both. Listening, you old hag. Any more questions? No, I think that's all. Thank you very much for answering. Your responses have been very helpful. Pleasure. Sure you ain't got more questions? Not at the moment. Good. Save you for more damn knocking. Good night. Okay. Well, Rupert, here we are again. Come to give me that shilling. Like I said, I'm only carrying bills. Oh, I see. Tossing a coin to a beggar eases the conscience. Tossing a bill? Not so much. I didn't mean to offend. Forget it. What do you want? It's about the tenant in this building, Professor Nelson Ward. Ah, yeah, the ghost guy. Good man. Always gives me a shilling whenever he walks out the door. Not like you. The landlady mentioned you were the last person to see Professor Ward. Is that right? Saw him leave through the door last night and ain't seen him come back all day. Did you talk to him? Did he say where he was headed? Didn't exchange any words with him. Was half asleep in that alley when I saw him leave. Some bloke was waiting for him. Interesting. Can you describe this bloke for me? Didn't get a good look at his face. It was dark and I was more asleep than awake. But I noticed he was missing an arm. That much I'm sure of. Left or right? Saw him from the front, so it must have been the left one. Yeah, left arm. You sure about that? Most certainly, sir. Oh, also remember, he came up to me and said something like, what was it? Yes. You ain't seen nothing, understood? So he threatened you? Not exactly. What do you mean? His tone wasn't aggressive at all. So he suggested that you don't say anything about what you saw that night. Could be. Not all threats are overly hostile. As far as I'm concerned, that sounds like a threat through and through. You reckon? I'm a writer. If a villain threatened my protagonist, they'd likely use those words. Let's continue. Did he seem uneasy or scared? Who? The professor? No, seemed pleased as punch that the bloke was with him. Actually, I say he was expecting him. Do you think they knew each other? Don't know, sir. Anything else? No, nothing else. Just what I told you. The one-armed man was waiting for the professor. And he advised you not to talk about what you saw, correct? Exactly. Thank you. Okay. Scotland Yard time. Well, well, well. If it isn't Sir Arthur Conan Doyle himself. Hey there, Sergeant Collins. What do you want, Wilkins? Sir Arthur? The creator of Sherlock Holmes? The same, officer. Want to see something, Wilkins? What? You'll be surprised. Oi, Mallory, come over here. Yes, Sergeant? Judging by Mallory's appearance, can you tell me where he's from, Sir Arthur? Oh, dear. Let's see. With those typical features, I'd swear he's from the Sheffield area. However, the prominent forehead places him further south. Place where the Sheffield accent differs because of those pronounced S's. Eckington, right? Good heavens! It's truly Sherlock Holmes! How did you know? Easy. We usually bump into each other at the barber. How's the family, Mallory? They're doing all. Sam's got a job as a porter at King's Cross, and little Ralph refuses to continue studying. Thanks for asking, Sir Arthur. I don't know why I partake in this joke every time we have a new officer. It's still just as funny as the first time, don't you think? You can go, Wilkins. By the way, you're lucky the chief is in his office. He wouldn't be too pleased to see you here. Anyway, what brings you here on this miserable night? I'm looking for a missing person. Who are we talking about? Professor Nelson Ward, in his 60s, gray-haired, with a height of... Nelson Ward. Ward. Mallory? Help jog my memory. Or correct me if I'm wrong. Remember the former chief forensic officer? His name was Ward, right? Nelson Ward. You're correct. He left the force to go into teaching. Oh, good man. Bit eccentric, but very professional. Thanks, Mallory. So our former chief forensic officer has disappeared. We were not aware of that. No one has reported his disappearance. It hasn't been reported, no. But his closest associates claim there's something strange about this whole affair. Professor Ward wouldn't vanish without a trace if there wasn't a compelling reason. Don't you worry. Nelson Ward was one of ours, and as far as I'm concerned, he still is. Mallory? He keeps calling him back. Yes? Issue a search warrant for Professor Nelson Ward, and mobilize a few officers to take care of it. Now? Now. High priority. All our units are busy at the moment. Jones is with Horton, Meads, and Soulsby is at the docks. Frida and Runkle are on the trail of Lewis Adams. Curses. You may be dismissed. I'm very sorry, Sir Arthur, but the search for the professor will have to wait until tomorrow. No problem. Although I must inform you that I am conducting my own investigation into the matter. I won't be the one to stand in your way. We could use a mind like yours. But be careful. I don't want the chief finding out, okay? Why is the chief angry? Because of your Sherlock Holmes stories. He thinks Lestrade is becoming increasingly useless, and that reflects poorly on the Scotland Yard. He shouldn't be upset about that. It's pure fiction. Lestrade is not incompetent. He's just a device I use to make Holmes appear more brilliant. That's not how he sees it. He thinks you do it on purpose and doesn't want you consulting the police archives again for your stories. I'm fed up with Sherlock Holmes. He brings me nothing but trouble. About the disappearance. Do you have any leads? I believe I've stumbled upon an important clue. Would you mind sharing it? Apparently Professor Ward left his home last night accompanied by someone. A beggar, a certain Rupert, witnessed the event. Was this Rupert the last person who saw Professor Ward? Indeed. And could he recognize the person? He couldn't see his face, but he's certain he was missing an arm. Right or left? Left. And he also heard his voice. Let's say he threatened him, or rather, he threatened him indirectly. Not many details, but enough for me to organize a lineup tonight. We have several registered disabled individuals of that sort. I suppose the guy who's been threatening beggars at night would be among them. Could you bring that beggar here so he can identify this guy? Indeed. Right. In the meantime, I'll have Mallory gather a few suspects who fit the description you provided. Thank you for your assistance, Sergeant. I'll do everything I can to clear this up. As I said, Nelson Ward is still one of ours. Okay. Top poster is of Mary Ann Dyer, a nanny accused of murdering the babies in her care. Ooh, whereabouts unknown. Poster below shows a photograph of Gordon Adams, nicknamed the Angel of Death. I remember reading about him recently. He's a doctor who poisoned several patients with morphine. We have a reliable lead that will help us locate him. It's just a matter of time. Mallory is looking for something in the drawer. Better let him work. Newspaper clippings highlighting various successes of the Scotland Yard. The chief put them up himself. According to him, it boosts the morale of officers. Who's this guy? Oh, I can't talk to him, though. Leave our officers alone, Sir Arthur. We've misplaced a very important report and it needs to be found before dawn. You'll have to wait if you want to talk to the chief. He's busy having Hornsby go in and out of the office to see if it comes across the damn report. Okay. Helmets. It's been more than 40 years since they replaced those horrors, better suited to the army than a modern metropolitan police force. That it? Oh, but that's it. Oh, I guess I need to go back to the beggar. Tell him to come in with me. Would you be so kind as to accompany me to the police station? Me? Why me? I ain't done nothing. I know, and you need not worry. You just have to come with me and pick out the one-armed man from a lineup. That's simple. Pick him out. I don't want trouble. You can rest assured he will not be able to see you. You sure about that? I'll give you my word. Lineups protect the witness. I don't know. Never been in one. I, however, have attended a few. So trust me when I say your anonymity will be preserved. You seem like someone who knows what he's talking about. Or hell, at least acts like he knows what he's talking about. What do you say? It will only take a few minutes of your time. If not for me, do it for the professor. Well, what the heck. I'll do it for him. Shall we go? Here's the lineup.
am fascinated by this room. It's nothing like last time I was in for a lineup. Do you like it? The glass separating us from the suspects is special. As you can observe, both you and I can see clearly what's going on the other side. They only see their own reflection. And I suppose those vents up there allow communication with the room on the other side so they can hear you. Exactly. If I raise my voice, I can give orders to the suspects. Fascinating. It costs a pretty penny to install these spaces in all police stations. So did that get introduced in 1907 then, around that time? But with this method, witness safety doubles. That's what matters. Did you hear that, Mr. Rupert? You have nothing to fear. You can come here without any problem. Yeah, seems safe. Mallory, line them up. Form a line and stop in the center of the room. So they all are missing a left arm. Isn't that the guy from Patty on the left? Stand proud, not even the Royal Guard marches as well as you do. Look straight ahead and await the sergeant's instructions, please. What kind of shit is this? You're asking me what's the matter? There's a Patty man there. The first one, the bald one. Why isn't he behind bars? We have no evidence that this gentleman has committed a crime. He's a Patty man. He belongs to a gang of extortionists and murderers. Isn't that crime enough? Sir, we're here so you can identify the person you saw last night. Poppycock! So the rumors are true. The police turn a blind eye to these Irish pigs. This institution stinks. You are a corrupt lot. Rupert, I don't think this is the time. Sir, watch your mouth when speaking of this immaculate institution. Do you want to be detained for contempt? Is that what you want? Bah, let's get this over with. Very well. You've been given a note with a phrase written on it. I'll call you by the number you've been assigned. When you hear it, read the note out loud. Do not attempt to fake your voice. Don't try to deceive us. We'll know. Let's begin. Number 1. You haven't seen... You're number 5. Number 1 is the one at the other end. I've been assigned number 4, sir. Mallory, what the hell have you done? Doesn't matter. You'll be number 1 from now on. The one to your left will be number 2, and so on. That clear? Let's start again. You haven't seen anything. Understood? Right. Number 2. Same thing. Thank you. Number 3. Number 3. Are you deaf? Sorry, Sergeant. I can't read. Did you hear the phrase your colleague said? Yes. Then repeat it. Okay. Number 4. Oh, you scumbag! You can't read either, or you're making up what you're saying. I just wanted to add more drama. Who wrote this? This line isn't believable. We have an aspiring writer among us. Be careful, he might give you a run for your money. Just read what the note says. By all that's holy, Mallory, where did you find this guy? From the theater, Sergeant. He's an actor. Just read the line. That okay? That's fine, thank you. Number 5. Mr. Rupert, which of these people spoke to you last night? Number 2. Number 2, you sure? Absolutely. That voice is unmistakable. Clive, really? I thought you were going to turn over a new leaf. I don't know what this is all about, Sergeant. But promise me I haven't done anything wrong. I'm an honest person now. I even have a decent job. I'm a coachman. A coachman, huh? And how do you drive with only one hand? Very carefully, Sergeant. Are you sure it's Clive? I give you my word, sir. All right, gentlemen, show's over. Please exit on the left. Everyone except number 2. Thank you very much for your cooperation. It's funny that they're like, it's anonymous, don't worry. But then they have to say exactly the phrase that he said to the guy when he left. So wouldn't he be able to put 2 and 2 together then? You can go now, Mr. Rupert. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Do you pay anything for doing this? No, of course not. Is it not enough for you to contribute to justice? No. Good night. Yeah. Clive, isn't it? Have I gotten into trouble, sir? I don't know. You should know. Can I ask you if you were on Dorset Street last night? Indeed, I was. Picked up a gentleman at number 14, a certain Ward. He said he was a professor. You didn't know him previously? Nope, first time I saw him. Where'd you take him? To Blackstone Asylum. Oh. How are you going to Asylum? Half an hour earlier, a gentleman gave me a note with Mr. Ward's address and the destination he'd be taken to. Would you recognize that person? No, sir. It was very dark and he hardly spoke to me. He just gave me the note with the exact fare. Did you speak with Professor Ward or just drive him? Oh, yes. On the way to the carriage, we had a very strange conversation. According to him, he received a letter detailing certain supernatural events that had occurred in a cell at the asylum. Apparently, he was a ghost hunter and his services were required. He was as excited as a child on Christmas Eve. Why did you tell the beggar not to speak about anything he saw? Oh, the note I was given indicated that under no circumstance could anyone know that the professor was heading to Blackstone. I see. Continue. Upon arriving at the asylum, a terrible thing happened. As soon as we got off the carriage, 2 orderlies were waiting for him, along with someone who seemed to be the director of the facility. The orderlies grabbed him by the arms and dragged him away, screaming. He was insane. I should have suspected it from all those ghost stories he told me. Good heavens. Professor Ward is not insane. He's the foremost authority on metaphysics in all of London. I don't know what that is. I feel like someone wanted to frame him then, right? Like, use the money as an excuse and then hide him away in an asylum so that it looks like he fled. Have you heard the account of events, Sergeant? By God, yes. We must do something about this misunderstanding. I'll wait for the boys to come and I'll accompany them to Blackstone myself. Wait? This can't be delayed. I told you before, all my officers are busy. I'd go myself, but the chief has just left and I can't leave the station in Mallory's hands. Let's wait a couple of hours. All right. May I go on ahead? I'll be waiting for you at the asylum gate. All right, Sir Arthur. But don't do anything on your own. Just wait there until we arrive. I appreciate all your inquiries, but the time for playing detective is over. Leave this matter to the professionals, okay? Completely agree. I had heard chilling tales of the inhumane treatment of patients. Trepanning? Electroshock therapy and cold water baths to alleviate their illnesses. Entering Blackstone was like stepping back a century. A place that should no longer exist in this modern world. Locked. Who goes there? Weren't we gonna wait anyway? Who are you? What do you want? I've come to visit a patient. This institution doesn't allow visitors, sir. And even if it did, this wouldn't be the time for it. There seems to be a misunderstanding with one of the patients. The asylum is closed, sir. If you have an issue, contact the administration. But you see, I advise you to leave. The storm is getting worse and you wouldn't want to be in such a remote place. Good night. Gotta wait for the police, right? Let's read the plaque. No unannounced visits allowed. I love that I was like, if it's more than an hour, we'll do it a different day. And then it's like, okay, an hour. It's like the game's like, I swear, just an hour. Suppose management wants to crawl knowledge of the atrocities. Does this plaque say the same thing? Noble institution was inaugurated by Her Majesty Queen Victoria, 1865. Fine looks sturdy. I could climb to get inside. Dude, you don't want to get caught. Don't do it. Oi, you! What are you up to? Do not try anything crazy. I'll be watching you. What's that there? Bushes. Something in the bushes. Is that a wine bottle? An umbrella. An old tattered umbrella. To the wall. Dude, why wouldn't you just wait? Dude, the other guy's in Scotland. Like, you have a couple of hours. Glass shards. The wall is topped with sharp glass shards to deter intruders like me. Brick. Seems loose. Ooh. Can't remove it with my hands. What about the umbrella? That might work. Excellent. Shouldn't be difficult to remove it.
Couldn't remove it completely, but I think it will make a good foothold to support me in climbing the wall. Oh, it looked like something gold was behind it. Do you really want to climb this wall? I feel like that's a bad idea. I'll save. Didn't check these vines. Wouldn't hold my weight. The guardhouse is right behind it. You're right. So leave if you don't want trouble. Still here? Why don't you leave? I need to see the patient. It's urgent. See that plaque to your right? Yeah. Approach it and read it. I have read it. Read it. What does it say? No unannounced visits allowed. Exactly. No exceptions will be made for you. How can I arrange a visit? Write a letter to the director of the facility, or wait until tomorrow morning and request an appointment with him. And when will the director be able to see me? In a week, I suppose. 3 days, if it's urgent. There's a person inside who shouldn't be confined. That's what all the patients think, but of course, they're mad. Are you too? Do you know I'm waiting for the police? They will handle the matter that has brought me here. That's fine with me, sir. When the authorities arrive, I'll gladly open the door for them, but not for you. I don't know who you are. I mean, he's right, though. He's just doing his job. Are you aware of Professor Nelson Ward's admission? Professor? I have no record of any professor being admitted, but we have 3 Napoleons, 5 Neros, and 4 Jesuses. You don't know who I am? Enlighten me. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Does that name ring a bell? No, to be honest. Sherlock Holmes? Are you telling me you're Sherlock Holmes? Hell no. I write the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Does the name Oliver Twist ring a bell? Of course. I could say I'm Charles Dickens. However, in keeping with this absurdity, I'll say I'm Oliver Twist himself. Let me enter. I'm a doctor. I thought you said you were a writer. I'm also a doctor. I studied medicine at the University of Edinburgh. Served as a ship's doctor and studied ophthalmology? I don't even know what it is. After that, I opened a private practice in London before focusing on writing. So, I have the authority to enter this asylum. You know what? I was a sailor on a schooner. That doesn't give me the right to demand entry on the SS Suevik. Anyway, this isn't a public hospital. The rules are stricter here, so please respect them. I'll better wait. It's kind of pointless to keep arguing. If you keep pestering him. Oh, so the pneumonia was the thing to do. Should have used every option. What the devil do you want now? I'll catch a pneumonia. Finally, thought you'd never come to your senses. Here. Use this to protect yourself from the rain and go back the way you came. A towel? A blanket? Okie dokie. Don't know what to do with the blanket on this part of the wall. Let's try. Ooh, good aim, Arthur. The blanket should protect me from the glass shards. Hope it's thick enough not to skewer myself on the glass. Right. Well, let's go. Is he really gonna do that? If you're gonna sneak in, you're just gonna get in trouble. He's so cute. Damn, just walked right on in, huh? Jesus Christ. You cannot be here. Who are you? Figuring out how to access the asylum lobby had cost me a great deal of back pain and an incipient cold. There was no way the nurse was going to let me visit the professor, and I didn't want to go through the ordeal of sneaking into the cells again. So I employed a weapon that Britons of my social standing knew very well. Arrogance. What's this about me not being able to be here, my good woman? And what do you mean? Who am I?
Jackal. Do you think she would know Jackal? Are they all from stories? I don't know. Stewart. Dr. Stewart? Damn it. You refer to me as if you don't know me. I've never seen you around here, Dr. Stewart. That you've never... Well, I understand that you may have never noticed my presence in Blackstone. You're just a simple nurse. I am the head nurse, Doctor. Details. I am here because a very serious mistake has been made. One of the patients must be discharged immediately. So tell me in which cell Professor Nelson Ward is located, and I will apologize to him for this institution's incompetence. I changed my mind. Call the warden and tell him to bring Professor Ward before me. I will wait for him here. Come on. What are you standing there for? Move. Excuse me, Dr. Stewart, but I have not been informed about this matter. You should know that nothing happens in Blackstone without Director Edwards' approval. So unfortunately, I cannot help you. In any case, if the guard lets you through, your credentials must be correct. Feel free to access any part of the facility. However, regarding this alleged error with one of the patients, I have to wait for confirmation from the director. Where is the director? I'll speak with him, and this matter will be resolved in minutes. By the way, tell me your name, and I will record what little help I have received from you. Mrs. Hunt. I am his right hand, and the director is not at Blackstone right now. His right hand, eh? I know when I'm facing defeat, and I realize that Mrs. Hunt was not going to give in. I could have waited for Sergeant Collins to show up, but by now he should have already arrived with the cavalry. There was an innocent man being held at Blackstone, and I didn't want him to spend another minute in those cells. Therefore, I had to rely on my wits once again to free him. Thank you for your time, Miss Hunt. Curses. It's funny that they did this as a flashback, kinda. I feel like it would be more interesting if we were in Scotland, and then after we did finish that, it would be like, meanwhile, in Scotland or something. Yes. Do you always sweep the same area? There's more lobby to sweep. Are you saying the lobby is dirty? Truth is, everything looks very clean. I'm glad it's noticeable. I congratulate you on keeping this place so clean. Oh, well, that's because Lady Ainsworth is coming to visit her daughter tomorrow. She was locked up in Blackstone for eating her music teacher, you know? Usually there's so much dust here that if a draft blew in, this place would look like downtown London on a foggy day. See those roses? Normally they're dry, withered, and full of worms. Damn. Lady Ainsworth's daughter ate her music teacher. I shouldn't say this, but in the end, it's what the rich will do to all of us if we don't take action. But did she really eat her music teacher? Literally. The Lady Ainsworth's daughter practiced cannibalism. I'm not lying. She attended her classes with genuine interest and enthusiasm. One day, while the poor wretch was playing Sonata for Piano No. 1 in F minor, Camilla Ainsworth hit him on the head and killed him. You've missed 3 notes and you call yourself a teacher? The maids heard her scream. Then she cut off his hands with a 12th century sword hanging on the wall and dismembered him. She made a stew with his liver, heart, and those hands that missed the notes. She served the dish with a fine wine, and while eating, the maids heard her humming Beethoven's sonata. A tremendous story. I didn't know it. In fact, I don't recall reading it in the newspapers. Lady Ainsworth wields a lot of power. She silenced the newspaper editors with her checkbook. She even managed to spare her daughter from execution when the crime was discovered, although even she couldn't prevent her from being admitted to Blackstone. I gather Lady Ainsworth is someone important. She's been the main benefactor of Blackstone since her daughter was admitted here. She usually donates large sums to the institution. Director Edwards always wants her to have a good impression of the center.
A little British boy.
Did he have food?
No.
Oh. That's probably why he's here. Hi. Yeah. Come on in then. Everything has to be impeccable. Oh, I missed conversation. Oops. I'm looking for a patient. I'm looking for a kitty. How would you know in which cell I can find him? Ask the old hag about that. Who's the old hag? Miss Hunt. Hi. Hi, Bibi. Okay. Painting. What's that crack doing there? Don't take another step. There are spiders. Ooh.
Ooh, where? In the crack. And big ones. Gross. Empty bin. Flower pot. Scent of roses is intoxicating. However, it fails to mask the smell of despair. According to the plaque, this is the director, Nathaniel Edwards. The bronze shines splendidly. They must have polished it recently. Guillaume? One of the pioneers in the study of the mind. Most of his theories have been refuted, if not deemed outright erroneous. I don't know why his portrait hangs prominently in this lobby. Oh, I have an idea. Can we go to the back? Blackstone is a maze of rooms and corridors. I should know which cell the professor is in before venturing through these doors. Okay. Anything? Oh, documents. These are the records of recent patient admissions. According to this document, Professor Ward is in cell number 31. Okay, I'll take it. Wow, I accidentally spilled the ink onto the documents. For goodness sake, Dr. Stewart, what have you done? Let me fix it. No, just stay away from there, please. What a mess. She puts it in the bin. Can we take it? The ink-stained paper is inside. Hell yeah. Okay, bye. Mr. Ward needs me. I will find Mr. Ward in the ward. Oh, there's a key there. Hurry up, Warden. Open cell 31 and release the patient. A very serious mistake has been made. What? How? What? Who the hell are you? I am Sir Dr. Stewart. I've never seen you around here. Are you new? Yes, I just started tonight. Well then, you should know that these procedures require the consent of Head Nurse Hunt. Said consent must be approved by Director Edwards. Of course. Are you saying I've broken the rules? The order came from Mrs. Hunt. I'm just following her command. You should also know that in such cases, I would receive the order from Head Nurse Hunt in person. She's busy right now. She told me you would understand. Hierarchy is strictly followed here, Dr. Stewart. If Director Edwards were to hear of the slightest hint of lawlessness among his subordinates, he would throw us all out on our asses. Anyway, all the patients in this hallway are the responsibility of Dr. Hunter. You are not authorized to treat them. You seem a bit lost, Dr. Stewart, but don't worry. You'll gradually learn how Blackstone operates. Can I check this map? I'm in hallway 3 of the West Wing. A lamp, a cup, a small box. That cursed music box. Before the new patient, cell 31 was occupied by a guy who howled every night. It was unbearable. A relative brought that music box to play his Greensleeves because he claimed it calmed him down. Did it? Oh, it certainly did. At the cost of me having to wind up that infernal contraption all night. If I hear Greensleeves again, I swear to God, I'll open one of the cells and admit myself in this madhouse. You know what? Take it out of my sight. You'd be doing me a favor. A favor as big as releasing the patient from cell 31? Not that big. Alright. Music box. I wonder what that's going to be good for. You seem to enjoy Carmen. Who? George Bizet's opera. The one playing on the gramophone. Ah, I thought you meant the daughter of the guy who brings the supplies. Cell 30, Francis Cavendish. The patient suffers from an uncommon but diagnosed allergy of sunlight, which has led him to believe he is a vampire. Extremely dangerous. Do not open the cell without supervision from Dr. Catherall. See a poor trembling soul curled up in one corner of the cell. Nelson Ward. Extreme obsessive disorder. A patient believes that a reality inhabited by the deceased surrounds us. His insistence on trying to prove it has driven him to madness. I see Professor Ward. Professor! It's Sir Arthur. I've come to get you out of here. He doesn't hear me. He seems lost in thought. Closed, obviously. What did they do to him?
Confidential. Whoa. The cries are coming from this room. I see a young woman. Miss, are you alright? Please, sir, help me. I'm being held against my will. I'm not crazy. Alright, calm down. Nobody wants to be trapped in a mental institution. But there's nothing wrong with me. I'm healthy. And this place is not what it seems. It's run by depraved people who enjoy torturing the patients. Every day they take me out of the cell to put electrodes on my head and shock me at full power. That warden over there comes in at night to stub out his cigarettes on my hand. Oh, I thought on her head. I knew it. This place is rotten. Let me see your hand. I'm a doctor. I'll examine it. Please be gentle. It hurts. What are you doing?
Open the fucking door. I'm hungry. I hardly eat anything here.
Jesus. It's the cannibalist piano lady.
Once you do, nothing else tastes like anything. All I want is to eat well.
That's same goes for BB.
I'm not crazy. I'm not. Get me out of here.
Dr. Stewart. What the hell are you doing? Do you have any idea who's in that cell? Carmilla Ainsworth. The next time you want to talk to her, try not to do anything as crazy as what you just did. She could have bitten my fingies. Carmilla the cannibal. Matthew Lane. Paranoid. He claims that arachnids have become conscious and want to dominate society. When the patient suffers a violent episode, it is very important not to enter the cell, but rather to try and calm the patient from outside. You want to be on my hoodie? No. Leave me alone. I'm safe from them here. Okay, so how are we gonna get the key? So this is the music, or this is the cannibal lady. I wonder if she wants the music box. When wound up, it plays the tune Greensleeves. I can also serve as a jewelry box as it has enough space to store the necklace inside. Damn it, don't ever do that again, alright? Cast me off discourteously. Huh. More than half of the inkwell's contents are now spilled on the document. The ink is not yet dried. Ew. Don't know why I'm still carrying this around. Okay, so we can use the wet ink for something. I'm sure we're not allowed to get the key. Seems to be the master key that opens the cells. What are you doing, Dr. Stewart? You're not authorized to open any cells. I apologize. Cannot even visit the patient in cell 31. You can talk to him through the bars, but remember, these patients are under the care of Dr. Hunter. You can't treat them. It would conflict with their treatments. Dr. Hunter, Dr. Hunter. What can you tell me about the patients? Which one? 30. Cavendish. Arrested for trying to bite several prostitutes on the neck. In his defense, he argued that he'd been bitten by a vampire in Romania and needed to be fed on blood. I'm not a doctor, but I think the guy went overboard with the opiates. Take a look. He has the same symptoms as someone who has stopped using laudanum. What you doing, babe? Oh! They don't lock you up for that. When they admitted him, he kept shouting to let him out because he was building a machine to see the beyond. And he's right. If I were you, I wouldn't say that out loud unless you were to keep Mr. Ward company. 32. That's the lady. 33. Oh, that guy. I think he's read too many H.G. Wells novels. Thanks for the information. 31 is being held against his will. That's so. Talk to any of Blackstone's patients. They all will tell you the same thing. Please open cell 31. Not without an order, Dr. Stewart. You know that. Would you accept a small bribe? Carry on. Let's save first. What? No. What kind of person do you think I am? Do not doubt my professionalism, Dr. Stewart. Oh, that was that. How can I assist you, Dr. Stewart? You've made a mistake with Professor Ward. You reckon? Of course. In that case, you should discuss it with Director Edwards. I'd like to speak to him. He's not here. He's here tomorrow.
Why was the professor admitted? Cannot disclose that information. It's confidential. Could you tell the warden to open Professor Ward's cell? Please? Let me make the situation clear, Dr. Stewart. You have come about an administrative issue. You claim to have been to Blackstone, although I've never seen you here. Maybe that is true, which is why I have let you move around these premises unsupervised. But don't ask for more than I'm willing to offer. BB. I hope this settles the matter until you meet with Director Edwards. Huh. I'll be around. As you wish. I don't know what to do. Unless, maybe we can get him to move if we put the ink somewhere? Ooh, on the bust. If we dirty it up. Yeah. And then we tell the janitor. You again? What the hell is that? I would have sworn everything was clean. Now let's get a look at this crack. Crack is full of spiders. Ugh. By their size and color, I'd say they're specimens of Paradosus hyperboreus, whatever that is. Take a sample to have my friends at the Comparative Zoology Museum at Harvard confirm that I'm right, but I'm not going to touch them with my bare hands, let alone let them roam around in my pockets. Yee. No need to make them come out by sticking the umbrella in the crack. I can see and touch them without any problems. Come here, little one. I have found you a new home. Do not be afraid. Right, you're doing great. I got you. Ooh, there's a spider in it. Gross. Wait, do we maybe scare her away? There's a spider inside. Your pet? Okay. Maybe the guy in the hallway then? Cell 33. 33? Come on, little one. Be free. Oh, because he hates spiders. Oh, he's gonna be... No, no, no! It's coming for me! You will not get inside my brain! It's coming closer! Get me out of here, for Christ's sake! Help! Now we can get the key. Oh my god. That's so mean, though. I'll handle it. Okay. Go right ahead. There's nothing wrong, Mr. Lane. Remember Dr. Armitage's word. Try some of the exercises he suggested, shall we? God, this is gonna take a while. Get the key. He's gonna hear you open that heavy door, though, but... Did he not notice? Okay. I do not know how long it'll take the warden to calm the patient. Now that I have the professor's cell door open, I think the most sensible thing is to return the key to its proper place. Okay. Smart, smart. You still want to just go in? Okay, cool. No, poor guy. Professor! Sir Arthur, I've been calling you through the door. Couldn't you hear me? I'm sorry. I was mulling over the design of the box of revelations. I could increase the machine's power so its range is wider. But for that, I would need the Scarlet Stone. The Scarlet Stone? I suppose that is what Professor Patrick Moore has gone to fetch in Scotland. What? Did you drag Patrick into this? How could you be so foolish? By the way, what are you doing here? What am I doing here? Rescuing you, damn it. Someone set a trap for you and locked you in this padded cell. Ah, everything makes sense now. This is Blackstone, and they only lock up the mad here. And I'm not mad. But they didn't believe me. So, as you say, someone set me up. Do you have any idea who it might have been? Patrick? No, Patrick wouldn't do this. Let me think. Give me half an hour. Wait a moment. Someone is coming. Do not say anything. They must not see me. What? Even if you'd say anything. Oh, you got locked in. Could have sworn I locked this cell. This poor wretch is so harmless that I guess I didn't even consider him. Take your time, sir. If you need me, I'll be by the hallway entrance door. What? Oh. Henry. Wait, is that the dude from the university? I regret to see you in this situation, Nelson. I could get you out of here, you know. I am friends with the director of this facility. What? Sir Arthur, what are you doing here? You know what, Dean Carter? Oh, the dude from the flashback at the start. Before you came in, I was thinking of turning all this into a Sherlock Holmes story. The Strand would have loved it. But you've ruined the climax of the investigation for me. You've confessed your guilt without the intervention of a detective. No, I don't know what you're talking about. I suspect that Professor Ward's disappearance had to do with the donation my order made to the university. I had dealt with the professor before, and he doesn't fit the profile your university has made for him. Although, you already knew that. As you also knew that the money was for the sole and exclusive use of Professor Ward here. Let me tell you the facts and how we all ended up here, in Blackstone. Are you accusing me, Sir Arthur? I bet you don't have any evidence against me. Thank you for confirming my suspicion with your statement. What? That mention of betting. In our conversation tonight at the university, you couldn't stop dropping phrases worthy of a gambling addict. Oh. I'd bet anything. She might have an ace up your sleeve. You also got nervous when I asked if the professor had debts. You took it personally, as if the question had been directed at you. That made you my prime suspect. I think you have wagered a lot, and quite badly. You have not had much luck lately, have you? That's why when you found out that a significant amount had been bestowed anonymously to the university, you saw an opportunity to get your hands on it. But apparently the professor was quicker than you. Oh, yes. That, a few days ago, he confessed to me that he has debt of several £1,000s because of poker. Henry is the treasurer of my department of metaphysics research, and he appeared very desperate during our conversation. So by withdrawing the money, I thought I might prevent him from committing an act he might regret. Did I do the right thing? Desperation. That was the key. You just said you're friends with the director of Blackstone. No, don't drag Edwards into this. A great friendship that allows you to skip strict visiting hours to gain the approval of the severe Mrs. Hunt, and to have a warden open cell doors like a hotel bellhop. You took advantage of that close bond to devise a plan to get Professor Ward into Blackstone. You tricked him into coming here, under the pretext that certain metaphysic phenomena were occurring that the professor couldn't resist investigating. Once he arrived at his destination, according to the coachman, the director himself was waiting for him with 2 wardens. You waited a day for your victim to be immersed in the anguish and pessimism of being locked up in a place like this, and now you've come here to blackmail your friend. To sell him his freedom for the money my order donated to this innocent gentleman. Tell me, were you and Director Edwards planning to split 50-50? Or would you have taken a higher percentage? This is all a string of lies, for God's sake. Who would believe this far-fetched story from a writer undermining his own reputation with his defense of spiritualism? Scotland Yard, for example. Oh, perfect timing! Ah, just in time, Sergeant Collins. I told you to wait for us outside, Sir Arthur. I'm sorry, the weather wasn't cooperating. Although I must congratulate you on your good work. Mr. Carter, you are under arrest for the crimes of coercion and blackmail. This is an outrage. Mallory, issue a search warrant against Director Edwards. His accomplice will keep him company in a Pentonville cell, Dean Carter. You'll regret this, Sergeant. Mallory, and add threatening authorities to the charges against Mr. Carter. No, I didn't mean to. I have a question about this whole affair. Yes, Professor Ward? Can I keep this straitjacket? It's a bit uncomfortable, but I found it helps me think. That's amazing. I can't believe it. Henry was behind this entire affair. Is Henry also the dean that we talked to at the very start of the game? Is that the same dean? I can't remember. As in any good mystery novel, the least obvious suspect turns out to be the primary instigator. Very well, gentlemen. If we finished with these trifling matters, shall we move on to more pressing concerns? Thank you. Here we have the Box of Revelations. An artifact of my own invention, funded by Mr. Conan Doyle and his order. Thanks to the preliminary work of my friends Patrick and Beatrice, with a few adjustments, I can have the contraption operational by tonight. So, if you'll allow me half an hour, we can proceed and test the machine's effectiveness at 34 Benwell Street. The preternatural activity there is very high. Any questions? Right now, I must change. I've been investigating that street. Really? I made contact with an entity. Likely old Highmore, I presume. He was accused of the disappearance of several women from East End. Unable to endure such infamy, he hanged himself from the basement beam. Were you able to engage in conversation? Yes. Two-way communication. Excellent. What did he say? He practically kicked me out of his house. That confirms our suspicion that ghosts are not benevolent entities. Have you taken notes, Sir Arthur? Precautions are necessary in that household. By the way, Mr. Conan Doyle will be accompanying us tonight. What exactly does the Scarlet Stone do? Well, it powers a device, isn't it? Yeah. Sophisticated nature of the Box of Revelations demands substantial power, and it is curious that in the midst of the Industrial Revolution, we had to look for a super battery of the past. Ironic, isn't it? And are you certain it will work? Of course it will. The Hirabans were the Da Vinci's of their time, a civilization filled with Marconi's Berliners, and Lenoirs. Have faith, my friend. Have faith. I gotta change. I just returned from a lengthy journey and my clothes are soiled. Oh, Patrick, always so meticulous. We're conducting an investigation, not attending a fashion show. Let's not delay science with trivial matters. If you'll allow me half an hour, we can proceed and test the machine's effectiveness at 34 Benwell Street. The preternatural activity there is very high. Any questions? I believe we've covered everything. Really? In that case, let's get moving. Oh shit. It's done. The gentleman guarding the house will let us work in peace. There's nothing like a few pounds and a bottle of whiskey to ensure a successful deal. Wonderful. Gentlemen, miss, we stand before 34 Benwell Street. I'll summarize its history in 4 lines. Maybe 5. 10. Professor, remember when you said to let you know if you ever started rambling? I remember perfectly. Well, there it is. That's so. Thank you very much, Patrick. I don't know what I'd do without him. Right. The phenomena in this house began after the suicide of its first owner. Thomas Highmore was unjustly accused of the disappearance of several women from the East End. No trial took place as the evidence against him was weak. I suppose it was all due to some grudge. Someone wanted to frame him to tarnish his reputation, and they succeeded. Poor Thomas Highmore couldn't live with the stain on his honor, so he hanged himself from one of the basement beams. Since then, metaphysic phenomena have driven away all those who have lived here. Patrick managed to make contact with the spirit of, we assume, Thomas Highmore. I want to issue a warning before we enter. Ghosts can be violent entities. We must exercise extreme caution. All of our studies confirm Patrick's words. That's all for now. Are you ready to... If you'll excuse me. Nervous, my friend? No, quite the opposite. I am eager to enter the house. You know, I find it hard to interpret others' feelings, but I believe there's something bothering you. Why didn't you inform me about this house? I had to find out from your notebook I found in your room. Or the Box of Revelations, damn it! Why did you hide that you were making it? Why didn't you tell me about the donation from the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn? I thought we were more than just colleagues. I thought we were friends. That is exactly why. What? How many times have we investigated the place and found no evidence? This house could have been just another one. But thanks to your research, we know now it's the place we've been seeking. The Box of Revelations was nothing but a crazy theory based on the prototype of your magnetic field dispenser. The ectoplasm of England's most reviled medium, a relic whose origin is lost to the mists of time. It was impossible for it to work, no matter how much money Sir Arthur's eccentric friends donated. But it works. Thanks to you. Without your help, none of this would have happened. You're not answering me. Also, quite a lot of people died for this. Why did you hide all this from me? Why did you leave me out? Because I didn't want you to end up like me. Look at me.
Since I was a child, I've been obsessed with the mystery of the beyond. I've reached an old age, and what have I learned about it? Nothing. Just a handful of hypotheses and disappointments. That'll change today. Yes, it will. You have a bright future ahead if we survive this. You are an excellent professor and engaged to a beautiful lady. I did not want you to throw away your life by staying by the side of an old man who still cannot put his shoes on the right feet. That's the answer you sought. You are my friend, Patrick. My only friend along with Beatrice. Never doubt that. I decided many years ago to investigate these phenomena. It's my life. Nothing can change that. And I am no longer engaged to Rose. Sorry to hear that. I appreciate your words. I'm without a fiancé and without money. The only thing that keeps me going is this. And if I become someone like you, it'll be a pleasure. Oh, I don't know what to say. Say that we're going to enter that house and make history. That's exactly what we'll do. Shouldn't someone from the board be here as well, or is that just now all moot? Because I can't save, by the way, it's still a cutscene. No chance of reconciliation with Rose? Nah. She might reconsider. She won't. Also, we don't want her. Sure about that? Yeah, she's a bitch. That's a relief. I've been holding on to this for years, so now I can say it. That woman wasn't right for you. I can't save at the moment, because we're in dialogue. Tomorrow, the whole world will wake up to the news that the beyond exists. We will provide irrefutable visual and auditory evidence of this fact. Although, yeah, wait, I tried. When you press escape, it skips the whole conversation, so I can't do that either. Let's go into the house and make history. Before we begin, I want Sir Arthur to familiarize himself with the Box of Revelations. Its mechanism is quite complex, so I'll summarize how it works. The purpose of this machine is to enhance metaphysic activity to record it both visually and audibly. Let's break it down. The ectoplasmic sample from the deceased medium Florence Cook will act as a link. How did you know she died? As a link and channel between both worlds. It requires considerable power for this to happen. This power is provided by the Scarlet Stone. Legend has it that this technological artifact opens portals to other worlds, which would benefit our purpose. Although it's nothing more than a powerful energy generator. Lastly, Eugene Wood's photographic plates will capture everything that happens while the machine is running. I have managed to divide the plate into sections, which will allow us to take up to 45 photographs. Nice. Oh, by the way, while Sir Arthur was recounting his dull chronicle in Blackstone, I took the liberty of making a small modification to the Box of Revelations. I added a phonographic cylinder to record the sounds. Ooh. Ready, Sir Arthur? I am ready, Professor. Beatrice, whenever you want. Would you do the honor, Patrick? It will be a pleasure. Turn on the Box of Revelations, Patrick. What does the box do? There you go. The cylinder is starting to pick up sound. I am Professor Nelson Ward. Beside me is Professor Patrick Moore, co-responsible for this experiment. We are accompanied by the medium Beatrice Shaw and the project's patron, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. At this moment, the machine is creating an electromagnetic field whose electric charge will attract those on the other side. It's basically a call effect. Next, we will increase the machine's power. There's a dial 10 positions from 0 to 100. Would you be so kind as to turn the dial to 10, Professor Moore? Ooh, my ears! I'm starting to get cold. Indeed, the temperature has dropped. A good sign, yes, sir. Very good sign. I believe we can proceed to make contact. Thomas Highmore. Your presence is required on this side of the veil. Beatrice, lend me a hand. You are better at this. Focus on my voice, Thomas Highmore. Follow my words. Advance in the darkness towards us. We desire your presence. My goodness! Thomas Highmore? Are you Thomas Highmore? I can't believe my eyes. Mr. Highmore? He doesn't seem to hear me. Patrick, turn the dial to number 20. I have no inventory items either. Okay, let's do it. Mr. Highmore. He can hear you. Whoa! Be careful, Professor. Is he gonna destroy the box? He heard you. He's curious about you. He has no interest in me, Professor. In the machine. Where did he... No! Stay a little longer. The machine's energy may not be enough to keep the entity with us. We should increase it to 30. Do you agree, Patrick? Is everything okay, Beatrice? Beatrice? Yes, I'm fine. I felt dizzy. Maybe it's the machine's hum. It's a very piercing sound. What do you say, Patrick? Should we go up to 30? Going up to 30. Wait a moment! What's wrong, Sir Arthur? Are we sure about this? What do you mean? I don't know. But I think we should stop the experiment. Stop? We've gone as far as any mortal can go in metaphysic research. That's what I mean, Professor Ward. What we have achieved today is unprecedented. We can repeat the experiment another time. Maybe in a safer place. Are you scared, Sir Arthur? Scared is not the word. Cautious will be more accurate. Something tells me we should not continue. Maybe you should leave. I'm sorry, Sir Arthur. 40. The candles were extinguished, weren't they? Did you see something, Beatrice? No, nothing at all. We'll have to go up. That's a lot of people! Did you see them? For God's sake, did you see them? They were a legion of ghosts. She's like, I'm climbing out the window. And children. You are more reasonable than Professor Ward. Stop this, please. Patrick, allow me a moment. What are you afraid of, Sir Arthur? I think this is getting out of hand, Professor. Are you serious? We haven't even scratched the surface. You frequent spirit sessions. What do you expect to find if not this when you visit those mediums? I'm just saying we should take it easy. The Box of Revelations has recorded the whole session. The material we have is enough for our purpose. He's right. Enough? The machine has only operated at 30% of its capacity. We know what wonders await. Who knows what wonders await us if we turn the dial to its limit? That's what worries me, Professor. Yeah, but it does fit though. Like, people have died to get where we are now. These two, Professor Moore and Ward, are so desperate. They're just like hyper-focused. They'll do anything at this point. Oh, Beatrice's eyes are red. To hell with your patronage and to hell with your stupid order. You want information? You want a power? Well, this is what happens when you peek into the beyond. What did you expect? Beatrice? Are you alright? Oh. Holy shit. Well, getting thrown into a box isn't too bad. Where'd everyone go? Sir Arthur. Is he dead? Oh, thank God. Can you hear me? Are you alright? What? Oh, yes. I'm still in shock. What happened? Where are the others? Beatrice attacked us and took the machine. Professor went after her. He said she was possessed. Is that possible? I saw her eyes when she was about to throw me against the wall with superhuman force. Florence Cook was possessed moments before she was killed by the spirit who had tormented her since childhood. The professor is right. It is possible. Beatrice Shaw has been possessed by the spirit of Thomas Highmore. What are we going to do? Find our friends and get out of here. Come on, get up. No, I can't put weight on my foot. I twisted my ankle when struggling with Beatrice. I was trying to help the professor, but it doesn't matter. Stay here. I'll come back for you. Dude, just hobble to the entrance and get the fuck out. It's the trunk in which we transported the machine of various pieces we added at the last moment. There's nothing left inside. Okay. What was that? The tremors began when Beatrice took control of the machine. I know the house has structural issues, which is why it's going to be demolished.
Something tells me we've made the situation worse with the box of revelations. We need to get out of here now. Shouldn't you help him walk? Cool. I'm beginning to understand why this house hasn't been looted all these years since it's been abandoned. Because everyone fucking dies. I thought the last tenant left this house years ago. Who wound up the clock? Ghost. Hello? Who are you? Where's Thomas Highmore? Oh, she turned around. It can hear me. Thomas Highmore. He is my friend. Where can I find him? Can I do anything to help you? Are you trapped in this place? We have come to investigate. We don't want... Oh, ooh! Did you puke or... Oh, blood. You coughed up blood? I must avoid physical contact with the entities as much as possible. We must get out of here before the house collapses. There's a statue here, otherwise it might give me a heart attack. What? It can't be. Oh! My goodness! This house is hiding more secrets than I thought. Baby. He could not have been more than 4 months old when he died. The baby's holding a rattle between its tiny fingers. I think I can reach it. She died with her son in her arms. What the hell happened here? Oh. Anything? Locked. There's something here. Small rosary. Ooh, handy. Okay. Oh, there she is. Beatrice? Where's Ward? Highmore, isn't it? What do you intend to do with the machine? Wait! Release Beatrice. Ooh, it's a mirror. I thought it was a painting. What? Ooh, Jesus. I won't get any closer to that mirror. Okay, let's collect some more items. Ooh, another ghost. Wait, don't we have to avoid them? Oh, they disappeared. I should open it to see what's inside. Woo-hoo-hoo! Holy shit! I don't think it's very safe. Sewing room? Everything in this room seems unused. Surely the previous tenants fled when they realized where they had settled. Something makes me think these windows were boarded up not to keep things from getting in, but to keep whatever is in here from getting out. There are scissors next to the sewing machine. They could be useful. Ooh, watch out. Ooh! Damn. I am tempting fate. Take them. Holy shit! It's so haunted in here! I'm really pushing my luck. Do you want to look at the sewing machine again? Too heavy to carry. Okay. Trunk? Don't save to open. Okay. Saved again. Whoa! What the? Professor! Patrick! Don't take another step. It's a poltergeist. A very violent one. It's trapped me in this room. Be careful. Okay, what do we do against a poltergeist? Rosary? These phenomena predate any religion. You're assigned to stop with the superstitions. Calm down, Professor. I had to try. Maybe it's the angry baby? Doesn't make any sound. The balls are empty inside. Oh. Can I put the rosary? Ooh, cut up the rosary. Yes. Put the beads in the rattle. Done. Oh, big brain. It reacts to the sound of the rattle. Keep going. Do not stop. Woohoo! Awesome. The entity behind the poltergeist was nothing more than a baby. Where did she get that rattle that managed to calm it down? The tremors exposed the bodies of a mother and a child bricked up. The child was holding the rattle. That's a very bricked up baby. I don't think Highmore is as innocent as we thought. Come on, let's rescue our friend. Highmore is hiding behind that door. I tried to open it, but something's coming. Oh, ankle feeling better? Sir Arthur, I thought you didn't want to leave the basement. Things have happened down there. I fled the basement in terror, but couldn't open the front door. There is a... what do you call it? Poltergeist, that's it. It's blocking the way out. We're trapped. We just faced one. Did you succeed? Yes. Then do the same thing with the one downstairs and we can get out of here. We must confront Highmore. He is the epicenter of all this. He's behind that door and he has Beatrice. If we defeat him, it'll all be over. What's the plan? He has possessed Miss Shaw. How do you intend to separate the spirit from her body? Do you know how to perform an exorcism? An exorcism? We're in the 20th century, Mr. Writer. What's the alternative? We'll drag Beatrice out of this house. Perhaps Highmore's influence won't be effective outside of it. Are you sure that'll work? Don't know. If that fails, we'll improvise. Sir Arthur, are you with us? I'd flee this damned house if that poltergeist wasn't blocking the way out. I guess I have no choice. I won't let anything happen to you. I appreciate your gesture, Professor Moore. I doubt you can guarantee my life. But, what the devil? Let's do it. There's a problem. Highmore's locked that room and we cannot access it. If I had a pick, I could try and open the door. My friend Harry Houdini taught me how to pick locks and padlocks. I know how to do it. Just say pick. I happen to have one. It's in case they ever lock me up in Blackstone again. Just say, did you know they use locks on straitjackets? Give it to me, please. Very well, gentlemen. Let's put an end to this, or die trying. I wonder why she went to this room. Highmore. We must hurry or we'll be buried alive. Release Beatrice, Highmore. This is your last chance. Please, leave. Beatrice, is that you? Highmore has control of my body. Control of my mind. I can read his thoughts. He is furious. Give me your hand and let's get out of here, Beatrice. Stay back! You're in danger. Highmore won't let you near. What does Highmore want with the machine? He knows what it's for. He's going to try to materialize and continue what he couldn't finish. He firmly believed the afterlife would give him a second chance. And he'll get it. I'm holding him back as much as I can, but... it's hard. It hurts. What couldn't he finish? He did not commit suicide because he was wrongly accused. He was the killer they were looking for, and he was cornered. These walls are full of corpses. He killed his victims and hid the bodies behind them. That would have been a surprise when the building was gonna be demolished. The children, I can see their faces. I can remember each and every one of his victims. What do we do, Professor Moore? Listen to me, Beatrice. Give me your hand and let's leave this house. Try to hold off Highmore until we're out in the street. No! He'll kill me! Shouldn't we just destroy the machine? He needs you. Don't you understand? If he kills me, one of you will be possessed next. And if you confront him, he will kill you one by one until he permanently inhabits a body. Then no one can interfere with his will. We must think of something. It's already been thought of. Every time Highmore takes control of my body and turns the dial on the machine, he grows stronger. But it exhausts him. That's why I can talk to you now. I have to do it before he takes control again. Do what, Beatrice? I'm going to turn up the dial to max. He won't be able to handle so much energy and he'll disappear. Do not do anything rash, Beatrice. Highmore has control of your body. You don't know if that will work, and the consequences could be... I feel I'm regaining control. There is no time. Listen to the professor. Don't do it. Let us think of an alternative. Sorry, Patrick. It is too late. Highmore! Enter my body and leave Beatrice alone. Do it, you damned bastard! I'm sorry, my friends. No!
Beatrice? No. Where is my friend? She sacrificed herself for all of us. We can find her. We can find her, Patrick. We can call out to her and... I'm sorry, Professor. She was connected to Highmore. The energy from the machine affected both of them. She is no longer with us. We have lost her and we have failed her. But I knew we were going too far with this. I warned you and you wouldn't listen. We grew up together. I want her back. It's not possible, Professor. She's gone now. I don't want to be without her. Ooh. Uh-oh. Is the whole place gonna go to the other dimension? Sir Arthur, look. Oh! The room is dematerializing. I think the box of revelations is still working. And at full power. Look. This is so cool! They are not ghosts. They're not even human. We must stop that machine, Professor. No! Can't you see? The machine, in conjunction with the Scarlet Stone, is showing us another dimension. The legends about the artifact were true. It can open a portal to other realities. I think Sir Arthur is right, Professor. What? We were unable to control our contact with the afterlife, and you saw the result. Do you think we can control this? Beatrice may be here, Patrick. Maybe we can find her. Beatrix is gone forever, Professor. Unfortunately, we have to accept it. At least it's all being recorded, right? Where have they gone? Is the hall... Oh, and the whole wall is gonna collapse. Yeah! I called it! Incredible. We must end this before it's too late. No, not yet. Beatrice, can you hear me? Stop it, Professor. Whoa, Professor Moore. Who's this? Shuxla Unvuktal something something confetti. Hafrenhi. What is that thing? What is it saying? Don't know what language it's speaking, but I recognize several words. They seem to be perversions of ancient Sumerian. What is it saying? Realm of Earth, invitation. I think it's referring to us having opened the door for this dimension to penetrate ours. That's why the Eternal Wind Order called the artifact the Key of the Stars. Something, something, yum, 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 yum. Blah, blah, blah. Oh my god. Destroy the machine, just step on it, kick it. By God, it's enormous. That's enough. Hell yeah, dude. That's what I was saying. They did it. Everything returned to normal. Is everyone all right? I'm all right. Did you see the size of that thing? It was colossal. I thought I was going to lose my mind at that sight. That creature wanted to enter our reality, didn't it? But thanks to you, we didn't give it that chance. That's correct. Or at least, I think so. I'm not sure. Damn it. What the hell have we done? Our actions have endangered humanity. We have awakened something that no one should know exists. Maybe we should bring the crystal back to Scotland. I never thought I'd say these words, but we must abandon all research into the afterlife. Our intention has always been to show the world what lies beyond death. But is the world ready for it? A single entity put us in danger and took the life of our dear friend Beatrice. We are the most qualified people to handle this, and I don't even know how we're still alive. Not to mention what lies beyond the afterlife. Other, less cautious researchers who follow our path could cause a catastrophe of epic proportions. I'm with you, Patrick. No one should know what happened here tonight. That plane of existence. It cannot reappear without the Scarlet Stone. Let's destroy it. That doesn't matter now. Those abominations have found a way. They know how to access our reality. The professor is right, Sir Arthur. They will do it through the afterlife. We were the beacon that guided them here. Then the most sensible thing to do, as you say, is to forget about this whole matter. I will tell my order that the experiment was unsuccessful. Crowley will be disappointed, but this information in the hands of that madman could be very dangerous. Yes, it will be for the best. So, this is the end of our careers. I'm afraid so. We have satisfied our curiosity and paid a high price. But we cannot share these results with anyone. Oh, I still have tea. We will safeguard them until our deaths. Will you miss investigating these phenomena, Professor? No. The only thing I will miss is the company of my dear friend Beatrice. Cool. Unveil what is beyond the great beyond. Oh, are we still teaching? I guess, yeah, if we expose the dean. Ah, here you are. Rector Williams, I was looking for you, Professor Moore. I wanted to discuss the matter of the letter of resignation from the Department of Metaphysic Research that both Professor Ward and you signed. Ah. Firstly, I must express my surprise that it was you who decided to resign. I know I was very harsh with you when I told you that you had 72 hours. It doesn't matter. You did the right thing. Yes, allow me a question. What made you change your mind? Both of you are very convinced that there is no afterlife, nor are there ghosts. There is no evidence of them, and there never will be. We were simply mistaken. There is nothing waiting for us when we die. Except heaven. Yes, except heaven, I suppose. I'm glad to hear it. And I'm even more pleased that your judgment now corresponds to that of this institution. You are an excellent professor. I am glad that you have rid yourself of those fantasies. See, we put the skelly hand back where it belongs to. By the way, I appreciate that you didn't file a complaint against Dean Carter and kept silent about such an unpleasant matter. A university like this cannot afford such a scandal. Have a good day, Professor Moore. Thank you, Rector Williams. Oh! Patrick. Do you think that's Shaw? Beatrice? What the? Help me. Beatrice? I wouldn't think that's Beatrice. I would think it's someone posing to be her. That was so fun! That was amazing! Design, writing, art, and programming by one person. Music, 2 people. That was so good! That's Beatrice. Yeah, but maybe? Do you think we'll get a sequel? I'm so glad we played this. This game really flew under the radar. Yeah, that was a great game. English Haunting. Powered by Adventure Game Studios.